A very good evening wherever you're watching us from. This is CAC TV's pre-show, of course, building up to the running mate, the presidential debate that is happening right tonight from actually this time as we speak from 5 p.m. to around 10 p.m. What do you expect is the question that we are asking you. You are able and you are allowed to engage with us on our social media pages on Facebook, CAC TV Kenya, Twitter, CAC TV_KE, and of course on our Instagram page and our SMS number. My name is Vincent Kirosi, joined in studio with my colleagues. On my far right, my far left, of course, is Chris Sambu. And the only lady in the house is Faith Kaulu. How are you guys?
Feeling great. And such a great moment this evening. Of course, we're looking forward to so much in the next few hours. Of course, this is a very historic moment because the presidential debate as well will be coming next week. And this deputy president debate is one that is going to set the precedence of what we expect. And then today is a very big climax because all eyes are on Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. So we expect fireworks, as they say.
Yes, of course we expect fireworks between Karua and Rigathi Gachagua, second tier of the debate, because we have two tiers. One for, of course, those who are rated under 5% and those that are rated above 5%. And apparently the two rated below 5% are Justina Wamai, this is Ruth's party, and of course Ruth Mucheru of Agano party. Faith Kaulu, what do we expect in tier 1?
I think first of all, I am good. You didn't give me the opportunity to respond to that.
Sorry about that.
I am doing great today.
Okay.
Just to put it out there, the color represents nothing. It's just fashion. I am not aligned to any political party. And it is indeed a great day for Kenya as we await to hear from the Deputy President running mate. Of course, they're here to set precedents, as Sambo has said. I think for me, this is what we term as paper one. You know, in high school, we had paper one and paper two. So how they perform depends on how much Kenyans will be excited to hear from now the presidential candidates as well. So it is a big task for them. And for me, I hope that all of them will show up because, of course, there have been talks of UDA or UDA saying that the media is biased. They haven't come out clearly on whether they'll be able to show up for today's debate. And anticipation has been building up. For me, I hope that all of them will show up. I believe in that. So we are going to see, of course, I expect eloquency. The gubernatorial debate had a few candidates who were weak here and there and were not able to articulate points or reply to questions very well. And for me, I believe this is something that Kenyans want to see and hear. How much do you know about the country that you want to represent and its people? So, of course, eloquency and how able are you to articulate your points and to answer the questions presented to you?
Sambu, of course, as she said, that UDA have been saying that they might not be able to attend the running mate debate and even the presidential debate next week. But we saw yesterday pictures of UDA running mate Rigathi Gachagua, the Honorable MP for Mathira at the moment, being briefed on what to expect today. Is it a matter of, you know, if you don't attend, then you kind of drop points?
Actually, that was the discussion earlier on until the surprise visit by Gachagua yesterday at the Catholic University, where the debate will be happening in the next few minutes. Of course, we understand the Kenya Kwanza coalition had cited media bias as the reason why they should not be able to attend the debate. But for Gachagua yesterday, I think it was a matter of either you do it or not do it. Because right now, it's a scenario where you are facing the Kenyans. You cannot run away from Kenyans. So it's either you attend or not. And mark you, the debate is just 3 weeks shy of the August poll. So if at all you do not attend that debate, then it sends a message to the Kenyans. I don't think that is what Kenya Kwanza would really want. Because you can assume if Gachagua doesn't show up for the debate, what message it will send to Kenyans. Because here is where you are now having the opportunity to speak your manifesto to the Kenyan people. So I think it is a decision that they took time, you know, thought about it, evaluated all situations, and then eventually agreed, then let's do this. If at all we have to win the Kenyan people, then we have the last chance, because this is the only chance that you have to speak to the Kenyan people, because as you can see, the anticipation has been building up, of course, being a debate that is pitting Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua.
The top two.
The top two, of course. And then, I don't know, according to people, of course, they have been building up, saying that this and this, we expect this. And this opportunity, I think, where the issues affecting the Kenyan people are going to be articulated. And we're looking forward to see what questions they will be answering and how they will be answering those questions. And for instance, there is no opportunity to run away from questions. So if you face the situation, you are there all alone. So we are looking forward to see what they are going to say. And we're also expecting so much from, Rigathi's side, and of course Martha Karua. As they say, these are debates, so we cannot underrate anyone.
And of course, we are giving you an opportunity to weigh in to what we are talking about tonight, and what you expect from the running mate debate that is taking place at Quea, or the Catholic University of East Africa, right around 5 p.m. That is building up. What do you expect to hear from there, and what is your say? Of course, we give you an opportunity to engage with us on our social media pages, CAC TV Kenya, Facebook, and on Twitter, CAC TV Kenya, CAC TV_KE, and of course on our Instagram and SMS number. Faith, it seems to be a field day for the ladies, because out of the 4, 3 are ladies. How do you feel about that?
Well, when we look at it in terms of gender, of course, it is a huge step. It is a huge win, because for a long time, women have been encouraged to not shy away from top seats and top positions. As much as we know that this is a nominated position, it is still a big deal to be able to view a woman in such a high regard. So speaking in terms of gender, definitely it is a huge win for women. And I think for me, this represents what we have been fighting for a very long time, that women can as well lead, and women can as well take charge of the nation and the country. Of course, for me, I believe how they will perform will be judged harshly, barely because of the fact that they are women, and this is something what we can term as new. I think for me it is something huge, of course, with the risk of being judged harshly. But at the end of the day, we celebrate it. We celebrate it whether it is above the top 5% opinion poll, which Martha Karua lies on, or whether it is this other side where we have Wamai and as well as Ruth. It is still something to be celebrated, and it obviously foresees a future where we'll have a woman as the presidential, running candidate for this country. Definitely a big day to look ahead to, but where we are right now, it is something we celebrate.
I mean, even as we now begin to look at the profiles of the various running mates that we expect to see tonight on the debate, let's talk about how do you gauge about, of course, the criteria that is being used to look at those tier 1 and tier 2, those below 5% and those above 5%. Is this something you think is fair enough when it comes to rating these people?
Personally, let me speak for myself, and then of course I'd like to hear from my colleague Chris Sambo. I came across a tweet where Kenyans are asking, why not put the 4 candidates all together? Because they're not big in number. It is a manageable number in terms of a debate where questions can be asked and given ample time to everyone to be able to answer that. So looking at the number, I'd say, why are we splitting or dividing? But then, of course, looking at the 2 horses, it will be looked at as unfair to place them in the same room as the others. Of course, not saying that they are not potential enough or they're not able to win, but looking at the polls and what they state, who is more likely to win the coming elections. Of course, it is between either Martha Karua's side or Rigathi Gachagua's side. So for me, looking at it from what the polls show, I think it's okay to separate the 2. Looking at it from a point of view where, is this a manageable number? So why are you dividing all the 4 running mates? That's a question I don't think is I think
answered.
yes, yes.
Samuel, I want to bring you in. Do you agree with Faith that in kind of, managing the number, 4 people, 4 candidates in one floor, it's good enough? And do you think it's fair to rate those first tier and second tier using the opinion polls?
Okay, I don't know whether it's,
because many have said that they don't believe, they don't trust in these opinion polls.
Actually, there's someone said that you see, if someone finds you wrong thrice or 4 times, then it means you're bad. So I think the opinion polls have been done for quite a number of time. But the issue here of separating them, would say maybe beans from the maize. I don't know whether that is correct, but other bigger issue, separating these 5%, below 5% candidates from the the more popular candidates, I think is an issue that came up in regards to the issue that they will be addressing. Of course, when you see the candidates that are top have a certain mode of campaign that they are doing, there's the issues they're articulating. So basing on various reasons as well, going by the opinion polls, then it places the lower candidates different from the more popular candidates. And going with the debates that we are expecting, of course, I wouldn't want to isolate anyone, but in that regard, there is if you look at both issues from both parties, then you find there is a big difference on how they should tackle issues. And of course, going by the popular, by the opinion polls means the popular candidates, one of them is most likely to become the president. So it would be much better, to put the 2 top presidential candidates all together for them to articulate the issues from the top level, while the other group as well articulate their issues. But in this case, I think the debate is more prioritized on who is more likely to win, So they are putting so much effort on that.
Yeah, and I want to delve deep into the profiles of these running mates. And right about now, let's look at Martha Wangari Karua. This is the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Coalition Party. A big name that is, of course, she is a running mate to the party leader, the Right Honorable former Premier, of course, Raila Odinga. I want to look at the profile, even as the pictures play. I want us to look at the profile. She's 64 years old. She's the former Justice Minister, served between 2003 and 2009. And of course, she is the former Member of Parliament for Gachagua constituency, served from 1992. She's the party leader to Na Kenya, and of course contested for presidency in 2013, but unsuccessfully. In 2017, she also contested for the gubernatorial seat of Kirinyaga constituency, where she was beaten, where she lost to the current Governor Anne Waiguru. What is she known for? Of course, she is known for her no-nonsense approach to public affairs and tough stance against corruption. She was nominated in May 16. And in that nomination, during the nomination, presidential candidate, former Premier Raila Odinga said this: "History is calling on us to close the gender gap in our country. History is calling on us to reciprocate the struggles and the fidelity of our women. History is calling on us to produce our first woman president." Of course, this is part of the speech of the former Premier Raila Odinga while nominating Martha Karua for that running mate position. But I would like us to listen for a moment what Raila said when nominating Martha Karua.
Calling on us to produce our first woman deputy president. Hello. Tafadhali, kimya. Tafadhali vijana. Vijana hoi. Mama hai. Tunaendelea. And I now want to describe to you the person. At the age of 24, At the age of 24, this woman was appointed a magistrate to adjudicate on matters of men. A few years later, she became the youngest woman to be elected a member of parliament in central Kenya. And she went on to serve in the capacity for 20 years. Of these 20 years, she was a cabinet minister for 6 years, serving in different portfolios. The woman we offer as the proposed deputy president is also known to have incredible credentials in the fight for our second liberation. In 1990, for instance, I was arrested and placed in detention without trial. At that time, very few lawyers were prepared to represent me. But this woman, then a young lawyer, led a team of 27 lawyers to defend my legal detention. When I moved a motion in Parliament to set up a select committee on constitutional reforms and was deserted by my colleagues in the opposition, only she and the late George Moseti Anyona stood by me.
That is quite a long speech of the former Premier Raila Odinga while introducing and nominating the Honorable Martha Karua to the position of the running mate. That was Raila Odinga, of course, the party leader now and the presidential candidate. But what did the running mate say? Let's listen to the acceptance speech of Martha Karua.
We salute him. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hello. For this, we salute him, and I want to tell the people of Kenya, his commitment to having women sit with our men on the decision-making table truly comes from his heart and is not superficial. That is the person, our esteemed candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is. We have a lot of work to do. We know the country. We know what our country needs. And we know what it takes to take us there. Azimio is a quest for equitable economic growth, strong devolved units, improved access to affordable quality education, and the many things that are in the Azimio manifesto. Like in the days of old, I remember that moment 20 years ago when His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga said, when he said Kebake Tosha, I am proud today, together and in a time such as this, to say Raila Amolo Odinga Tosha.
That is the acceptance speech of the Honorable Martha Karua when she was nominated on May 16th at the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi. What do you make of that speech? Of course, what do you make of Martha Karua, if I may call that straight away? What do you make of her as a running mate to Raila Odinga?
I think the choice of Martha Karua is one that was, praised a lot by the members of the Azimio Party and, of course, a quote of many Kenyans. Going on what we are expecting today, of course, she has a very rich history in regards to, service to the country and also a fight for, the democracy of this country. So she's a woman who has a lot of, a lot of CV that puts her in a better position to be a running mate of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Of course, if she then manages to lead Raila Odinga into victory, then we'll have the first female deputy president under the new constitution. So that is what I think is being anticipated by many Kenyans. Not far away from the fact that she ran for presidency in 2013, but this time around, of course, I think she's setting a new agenda, being the first, likely to win, if I may say, because Azimio la Umoja is one of the top 2 contenders of the presidential race. So for Martha Karua, I think she has a rich history, and what awaits is the Kenyan people to decide on the 9th of August.
Given her character, she's very astute, a no-nonsense kind of woman. What do you expect in today's debate?
I've seen a lot of Kenyans reacting and saying that we should not expect, if we were to look at a win-lose situation, we should not expect a free win for Martha Karua, given that, of course, Rigathi Gachagua as well is a good orator. But of course, given her nature of her being no-nonsense and straightforward with her words, very articulate in expressing what she wants to achieve or what she wants to do, looking at her rich history as well in serving Kenya and in the political arena in this country. For me, I expect her to do well because of her background, of where she's coming from, of the different positions she's held in the government. I believe this is not only a woman running mate, she's also very well aware of the country, of what Kenya needs, you know, of what kind of a leader she's expected to be. So for me, I'd say I have very high expectations of her today.
I want us to look at Rigathi Gachagua because he is the, you know, the able contender, if I may call him that, to Martha Karua. And of course, Sambu, you prepared a bit of information about her, about Rigathi. So can you give us information about him before we talk about what we expect of him today?
Of course, Rigathi, like she said, Rigathi is going to give Martha, you know,
run for her money.
Run for money. Of course, he's a good orator as well, and knows what, you know, entices the Kenyan people, and that is why, surprisingly, on May 15th, he was picked as the running mate of Deputy President William Ruto, being 57 years.
Was it surprising?
It was surprising because looking from the rich background of Deputy President William Ruto's camp, then he wouldn't expect at the end of the day he would settle on, you know, Rigathi Gachagua not having, because of him not having a very rich history politically, because, you know, he came into, despite being a public administrator, he came into politics, active politics, in 2017 after winning the Mathira Member of Parliament. And up until now, for him to be able, you know, just a one-term Member of Parliament to be picked as a Deputy President, you know, running mate, I think that was surprising, and it was surprising as well, even for his fierce competitor for that position, Senator Kithure Kindiki. So Rigathi is one person that we need to, you know, look upon in regards to what we expect, you know, in a few hours to come. And his rich history
what more do you know about him? Yeah?
His rich history starting from, you know, 1965 when he was born. He's been he's grown up in Mathira constituency, and you know, completing his primary school in 1977 as well, and in 1995 joining the University of Nairobi. Of course, that is the highlight of his, you know, of his education, because there is when he studied political science and literature in 1988. Then later on advanced to, you know, study public administration course at the Kenya School of Government. You know, that was the build up to what eventually would be, you know, getting into the Kenyan leadership. Of course, being employed at the Ministry of Home Affairs and the National Heritage before he joined the administration, Police Institute in 1990. There is so much, you know, to do with Rigathi Gachagua. Of course, his education background dictating what became a climax of being a district officer, what many people know him about in Kakamega, and then later Laikipia. Then between 1999 to 2000 is when he joined the Kenyan School of Government, where he graduated with a diploma in advanced public administration. So, you know, Rigathi is someone who has also a very rich education background. And then his political career, of course, I talked about him being active starting from 2017, when he was when he firstly contested the Mathira constituency seat in 2017 on a Jubilee ticket, and then edged out his bitter rival Phyllis Wambura Maranga in 2017, and then became a Member of Parliament for Mathira. So that build-up, of course, despite surprisingly being picked as Deputy President running mate, his power and his ability to mobilize and, to, entice Kenyans is what has put him in that position. And is what he has been articulating, in the last few weeks since he was elected, or rather he was nominated as a running mate. And I don't know if we have that clip. We can play what he has been articulating in some of his campaigns, setting the agenda for the Kenya Kwanza, because his power to mobilize is one that we also expect to come out in today's deputy presidential debate. Yeah.
Nimesikia rais akilalamika ati watu wanamwambia maliza uende. Sio sisi tunamwambia maliza aende. Si nyinyi mnamwambia? Wangapi wanaambia huyu amalize aende? Hao polisi hao wako hapa Kiambu police station. Na wale wako Karuri. Wale wako hapa Ndegwa, tumepanga mambo yao. Hao polisi pia wameumia kama nyinyi. Gharama ya maisha imeenda juu. Hawajapata mshahara tangu Mwai Kibaki aende. Tumewapangia tuwaongeze mshahara. Lakini pia tunataka tukiwapatia kitu kikubwa wawachane na kitu kidogo. Tumekubaliana? Walimu wetu tuko na habari njema. Kilio chenu mambo ya delocalization tutamalizana naye. Kila mwalimu atapata nafasi afanye kazi pahali aliajiliwa, tusivunje familia.
Yeah, of course, that is the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua on his agenda, of course, on the campaign trail. He seems to be a very, very great grassroots mobilizer, and that is where the Deputy President William Ruto, who is the presidential candidate of UDA Kenya Kwanza, say that he chose him. Is that the reason? Let me bring in Faith. Do you think the reason why Rigathi stood out was because of his nature of being a great grassroots mobilizer?
Well, I can say that, of course, that as one of his strengths gave him, what can I say, an upper hand, because a lot has been said about that day. Of course, if we look back at how tensed things were and how tight the air was, waiting to hear who the deputy president will pick. Will it be Rigathi Gachagua or Senator Kindiki? And so much has been said about Rigathi Gachagua, of course, till before he was mentioned. We knew him as the member of parliament, but we did not know a lot of his strengths because we didn't really look at his political career with a keen eye. So saying that he is a good grassroots mobilizer, I can say that definitely that gave him an upper hand, looking at, what is awaiting after naming or nominating your running mate is now the campaign, the mobilizing of Kenyans. Yeah.
Sambu, if you compare the two, the Honorable Martha Karua and the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and on their way and the way they campaign, their tactics on the campaign trail, who stands an upper chance when it comes now to debating in a forum that is officially set?
I think that is a tough question, but just to go with what we've been able to see. Of course, Martha Karua, from all aspects, she's very straightforward. She's very articulate. She's been known to speak her words. Even you've seen in her campaigns, she's not a mouth-watering politician. She's a calm politician, but who likes to stress on the issues that are very important, as compared to Rigathi Gachagua, who in very many instances is a winner of the Kenyan souls. Of course, I'm
sorry, I have to interrupt you, because I'm told that the running mate of the of Ruth's party, Justin Wambo, just arrived at the Karua University. I'm told that she is in the premises now, ready for the debate. That's just an update for you, the viewer, that you should know that now in the premises is already the Ruth's party presidential running mate, Justina Wamboe, who is already in the premises at Karua, ready for the debate. Sorry for that, but we had to inform the viewer on what is happening. Can you continue on what you're saying? Of
course, we are looking forward in the next few minutes to hear what Justina will have to say against through the of the Agano party. Just to continue from where I was talking about the difference in the way they articulate their issues. of course, talking about Martha Karua being so much different with Rigathi. You know, Rigathi is that politician who articulate issues but doesn't articulate them straightforward. He uses the mobilization tactics. For instance, you've heard from that clip what he was saying. He was addressing, you know, issues to do with the, you know, bringing reforms in the police sector, you know, in the education sector, but he doesn't put them straightforward. What he focuses on is the person who is listening. So he's been a person who has been targeting the Kenyan people. But if you look at what we expect today, today is not a matter of Kenyans responding to what you are saying, but it is you responding to issues and matters that will be raised forth by the moderators of that that particular, you know, deputy presidential debate. So we're looking forward to see what Martha Karua will be able to articulate. Of course, from her side, I know she's prepared well in regards to how she articulates her issues, while Rigathi as well showed all signs and symptoms of being ready, because he was the first one to arrive at the venue yesterday, at the premises, at the choir premises yesterday. Of course, signifying that he is ready for the debate. So we're looking forward to see two different people, but one thing that they will be having in common is they will be speaking on the same issues. So who speaks it better? That is what we wait to see.
We wait and see what happens. I want to bring in Faith because I know she's prepared a little bit of a profile on the Agano party running mate. Of course, that is Ruth Mucheru, if I'm not wrong, who is the running mate to David Mwaure, the senior counsel, who is running for presidency on the Agano party. Even as we a way to go straight or live to Queer, let's first talk about what we know, what you know about Ruth, who is the running mate for Agano party.
Yes, yes, indeed, Kirosi, you are right. I looked a bit deeper on Ruth Mucheru, and just going back to a question you had asked me earlier on whether it is indeed quite okay to divide the running mates in two tiers. And just now, as you're talking about Ruth, I just had in my mind, you know, what if they were put on the same platform? Would they be able to counter? Would they be able to articulate their points well, having in mind what Sambo has told us about Rigathi and Karua as well? Or would we be doing would we not be doing justice to the two running mates who have 5%, above 5% in the opinion polls? Anyway, that aside, just looking at Ruth Mucheru, there are very little known facts about her because she just recently came into the limelight. And when we look at Ruth, we see that she's a communication expert who has an experience in this field of over 15 years. And in the recent interviews and videos as well that have made it to the online spaces, she has mentioned it very clearly that she's passionate about fighting corruption, and she's looking forward to working on the Kenya's economy. Aside than that, looking at Ruth Mucheru's education background and all that, we see that she has a degree in communication and sociology from the University of Nairobi, and until her nomination, she worked as a sales administration manager to one of the service providers, network service providers in Kenya, that is Telcom, which was previously known as Orange. And then that is a little known facts about her. Of course, in videos where she's introducing herself, she's clearly mentioning that she's a wife and a Christian. That is just to mention her brief.
That is quite.
I think the similarity of both Ruth Mucheru and Justina Wamae, of course, is just that they have, you know, risen just politically recently. Nobody knew about them until their nomination as the running mate. So we also wait and see what they have to say, because this is a debate that is expected to measure how much you understand the country's political landscape and the issues that have been affecting Kenyans, and looking forward to see what they have to say in regards to bringing solution to the existing problems that Kenyans have been crying about. And that is the similarity between them. They're just recently recruited into politics.
Do you think that is an advantage to them, because little known about them will create an anticipation for people to sit and listen to them and understand what are these two people we don't know about, what are they bringing on the table away from what we already know, Faith?
I'd say definitely they are a breath of fresh air because, of course, we know Martha Karua from way back. We know Rigathi Gachagua. Most of us, or most Kenyans, know him from 2017. Yeah. But looking at Ruth, looking at Wamae, of course, Wamae previously ran for the Member of Parliament seat unsuccessfully in 2017. Yeah. Yeah. But I'd say a lot of Kenyans have come to hear about her now. From her nomination. Yeah. So yes, indeed, there's that curiosity because these are new names, these are new faces, and to top it all, they are women. You know, there's just something about that. Yeah. Seeing that women have been nominated for this position gives a certain curiosity of Kenyans wanting to know more about them. But have they done much to popularize themselves? I think that for me is the question, because as much as we expect Kenyans to be curious, to want to know more about them, what are they doing to keep Kenyans interested in them?
Yeah. And of course, we want to look at Justina Wamae, who is the Roots Party running mate candidate. Of course, little known about her, but all we know that she already tried her trade in politics, albeit unsuccessfully, in 2017. But she is also a communication expert with a bachelor's degree in commerce and management. Commerce, of course, a degree in management and information system. She was a member of transport committee at the university before graduating in 2010. This is from Daystar University. And after that, she went to, she's traveled. She's also gone out of the country to in the United Kingdom, where she studied a diploma in purchasing and supply at the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supplies, and graduated in 2012. That is so much about her, her education. But I'm interested in her political journey. In 2017, she joined active politics when she became the chairperson of the Warembo na Uhuru Lobby, a group to help mobilize votes for President Uhuru Kenyatta. She's only 35, but she seems to pull that cloud, if I may call it, of young voters, so to speak, because what she says, what the party stands for, seems to resonate with what the young people think.
I think from even previous, right from the day of their manifesto launch of the Roots Party, she's come out so strongly. She has proven, the people that were doubting her very wrong, because from what you hear and the issues that she articulated, aligns with most of what you would expect of a deputy presidential candidate. Yeah. Of course, Wamae has proven to be one of a kind leader, so I should say, and her power to mobilize, being appointed as a mobilizer for President Uhuru in 2017 is a clear show that she's a mobilizer. Yeah. And you've seen her come out with the energy in the last few weeks, of course, putting the young people together and setting the pace for the Roots Party, of course, on the agenda and the issues that they manifest. And we were trying to look at a history, some earlier on, and what you would find is her engagement with the young people. Of course, being 35 years, that means she relates well with the young people, and that is what the Roots Party presidential candidate is targeting, the young people, of course, articulating issues facing the young people so that they can sing along the song. So for I expect her to bring out the best in her in the next few minutes. Of course, that debate will be starting in the next few minutes. So we should not underrate Wamae, because I've listened to her, I've seen her speak. She has the content, so we expect just to see how well she responds to question asked in regards to the political landscape of the country.
And that is what we expected, because we haven't seen them on the campaign trail as much. The Agano Party and not Safin and the Roots Party, they haven't been on the campaign trail. So even as journalists, we have not covered them as much. But now we have an opportunity to listen to them one-on-one, articulating issues on a platform that is neutral, on a platform that is for everyone to listen to. So I think that's a positive one. I want to look at what the viewer is saying on our socials, and I want to look at YouTube because we are live on YouTube right now. And this is John saying this is another level, CAC TV. Thank you. Elisha Kipkorir, just emojis of claps and thumbs up. Thank you very much, Korir. And of course, Njuguna Boro, thanks CAC TV. You have done us proud. We are heading somewhere. Bravo. Thank you very much for that. We are almost going live to Kwea because the debate is almost starting. But before then, what do we expect at the end of all this? Do we expect that after the debate, some of some of these parties that are presenting running mates are going to jump up in terms of polling and all that, or we expect things to remain the same way now that we are only 3 weeks or so into the general elections?
I don't think that after this debate that things are going to remain the same. Of course, this is one the presidential debate, the deputy presidential debate is part of expressing the Kenyan democracy, and at this point it is you to speak to the Kenyan people. We're taking a scenario if any of the deputy presidential candidates flops in that particular debate. What message does it send to the Kenyan people? What does it make of their quest to lead this country? So this is a very critical moment, and I don't think there is any party that has taken the presidential debates and the deputy presidential debates lightly in regards to what is expected to happen. Despite not having what will be asked, I think they have prepared themselves, because at this point is where the Kenyan people will judge you. You can now imagine how many people are waiting to hear what will be said today. And if you flop in this particular debate, then it will have a very big impact in your presidential candidate. Remember, this also deputy presidential debate is setting the pace for the presidential debate. So if a deputy president candidate fails to deliver, then most likely it will have an impact to the presidential candidate. And if it happens that way, then you can be sure how negative that is for that particular party.
Do you agree with some that scores are going to be even here as far as the debate are concerned?
I do agree with what he's saying. Remember, Kirosi, when he started, I said today's debate is just like paper one, or what we had in high school. So say, for example, you score 15 in paper one, even if you outperform in your paper two, your paper one marks will still drag you down. So I think it is very critical, because Kenyans are glued on their screens, ready to hear and ready to see the personality. You see, it's not only about what agendas you have for the country, it's also about who you are as a person, how you respond when you are faced with tough questions, because then that will reflect on your leadership. How will you govern other leaders in Kenya as well when faced with tough times? Yeah, so it is very critical, and yes, people are going to be swayed. Of course, not a big percentage, because already right now Kenyans have already made their decision. So people are going to be swayed. This is what I believe. A few percentage of Kenyans might change their mind from who they're supporting.
But remember, we have a percentage, a big one actually, who are undecided yet.
Yeah.
Do you think this is an opportunity to take advantage of their undecided lot?
Definitely. This could also help the candidates to take advantage of the undecided voters, from how you will articulate your points, from how you will show that you are ready to take charge of the nation and of such a position. Then definitely you're able to influence the mind of a voter who is not yet decided on who they want to vote for. So this is indeed a big opportunity. Yeah.
This is a big opportunity, of course, to take advantage of the undecided voters. But again, you said if one flops, then it affects the presidential candidate. We know the presidential candidate, presidential running mate the presidential candidate debates coming up next week. Do you think this is a pace setter? And even the presidential candidates themselves, wherever they are seated tonight, they will be, not so comfy on their seats, waiting to make sure that their running mates are on point in terms of, their articulation of issues and points, and the way they are going to answer the questions that are going to be thrown to them. Of course, the questions, we don't know about them. We are told that they are not even communicated to their communication teams. So these are questions that are going to come up. Do you think that the presidential candidates are not going to sit easy tonight?
Definitely, yeah, because they'll also be looking forward to how their deputy, presidential candidates are going to respond to issues as well. What the deputy president, sets as the agenda must align to what the president will set in his or her debate, because the deputy president cannot speak a different thing, and then the presidential candidate comes to speak a different thing. So that's why I mentioned about the deputy presidential candidate flopping, then having an impact to the presidential candidate. But as well, as I also want to mention, despite the Kenya Kwanza coalition coming out strongly to say that we will not attend this interview, media, bias and all that, I think they were behind the scenes preparing adequately, because this is an opportunity that presents you with the only chance to speak to Kenyans and articulate your issues direct to them. So for Kenya Kwanza to say that they will not come to the interview, I think that was
a mind game.
Just a mind game, to lower expectations on what you expect from them. But what coming out with what we expect tonight, then you will see these are people that were prepared, because I don't think any serious presidential candidate would just decide that they are not going to show up in a national presidential, deputy presidential debate.
What do you expect for you to see from this interview that you did not like about the previous one of the Nairobi gubernatorial seat that happened a week ago?
I think for me, I want to see preparedness. Because I think when we look at the first year of the gubernatorial candidates who were there from, I believe, 5 to 7, a lot of them were not able to answer the questions directly. They were not able to give the answers that Kenyans want to hear. They didn't know facts about Nairobi, a county they want to govern, and the capital city of Kenya. And for me, I say that they were not prepared. I think that is how I can put it. So for me, whether you are in the first year or the second year, whether you are in Agano or Azimio, I believe you should be prepared by now, because this was communicated earlier. And even if there was no debate, I mean, you'd prepare for the position that you want, because this is like an interview, it's like you're seeking employment from Kenyans. You wouldn't go to an interview unprepared, not knowing the company that you want to work for. So for me, I want to see preparedness in terms of how they will answer the questions, in terms of how they'll present themselves, and everything that will happen in the debate.
What about timekeeping?
Definitely timekeeping is key. Talking about I know Johnson Sakaja last week, I think that was very ungiven of him. I'd say quote unquote rude to Kenyans, because this is precious time that they're giving you. If you want to appear on time, because I think that also reflects on the kind of leader you will be. And if you're not able to make it on time, because we have also been late to other places due to traffic or any other reason, apologize. I think it is good to apologize and state why you are late, at least, yeah.
And also, we're also looking forward to see if they're going to articulate the real issues. That is what we expect of debates. Many people are looking forward to the fierce rivalry between Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. But what we expect at the end of the day is what both candidates, deputy presidential candidates, will be able to articulate and respond in regards to the real issues. Of course, the fights will not lack in that particular debate in regards to the exchanges. But at the bottom line, we are expecting to hear what they have for the real issues. And as well, for the moderators, we're also waiting to see whether they will tackle the real issues that facing the Kenyan people,
Right.
put the leaders into task with what Kenyans want to hear, despite them, the confrontation that we also most likely would happen or will happen. But at the end of the day, we also want to see what they will have to say and what the moderators will have to put out for the candidates to respond expansively in regards to the real issues that are affecting the Kenyan people and the significant issues that are shaping the August polls. Of course, there is so much to talk about economy. We're looking forward to see how they respond to that. The Kenyan people feel overstretched to the economic situation right now. So how are they going to respond to that? It's not a light issue, because you cannot just stand and say that I'm going to revive the Kenyan economy. There is a way that you have to convince the Kenyan people. That is one. The people have been talking about the health sector, the education sector. Those are some of the issues that we are looking forward to see if the deputy presidential candidates will articulate accurately on what they are supposed to do. So many factors are, are being considered in the deputy presidential debate. And as I said, what they respond and how well they answer the question determines how well we will have a presidential debate come next week.
What are some of the issues that you think are going to stand out from this debate? Because we know a lot of debt, debt questions might come up, talk about, corruption issues, and all questions regarding governance are actually going to pop up in this debate. What else do you expect that is going to stand out?
I think for me, you've first of all mentioned what was in my head, the Kenyan debt, which of course in turn has an effect on the economy. And currently I think the mwananchi amefinyiliwa sana. And today, or rather yesterday as well as today, what a lot of Kenyans have been talking about is the price reduction of the unga, the maize flour, and such good news to Kenyans. And you could see how excited they are, because this is such a relief, of course, representing how Kenyans have been pushed to the wall because of the very tough economic times, looking at high prices in the country, fuel, food, of course, which affects everything else. So for me, it's the Kenya debt, economy, and the very key issue that we have been talking about over and over again of corruption. I think for me, tell us how you are going to deal with this issue, and tell us how you are going to deal with, accountability with the public funds, as well as the taxes that Kenya pay. Yeah.
These are some of the issues that we expect to turn up. What do you expect to hear from the running mates tonight? Of course, but we expect much more even as they arrive, because I'm told that already Justina Wamai is already in the building. We're waiting to see if Ruth has arrived, and of course we know that later, because the first year we ran from 5 p.m. was supposed to run from 5 p.m. but they are yet to start, and of course to 7 p.m. Then from there we're going to take on the first year. This is Rigathi Gachagua, and of course pitted against Mother Karua of Azimio la Umoja. We expect this to happen, and of course whenever it begins, we are going to take you live to the Catholic University of East Africa, where this debate is taking place. But before then, what is going to happen if the first year performed better than the second year, if we may say that? Because it happens, because people now are really anticipating to see what is going to happen between Mother Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. But what if Justina Wamai and Ruth Mucheru stand out?
I think that is one factor, or rather one issue that we are looking forward to. Because for me, I believe, or rather I see it at this perspective, that the isolation from the top tier means that they're giving them the platform to openly articulate their issues in a way that relates, the focus of the Kenyan people to remain on them. For instance, if the two of them are to be pitted with Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua, the focus would be more on the top tier. But now, Kenyans have the opportunity to listen to both sides. So they are able to know who has a better idea for the Kenyan people against who. For instance, if the second tier performs better than the first tier, then also that sends a perspective to the Kenyan people, and they'll also be able to, you know, to interrogate what they really want from these candidates. Even though it may not make a huge impact in their quest to lead this country, I think it will create an environment for even the top tier presidential candidate and also the deputy presidential candidate to also be able to grasp some of the issues that, you know, face the Kenyan people. For instance, if the Ruth party deputy presidential candidate articulate issues that you know, relate well with the Kenyan people, I don't see the reason why the top tier, you know, deputy presidential candidates would not pick their ideas as well. Yeah,
I'm told there is a communique coming from Queer about issues, but I'm told that it's already done, but we're going to take you there. Whenever an issue rises that we think that you should know, even as we build up to the debate itself, we are going to let you know. I want to look at your comments again on YouTube. There is this called the Caltech Systems. Bravo, Cat TV. You're doing a good job. Keep it up. Thank you very much. But what I'm interested to know is, what do you expect from the debate? Even as you congratulate us, kindly let us know what you expect. Some of the questions that you or some of the issues that you feel that should be tackled by these 4 running mates, let us know kindly. But again, let's talk about the issue that currently affect Mwananchi. You know, yesterday the government you know, came out with I would call it is it you know, you know, a long waited for action of help from the government, of intervention from the government, when they say that they are going to subsidize the bay of unga, because we know unga is an issue in this country right now. And today the issue is not yet solved, because we know that there was supposed to be negotiations between the Ministry of Agriculture and the millers, but the negotiations have not yet hit the mark that we say now the unga is 100 bob. This is an issue that is affecting Mwananchi. Do you think that this is an issue that is going to come up and come up explicitly in the debate today, and how do you expect them to tackle?
Well, I think, okay, do I expect it to come up? Yes, I do expect it to come up.
You know, the cost of living, of course.
The cost of living, as well as how the government is handling this situation. Because as you've put it, it announced the price of maize flour is going to reduce, but currently it hasn't. And this is not only affecting the millers, but as well as entrepreneurs, shopkeepers, and because they had already bought this flour at a certain price. And with the announcement, Kenyans automatically expect that when they go to the shop, now that is the price they will buy the flour with. But you see, of course, there's a lot in the middle that has to happen to ensure that no one loses. Because if immediately Kenyans are to buy the flour, let me say unga, with 100 shilling, of course, then the entrepreneur, the millers are going to feel the pinch, because they're going to encounter
on that higher price.
Yes, so they're going to encounter a loss. I think for me, this issue being brought up will be an issue of exactly how government is planning on solving certain challenges or problems that arise in a way that doesn't affect anyone, you know, that looks at everyone and ensures that the Mwananchi, yes, will be reprieved, but as well as everyone else involved, including the middlemen. Yeah.
The cost of living has become a campaign tool for all the camps, you know, not only Azimio, not Kenya Kwanza, but even Agano party and the Ruth party. They've come out and said, in the first 100 days in office, I'll bring down the cost of living. This is an issue that is really at the heart of the Kenyans right now. And do you think that this is an issue that is going to come up, and how is it going to distinguish, you know, as you said, the beans from the maize in this debate?
I think that is one of the biggest areas that we expect to come out. There's nobody, or rather anyone, who can run away from that. And that is what will come out clearly, as we've seen also come out in different debates. The economy factor, the cost of living.
Sambo, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you again, because I'm told they are almost ready, because our colleague Nimrod Tabu is with the first two, of course, Justina Wamai, and of course Ruth Mucheru in the waiting lobby before they proceed to the debating arena.
Rasmi. Asanteni sana na natakia kila laheri. Asante.
All right, asante sana Nimrod Tabu. That's Nimrod Tabu during the balloting process. Now that's an important process, because now we know Justina Wamai of the Roots Party is taken number 1 and Ruth Mutua is number 2. What that means is Justina will be the first one to make her opening remarks and also the first one to make her closing remarks. That's the reason why the balloting process is important, so that we align on who goes first, right? Yeah, you're finishing your thoughts on recommendations of dealing with corruption.
How to deal with this monster of corruption. Number 1 is implement the law, because there are provisions. We need transparency. We need...
the balloting has already happened between Justina Wamai and Ruth Mucheru. We know that Justina Wamai is going to enter the debating arena first. Followed by Ruth Mucheru. Of course, there are only 2. So if number 1 is Justina Wamai, number 2 definitely is Ruth Mucheru. And these numbers have also an impact when it comes to debating. Because when you are given the first priority to, the butterflies, the shivers and all that, when entering the stage, and given number 2, even in questioning, it means that you are going to be asked the questions first. Yeah.
That is also a factor. We saw what happened with the Nairobi
gubernatorial
debate. Sakaja coming in late, and then later on being argued that was a political tactic, of course, to let your competitor take the stage first, and when you come in, you steal the show. We understand that the debate began without Sakaja coming, so when he came in, of course, he created that perception that we wanted to wait for you, because somehow creates a perception that you are more important than whoever arrived before. But this one, I think it's not more of an impact, because the real issue is how they are going to debate, whether you come in first or you come in last. The only factor that I think we'll have in that regard, maybe the second debate of the top tier, whoever comes first or second, then maybe there will be that advantage. But for these 2, I don't think there will be any advantage, because both of them are already at the venue at the same time. They will get into the debate in that order. So for them, I think it is how they are going to articulate their issues. For whoever comes in first or last, I don't think that will have a very huge impact in what they will have to say.
Faith Kaulu, you've been involved in the debates, I know, even in school, and the impact of being asked the question first, and you have your opposer or your opponent waiting to see how you respond, how you feel, even the character, that the personality and the temperament at that time. How does it affect your delivery in a debating arena?
Okay, I think first of all, there isn't much of a big difference. However, there is an upper hand, I believe, for the second person. Because let's say the first person has been faced with a very tough question and they struggle to answer it. The second person has had time to recollect their thoughts. They've been able to listen in to how the first person has answered their question, and they're able to know what to avoid and how to answer in order to come out as the best candidate. So yes, there is a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to having enough time to even internalize the question, rearrange your thoughts, think of how better to express yourself. But it isn't that big of a margin. Yes.
I think to add on that, in the biggest scenario will be like, are you prepared or not prepared? Because these are debate that is going to lay naked your unpreparedness. Regardless of the question that is being asked, you have to understand the fact that the moderators of that particular debate cannot, or rather will not, ask questions outside the political landscape of what we expect on the August polls. Of course, it is about the leadership of the country. So how well are you prepared to answer those questions? So regardless of the question that comes, if you're prepared, then you are going to give the right answers and responses. If you're not prepared, then your unpreparedness will lay naked in the Kenyan people, because there is no shortcut about this. Let's just be frank and speak it honestly. There will be no shortcut.
It's all about
if a question is posed on you, then you have to respond. But again, that's why I talked about flopping. If you flop, then your competitor has an advantage because you have flopped. They'll have to pick it in that regard. And that is where now the rivalry now comes in. That you see, she cannot even answer a simple question such as this. So is this the person that you're going to elect? So what perception is that sending to the Kenyan people? So I think unpreparedness will just lay naked in what we expect in the next few hours.
And Vincent, just briefly to agree with Sambu, just briefly to agree with Sambu on what he's saying about preparedness. Indeed, it is key, because if the first person receives the question and they answer it very well, then no one will listen to you as a second person in what you have to say. So yes, as a first person, if you are prepared, it doesn't matter whether you receive the question first or second. If you're first, if you answer it well, how Kenyans want to hear, if you indeed show or portray that you know well the problems that Kenyans are facing, trust you me, then you've won it. Yeah.
I want us to take a short break because we anticipated that this debate will be running as from 5 p.m. but it seems to be running late. But again, it gives us more time to talk about the issues that we expect to be coming up. I want us to take a short break, but when we come back, we are going to look at the timing, because we know it's around a minute or two that is given to each debater or each running mate for that matter to have or to respond to the question asked by the moderators. Is it good enough? Is it time enough to respond to an issue? We are going to delve deeply into that. But before that, we take a short break. Continue to engage with us on our social media pages, CAC TV Kenya on Facebook, CAC TV _KE on Twitter and Instagram, and of course on our SMS number just under or down you know, the lower part of your screen in the lower thirds. And of course, you're going to have an opportunity and look at these responses that you sent to us. So don't go away. We are coming back, and we hope when we come back, the people and you know, everything will be ready at Square so that we take you there directly. But keep it CAC TV.
Thika Motor Dealers, the #1 dealer for Isuzu brand motor vehicles, in conjunction with Family Bank, now have a mouth-watering deal for PCEA churches and their sponsored schools. Thika Motor Dealers are now offering up to 100% financing for buses ranging from the 25-seater, 33-seater, 46-seater, and 67-seater. For more information, visit TMD dealer shops in Thika, Ruaka, Karatina, Athi River, and Machakos, or even call us on 0800 720 797.
Thika Motor Dealers, your trusted logistics partner.
PCEA Ongata Booth Girls High School of Excellence is a modern private girls boarding school offering the 844 curriculum. Our vision is to provide an education that focuses on the holistic growth and development of each learner who will be readily admitted to world-class institutions of higher learning, graduating into exceptional students of integrity.
Our school will not only offer academics, but we also have extracurricular activities. For example, we have swimming pool, and it's not only a swimming pool, but it is an Olympic standard swimming pool whereby our students are able to feed their mind and build their mind.
We take care of our girls spiritually. We have a church just across here where they worship every
Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Nairobi. My name is Francis Gachuri of Citizen TV and Inoro TV.
Na jina langu ni Zubeida Kome kutoka kituo cha KTN News. Karibuni popote pale mnapotupokea katika mjadala huu kati ya wagombeaji wenza wa kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi ujao wa mwezi Agosti.
This is the first of two debates involving running mates of the four candidates cleared to run for president. In this debate, we are hosting Ruth Mucheru, the deputy presidential candidate for the Agano Party, and Justina Wamboe-Wamai, the deputy presidential candidate for the Roots Party.
Na kulingana na maelekezo yanayothibiti hafla hii, wagombeaji wenza wa urais wana muda wa dakika 90 za malumbano kati yao wenyewe, malumbano ambayo pia yataelekezwa na maswali kutoka kwangu Zubeida na mwenzangu Francis Gachuri. Maswali ni yetu wenyewe na hayajajadiliwa kati yetu na yeyote yule ndani au nje ya kampeni husika.
And indeed, our questions are clustered into 6 segments, each running for 15 minutes. As per our debate rules, each candidate has 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have carefully been selected through a thorough assessment of sentiments over Kenyans across the country.
Na maelekezo yetu pia yanashauri na kuwataka wagombeaji wote kuendeleza mjadala huu kwa lugha, nia na njia zinazohifadhi heshima kati yao, kati yetu hapa na hata kwa watazamaji wanaofuatilia matangazo haya mbashara. Hii ina maana kwamba lugha isiyofaa, ikiwa ni pamoja na maneno yanayoweza kupewa tafsiri ya matusi, hayataruhusiwa kwenye mjadala huu.
The same responsibility shared by the audience seated here in the auditorium. Debate rules do not permit any cheers or jeers, except now, when we turn our attention to the debate platform to welcome the deputy presidential candidates, Justina Wamai and Ruth Mucheru.
Naam, kulingana na kura ambayo imepigwa awali kuambatana na wanaowania wakiwa wagombea wenza kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha urais kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao, Justina Wamboe-Wamai wa Roots Party ndiye amepata nambari ya kwanza, kumaanisha kwamba ndiye atazungumza akiwa wa kwanza, na vile vile tuko naye Ruth Mucheru wa chama cha Agano. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
Welcome, ladies, and for purposes of this discussion, allow me to refer to you as Madam Justina and Madam Ruth. Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me start with you, Madam Justina. You have 2 minutes to tell us why do you want to be Deputy President in the Republic of Kenya?
Thank you very much, Kashori and Zubeida, and thank you everyone who is here. We appreciate. Justina Wamai is emotionally intelligent, she's vibrant, she's someone who looks into the future. And given the fact that I was born in Kibera and I am where I am today, I feel I've achieved, which is encouragement to anyone at home. In 2013 and 2017, I must say I was a consumer of this production. I was at home watching, but today I'm part of the production. So I feel very humbled, and given that I understand the role of a DP, that you deputize the president in all execution of his duties, I am ready for it. My educational background in procurement, having a master's in procurement, links with the public service. We are out to run an efficient government, a government that looks into how we are managing our money. So that gives me the upper hand. And again, being 35 years a youth, I can resonate with the challenges the youth are facing. Besides, I had ran for Mavoko in 2017, member of National Assembly. And many people were asking why the member of National Assembly. My drive then was to go into National Assembly and formulate and sponsor bills that are youth responsive. So when I speak here, I know the plight of the youth, I know the plight of the women, and my focus is telling the Kenyans the truth, that it is not easy, but we are going to make it. The future is beautiful for Kenya, and that is what Roots Party stands for.
Naam, shukran sana Bi Justina. Bi Ruth, una muda wa dakika 2 kuanzia sasa kutueleza mbona unatosha kuwa makamu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Asante sana Zubeda. Nashukuru the media council that you have given us the chance to sell our manifesto and tell the Kenyans what we have for you. I am Ruth Wamboi Mucheru. I am a daughter. I am a wife to one, Mr. Mutua. I am a mother, and I'm here before you to tell you what Agano is coming to change, and the required change that all Kenyans have been waiting for. And to ensure that whatever you desire and whatever you want to achieve, Agano gives you. And what our policy is that we bring the money back. Agano inarudisha pesa ya Wakenya.
Welcome. And once more, Madam Justina, the role of Deputy President is outlined in the Constitution. Yes. Do you understand that role well? And how would you utilize it if elected Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, together with your presidential candidate in the August 9th general election?
In the Constitution, the role of Deputy President is outlined in Article 147. The first sub-article says that you're to deputize the President and in the execution of his duties. I understand this because currently we're having challenges, and maybe it's because of the aspect that politics in this country has taken. Politics is about numbers, they say. Politics is about tribal inclination and who has the tyranny of numbers. But our idea as Roots Party is that every Kenyan is having the challenge of unemployment, high cost of living. So we are here to speak to an individual Kenyan, devoid of tribe. And when I stand here, how am I going to execute? My work is not to start fighting my boss and telling him, I brought this in, I am better than you in this. No, my role is to support the Roots Party manifesto, which, by the way, it focuses on economic upswing, which we shall discuss, and legalizing and regulation of marijuana, which we shall also discuss in length. So I understand my role well, and for me, I do know that there's a president who is the supreme, and then I come in as a support system.
Madam Ruth, similar 2 minutes to respond to this question. Your understanding of the role of Deputy President, yes, and how would you execute that function of Deputy President if elected in about 20 days?
We know that Deputy President is the second highest political seat. So my business is to assist the President. My business is to sit in while the President goes out on duty. My business is to ensure that this country runs as long as the President has given me the mandate to do so. So Kenyans will not have the gap. And for me to have been picked as the lady of Agano Party, I am coming in to bring a balance. I am coming in to bring a change and decision-making on the woman level and the youth level.
Bado una kidogo, samahani, una dakika moja unusu, bado na dakika 20, sekunde 20, bado una la kuongeza au umekamilisha?
Makamu wa rais huwa anasaidia rais mwenyewe, huwa anasaidia kutekeleza majibu ile, the work that has been given to her in the presidential aspect. So my business is to assist. My business is to play the part of assisting and implementing what the captain and the 5th Mwaure David has stipulated.
Na hapo basi ndio nitaingia. Justina amesema kazi ya makamu wa rais ni kusaidia. Je, mnakuja kusaidia tu? Mna mawazo? Ni watu ambao mnaweza kushauri, au umechaguliwa kwa sababu nyinyi ni wanawake? Wewe binafsi umechaguliwa kwa sababu wewe ni mwanamke, au ni kwa sababu una uwezo?
Kwanza hilo swali la kuwa wanawake, Ruth and I are assuring Kenyans, hakuna catfight hapa, si ndio?
Hakuna.
We are going to share and execute what Roots Party requires. We are just not only supporting. The Deputy President has a role in giving their voice. And my role there is to amplify the youth voice, to amplify the women voice, because as it is where we are, I am happy because in leadership we have women in leadership, but we need more. So our role is to put in that the women also can add value. We are here to represent, or I'm here to represent the Kenyan woman in the kitchen who knows the high cost of cooking oil. It's affecting her. I'm here to represent the women who fuel their own cars. I'm here to represent the stay-at-home women who, when you tell your husband to give you money, he starts thinking you're not spending the money well. Yet it is the economy that has deteriorated. There's so much inflation. So it is not just to support. That is part of it. Part of it is to amplify our agenda as women, who we have been left behind for a very long time in this development agenda. So kusupport na kuweka sauti zetu kama mimi, kama wanawake na kama vijana.
Madam Ruth, what is your voice then? What, arguably in the political sphere, somebody would ask you, what do you bring to the table? So what do you bring to the table in terms of capacity, in terms of the understanding of this role, in terms of your ability to execute the functions of Deputy President, if Kenyans give you the nod in about 20 days in this election?
Okay, what I'm bringing in, one is the difference in leadership, that now, for the first time, to make history, is that we will have a lady Deputy President. That for me is a key factor. I am coming in with intelligence, with my intelligence. I am coming in corruption-free. I'm coming in as a trustworthy person. I'm coming in to bring the development agenda that has been left out of the woman and the youth.
Na Bi Justina, inakutia wasiwasi kwamba kwa upande mmoja mnaonekana ni kama kidogo kama Ruth Party, mnakuja kukiuka maadili. Unaogopa kwamba hiyo inamweka kidedea Bi Ruth katika kinyang'anyiro hiki, kwamba unaonekana nyinyi mnakuja kuharibu, yeye inamweka kidedea katika kuvutia kura zaidi? Inakutia wasiwasi?
Sina wasiwasi, kwa sababu Wakenya mahali wamefika. Mkenya amefinyika because uchumi umezorota. Idea zetu ni za kusaidia Wakenya. Kwa hivyo sina uoga wowote, niko hapa nitajibu maswali yote, because my role nilipoingia nilisema ni kudestigmatize manifesto ya Ruth Party. Hata Ruth kabla anipige tukue na malumbano, ningependa asikize vizuri, ndio akiniuliza swali be from a point of her understanding. Kwa hivyo sina uoga wowote.
Na unaposema, nikupe dakika nyingine moja, unaposema hauna uoga wowote, awali nimesikia ukizungumza kuhusu tyranny of numbers. Nyinyi wawili yaonekana ni wageni katika ulingo wa siasa. Hauoni kana kwamba kuwa wageni kule kuna wapa ile disadvantage mkilinganisha na wale ambao pia wanagombea wadhifa huu wa kuwa naibu rais? Nyinyi ni wageni kwenye ulingo wa siasa.
Ndio, naweza kuwa mimi ni mgeni, lakini mgeni huja na heri njema. Miaka 30 tunaobishana nao wamekuwa kwenye siasa. Tyranny of numbers imetumika kila saa kusema watu wetu. Lakini kama iko sahi, ni kila Mkenya awaze ajiulize, hawa viongozi ama hii serikali inanifaidi aje kibinafsi? Kwa hivyo mimi na Ruth Party tunaleta mind shift, change of mindset. Mkenya akuwe selfish kivyake, aseme ingawaje kabila langu liko uongozini sijasaidika, lakini hawa hata kama sio kabila langu wako na agenda na wanataka kupeleka Kenya mbele. So I'm not scared in any way.
Anakutisha Ruth? Anakutisha Justina?
Not at all, not at all. Tuko hapa kuleta mabadiliko ile Wakenya wanatarajia. So we are coming in to bring the change. Hii ni uongozi mpya. We are not frightened with the fact that there is tyranny of numbers. Those are numbers. But the actual fact is Wakenya wamechoka. Tumekuja kuleta mabadiliko ile wamekuwa wakingojea.
Madam Ruth, 30 more seconds. Where are those numbers? Unasema you also have your numbers. Where are those numbers?
The numbers are there, Francis. You know, as the fifth Mwaure Wahiga said, some of these research institutes have been sponsored. So what they are doing to us and the Kenyans is reverse psychology. So that means they're trying to say there is the tyranny of numbers has an upper hand. Lakini ninataka kueleza kuna mabadiliko na agano iko site, watu wakate simu.
Na vile Bi Justina,
yes.
Tunapoangalia katika uongozi na katika nafasi ambayo mmesema kwamba mnaielewa vyema ya makamu wa rais, tuseme kwa mfano kesho mgombea urais kwa tiketi ya Ruth Party awe kwamba hawezi kuongoza, tuseme umechaguliwa, nini ambacho kinakupa hiyo motisha au uweze kuwa na ule ushawishi wa kuwa kwamba unaweza kuongoza kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya? Kweli unatosha kuongoza kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya?
Zubeida, ukiangalia leadership iko na two aspects, the hard and the soft. The hard ni what you have been doing, legislations and regulations. But the soft is you talk to the hearts and minds of Kenyans. Hearts of minds of Kenyans inasema 5.5 million of Kenyans are unemployed. 1.2 million of Kenyans live below the poverty line of 220 shillings daily. That is what Kenyans are speaking about. Na hiyo ndio inanipatia courage, nasema ingawaje labda amwezi jizungumzia, mimi najitoa na nazungumzia. That is the truth of the matter, that Kenyans are struggling. Pia niko hapa, I'm representing the many parents who take loans to educate their children. Unajua wazazi wetu wakati walikuwa wanaona ati wao wakichukuliwa kazi ilikuwa after form 4 wanaenda kazi kwenye benki. But now our time, mzazi hiyo time akaona labda degree ndio itasaidia mtoto wangu apate kazi. Unfortunately, hakuna kazi, wazazi wamejekelea loans. Kwa hivyo mimi nazungumzia wazazi wetu, nazungumzia ule youth hana kazi, nazungumzia mpaka wale watu ambao in 1998 kulikuwa na bomb blast. Our Kenya wengi, over 3,000 were never compensated. And this comes to the respect. Unajua wenye walilipwa ni watu wa American Embassy and the Tanzanians and those Americans who are victims. But Kenyans were not compensated. In my thinking, mtazamo wangu ni kwamba hawakulipwa kwa sababu Kenya haipewi heshima. Utapewaje heshima na una pesa? Angalia Middle East. Wakenya wanaenda kutafuta greener pastures, wanatesekea huko. Many a times people ask ati ambassador anafanya nini? Lakini niulize, ambassador na pesa ya mafuta. Sisi hatuna, ni madeni tumejaza tele. Atawezaje kusimama na huyu mwingine? So our idea na Kenya kinanisukuma ni kwamba tunataka Kenya ipewe heshima, and we want when we talk, venye mzungu alisema put your money where your mouth is, tuweze kuongea juu tuko na nguvu.
Madam Justina, 1 minute. There's something that has come up about sponsorship. Are you being sponsored by anybody, your ticket to run for this presidential race?
No, we are not being sponsored. And this is a question I'm posing. Where should we have the best ideas than the sponsoree, if that's the question? Our idea is unique, we are fresh, we are new, we are not being sponsored. The challenge we are facing is that when we say that this one is doing well, people say we are being sponsored by the other. When we say we anafanya vizuri, tunasema si hivyo. But the politics you are pushing right now is that politics you are doing. Politics is about amplifying the voices of Kenyans, giving different interest groups their voices. Na mwenye anashinda tunampa heshima. So we are not being sponsored by anybody. We are here mpaka mwisho.
Ruth, where do you get the impression that they are being sponsored by anyone?
Clearly, wanakatata kutupatia even our own marks. In school, even the student who has 0 wanarudishiwa karatasi yake na scorecard. Lakini sasa our research institutes wamekuwa sponsored, wanatoa huyu mtoto mmoja, which I seriously think that ni kupunguza, wanapunguza namba zetu. Probably we could be a threat because Kenyans are tired. They want new leadership.
Na haswa iwapo hampati ufadhili au msukumo kutoka kwa mtu yeyote, haswa nani anafadhili kampeni zenu kama Roots Party?
Our mode of campaign ni kama ile ilitumika na PM wa India, Modi. Wakenya wamechoka in a way, they tell us come to Nakuru. Tunawaambia hatuna pesa. Someone tells you end of fuel kwa petrol station yangu, ama wanajiunga wenye petrol station, fuel there. Mwingine lala in my hotel, I'll give you food. Bora mkuje Nakuru muongeleshe watu. That is our mode of campaign. And by the way, hakuna pesa si tumeibia Mkenya. And that is what hiyo kasumba tunataka kubadilisha. Kenyans, I blame you for poor leadership. Because kila sasa ya siasa watu wanasemanga kameiva tunakafunga, because mwanasiasa akikuja you want to be given something. Hiyo ndio ina motivate wanasiasa kuiba, wakiingia ndani they recoup, there's return on investment. Haizi ekelea pesa yake hapo alafu afikiria ati unakula freely. No wonder we have bad leadership. Kwa hivyo wewe Mkenya ukiona watu wanakuja campaign, usituchukie juu hatuna kitu. Sisi tuko na idea ya kupeleka Kenya mbele. In the next 5 years tukiwa kwenye kiti, mtakuwa mnatupatia pesa ya campaign.
Na labda ni kuongeza dakika moja, je, Roots Party inakuja kuharibu kura ya vijana na kuharibu vijana?
Naweza sema nobody owns anyone's vote. Our role hapa ni kuambia wa Kenya that there is alternative. Si kila siku hiyo 30 years mmeambiwa ati tunafanya hivi. No, ours is to give alternative. No one owns any vote. Na Mkenya usiogope kupigia Roots Party kura ati because wewe ni wanani. And there's also another question. Kenyans are saying you should have started earlier. Let me say this. Official campaign period began on May 29th, 2022. So hakuna mapema tungekuja because we follow the law. Number 2, we have not yet gone into election. So you can vote for Roots Party, usiogope ati jueni wa mtu mwingine. And finally, wa Kenya, kuambiwa that you're owned by someone is negating on our gains on democracy. This debate here has to achieve the purpose. The purpose is to convert the many Kenyans who we never find during the campaign trail, lakini wako kazini. So musikize na tuendelee pamoja.
Bi Ruth, labda kuambatanisha na hilo, mmeonekana kutoridhika sana na yale ambayo yanaendeshwa na Roots Party. Mna wasiwasi eti kwamba wanakuja kuharibu vijana, kwa nini?
Tuseme ukweli. Marijuana, bangi, we say it is illegal. Sasa hii sera wanakuja kuuza, tunangoja kusikia venye wataweza kutuzia sisi wenyewe, and already it is an illegal substance. So how do we work around such manifestos? So maybe Justina will let us know further how far they can go with marijuana. I will give an example of kijana moja alikuwa nafanya kazi some place that I lived back then. Alikuwa nafieka nyasi at 11 p.m. Na nikenda nikamuuliza, so I asked him the following morning because I had the noise from outside. Nikamuuliza what happened. Okay, I had heard the history that anavuta bangi. So I asked him in the morning, kwa nini ulikuwa unafieka nyasi saa 5 za usiku? Akaniambia, madam, nilikuwa napunguza kazi ya leo. So realistically, kama unapunguza kazi ya leo kufieka nyasi 11 p.m., I think kuna shida na tunaweza kuwa tunaelekea in the wrong direction.
Madam Justina, now you seem eager to say something about that?
Yeah, I'm happy Ruth is very respectful and she wants to listen to our manifesto. Let me say this. Our idea in Kenyans, I want us to be very conscious and, open up your minds. And before I explain, let me give you a quote by a guy called Ralph Waldo. He said, in every generation, there are map makers who see opportunities, seize the opportunity, and open man's vision to the future. That is the direction Roots Party is taking. Now, marijuana, it's true, it's unfortunate. By the way, it's true, many people get that I have seen. I cannot say that they are not there. But remember, most people have mental challenges because of one, unemployment, cost of high living, that brings about depression. Halafu unaona watu wanapigana kwa malumbano. So high cost of living can account for the madness in this country. Actually, in Mathare, or rather the statistics in Kenya, 3 million of Kenyans suffer mental challenges. Why is it so? And yet marijuana is illegal. But let me say this, the marijuana we are advocating for. I'm happy that Kenyans have all gone through a science class in primary, a biology class in high school. There's something called species or cousins of plants. The marijuana is a plant, yes.
No.
Muda
umekwisha, lakini nitakuongezea sekunde 30 kabla nirudi kwake Ruth. Wewe binafsi umewahi vuta bangi?
Sijawahi na sitawahi. Sijawahi na sitawahi.
Hujawahi na hautawahi.
Zubeida usikize hapa.
Kidogo niulize swali kisha utanijibu na nitakupa dakika 2 kuweza kueleza. Hujawahi kuvuta bangi na hautawahi kuvuta bangi.
Ile tutavuta ni ya ku purify.
Na mbona mruhusu vijana na mbona mhubiri kitu ambacho wewe binafsi haukiamini? Mbona uhubiri mvinyo ilhali wewe unakunywa maji?
Haya, tulia Zubeida usikie mambo. Now, Kenyans, like I said, we are here to open up your vision to the future. There are 2 species of marijuana, or they are cousins, let me say that. Cousin moja anaitwa THC, which has the psychoactive ingredient. That is the cannabis sativa that you hear all the time, imeshikwa na watu wa DCI. But sisi focus yetu ni CBD, or cannabis. That one gives you industrial hemp. So when you go hata venye professor anasema itapandwa kwa expressway and you pick a leaf and chew, it's only going to give a detox, let me tell you. And saiji watu wako na simu zao. Can you Google hemp seed sales in Kenya? Those products are in sale because zinakupatia immunity, zinakupatia omega 3. Unaona, it boosts your immunity. Those products are on sale and they do not have the psychoactive ingredient yenye inafanya watu wana lose focus. That is the bangi we are advocating for. And industrial hemp is used in 9 sectors, namely textile, construction, magari, makeup. Unaona makeup tumejipaka. The options, food and beverage, the options are many. So we are not here. And let me tell you Kenyans, consumption ama kuvuta ni kitu kidogo sana.
Ruth, unamwamini?
Simuamini. Ya kwanza amesema ni ya kupurify. I don't know what we are purifying with bang. I don't know what part we are purifying. Kwa hivyo ningetaka aweze kutuelezea kama ni damu tunaosha, kwa sababu kama ina purify na ni dawa, si tuapishwe 10th alafu 11th hospitali zifungwe kwa sababu ni dawa. Let us hear, how does it purify? I would wish to know.
Nimjibu Ruth, purifying si ati detox, kuna difference. Nimesema purify si detox. Kwa hivyo una need dawa ndio. And most medicine is made out of marijuana. Those medicine for epilepsy, cerebral palsy, pains, easy pains, watu wanakuanga chronic pains. So medicine inatengenezwa from marijuana. So already you're consuming. But nimesema purification process. Purification process, angalia, purification process ni
we have a challenge in this country, mainly corruption. 2 billion is lost every day. We were told that. But you know, corruption stems from what? Scarcity mentality. There are no other options in this country to make money. So everyone wants to go into politics where the salaries are lucrative. So your scarcity mentality, unaingia, you amass for yourself. So we are going to be purifying the scarcity mentality and the bad impact of corruption, colonialism, tribalism. Hizo vitu ni spiritual, and we are going to purify them. Ndio ziishe kwa hii nchi. Ndio tukianza kazi, ile siku tutaapishwa, Kenya ikuwe safi, clean slate. So we are not smoking ati kufurahisha.
Justina, umesema how you don't take the substance. Na umesema that means we are all consumers of bank through medicinal,
yes.
The medicinal part of it. So that means then why are we having it legal in our constitution? So what is the reason why we have not legalized it from the beginning? That means kuna madhara ile wataalamu wanajua ndiposa hawajapitisha hapa kwetu Kenya.
Let me answer Ruth. Ukiangalia nakada ilipatiwa gazettement in 2001. The economic challenge at that time, we had a government, a new election was coming up in 2002. There was teacher strike, banker strikes, the economy was doing badly. So IMF told Kenya, come up with a law criminalizing marijuana. And you know IMF ni akina nani? China is there, France is there, UK is there, Canada is there, US is there, they have legalized. So for them waliona, our jinga Joanna do, let me use that word, we curtail their opportunities. Remember, we have arable land, plenty of land for this thing. So they curtailed our potential to invest in this so that they can give us loans on high interest. That was the idea. And when I say Kenya inastahili heshima, it's because we are disrespected juu hatuna pesa. So our idea, if they have legalized, yet they're the same ones who are coming here to tell us it's wrong, then I think we are still being colonized.
Aki Justina, mimi sija approve hiyo.
I don't expect
sija approve kwa sababu Jamaica would have been a first world country.
They are doing so well in terms of their economy. Their GDP is growing more than ours.
They are
doing well. Take a book.
Madam Justina, in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Marijuana is not just illegal in Kenya. It is also illegal in other countries.
Yes.
We've also seen situations in this country where certain people grow marijuana. Why have they not been rich if growing marijuana was such a lucrative business?
When you look at our neighbors, let's talk about Africa. Malawi has legalized for medicinal and it's restricted. Uganda is doing it, but it's the Israeli government who have come in to help them. As it is with their loan, Uganda was about to go the Sri Lanka way. So Uganda went to Israel, you know their land is rocky. So they came here and they were located in Uganda, 500,000 acres in terms of a bilateral agreement, and they are reaping returns from that. So the other countries, they have done it. Why not us? Why not us? Why should we not do it? That is my question. And like I said, our role is to open the vision, Kenyan's vision into the future. Marijuana is versatile. I said it is used in 9 sectors. Food, beverage, medicine, construction, textile, makeup, you know, easy fibers za gari. A headlight today, ukigongewa headlight yako, goes for 27,000 for those who own cars. But you know why? Because the demand is in Kenya, but the supply iko China. So of course the forces of demand are in place, na ndio maana inakuwa costly. And I'll say this, there is this governor of Minnesota, he was called Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura was in wrestling a while back. But why he was fighting for legalization of marijuana in Minnesota was because after 41 years of marriage, his wife suffered epilepsy. And he was pushing because when he took her to South Carolina, she got well. So the idea is do not control the supply, control the demand by making sure it's going into the 9 sectors that you have said and for export. That is our idea.
Madam Ruth, I can see disbelief all over your face.
I still do not agree to all this theory. Na ndiposa naambia wa Kenya, kateni simu, agano iko side. This is not practical. The law tells us clearly that it is illegal to have bang. So how else, na amesema, na yeye mwenyewe alisema ama amesema sahi, that they will smoke bang on the 10th. I'm looking for a happy mother. I am a mother.
Ruth,
I'm looking for a happy mother
CBD, that will,
no, I am looking, allow me to answer. I'm looking for a happy mother who will attest that mtoto wake amevuta bangi and they are okay. Yeye mwenyewe pia najua ni mama. Nataka kujua atakubali mtoto wake avute bangi on that 10th. Because for me, I don't think I would allow my children to take it up, nor my sisters and brothers.
Good question. And I'm going to answer this question to you and Kenyans as Mama Wambui. I said open up your minds, dear Kenyans. The marijuana we are advocating for is industrial hemp. I think I gave the clarification, not THC. So Ruth, stop belaboring this idea that you are smoking. It is not for consumption. And is it smoking? It is for purification. You can even put it in those things, you nature mamali, in a trust scent. So it's not smoking, it's purification. There's a difference.
Okay,
and it's true, Ruth. Okay. Mothers are suffering. Let me say this. I don't want to come off like I don't relate. I have seen mothers are suffering. And that is why Ruth's party has said, anyone who attempts to grow cannabis sativa, we are growing CBD or cannabis. We already have regulations in place. Number one, we license all farmers. Number two, we'll introduce agricultural officers to go around this country looking at those farmers and what they're doing. And there's a distinction. Even you, Kenyan, you can report someone growing sativa. Why? The leaves of industrial hemp are very large, but the leaves of sativa are very small. So the agricultural officers will control licensing. So I think we're already controlling this measure.
Let me give you one more minute to explain this. This is the theoretical talk about agriculture in terms of growing marijuana. What are the practicals? Have you identified the areas that you intend to grow this marijuana? What are the economic returns if this was to be allowed, if you're to become deputy president?
Okay, marijuana is going to spur our economy because agriculture has been given a backseat. The challenge you're having now because of law, many of the Kenyans or the youth who are in the bread basket of Kenyans have migrated to the urban areas to do what? To be boda riders. They're thinking there's money because agriculture, they're not viewing it like it has money. So these are the returns. Look at China, for example. In 2021, they made 1.2 billion USD out of 169,000 acres. That is China. Now, look at our case. And by the way, land in Kenya, when you look at the NLC report, Kenya is close to 144 million in acres. 80% they say is dry and arid. 20% is what we are using. So when you bring marijuana will be like crop cover to stimulate our soil so that it can be able to produce other things. So we are focusing on the arid area, the 80% of it. 20% of it is where Kenyans are crowded. So we'll open up space so that we use all the other land that we have.
Bi Ruth, kidogo kuambatana na kile ambacho wamesema, unadhani uchumi wa Kenya haujaimarika kwa sababu hatujahalalisha bangi? Wakenya wanaumia kutokana na gharama ya maisha kwa sababu hatujahalalisha bangi?
Hapana, sikubaliani na hiyo. Uchumi umezoroteka kwa sababu ya corruption. And that is why Kenyans, we are coming in to bring in a new leadership, a new change in how things run in this country, and give Agano Party, Mwaure Waihiga, the chance to come and be the president of this country. Corruption has eaten us up. In every corner of each sector, corruption has eaten us up. It's not that we do not have bangi, lakini corruption imetukula sisi wenyewe. We have eaten ourselves up, and a few of us know ourselves. So we are going to deal with that.
Let me add something quickly. Okay, when you look at private businesses, they look at what is our competitive edge. How can we be ahead of our competitors? So not that uchumi imeharibika because of no legalization of banking. Of course, I agree with Ruth, corruption should be blamed. But look at this situation, that if private businesses are looking into the future, why is government scared to look into the future? And the future is legalization of industrial hemp or marijuana. So our idea as Roots Party is to run a profitable government, devoid from increasing taxes from Kenyans, from getting further debt, but we are going to look for our own money. Our own money will come from legalizing a regulation of marijuana. Case in time, a pilot study will be Kulalu Galana, the 1 million acre project. Iyo iko 1 million, that is times 5 of what China got in 2021. So we'll have 6 billion USD. You can do the math in Kenyan shillings. That money is money that will be used to pay teachers, pay the civil service, increase their salaries in trenches. So for us, tunaangalia competitive edge, what private businesses do.
Niulize Justina swali kidogo. Kuna kuanga na employee incentives. Ukifanya kazi kwa bakery, huwa wakati mwingine unapatiwa mkate uende nayo nyumbani. Na je, bangi watenda nyumbani na nini?
Watenda nyumbani na very good question. Watenda nyumbani na proceeds of bangi. And it's good you brought me to this idea. The youth in this country, not all of them want to be employed. But hawa vijana wanatafuta capital. Unaenda bank unaitishwa logbook, title deed. Kweli, you don't have. What you are going to do with Roots Party? I told you government owns 10% of 144 million acres. In every county, government land will give 200,000 acres to our youth. We'll have a thing like the Yali project, which we are calling Roots Entrepreneurship Initiative. Tunafanya competition, tunachukua 50,000 youth. Kwa hiyo mradi ya 200,000 acres. Na ujue bangi grows in 4 months. So akishauza hiyo bangi yake, hiyo proceeds, 2.8 million according to hesabu za China, youth atakuwa na capital, seed capital ama capital to boost their business. So you won't take home bangi, Ruth. You'll take home capital for investment.
But ni legal, lakini bado watu wanavuta. I don't know how we will deal with those incentives.
So those are the challenges in this country. In fact, you should ask the ones who are in government now. Why is it illegal and Kenyans are smoking? That's the question to them.
Kwa hivyo Ruth, kwa wewe ni kuhalalisha kutohalalisha bangi au ni swala la maadili?
Kutohalalisha, the constitution does not allow.
Lakini unaona kwamba inahujumu maadili? Sorry? Inahujumu maadili au haswa tatizo lenu kama Agano Party ni kwamba bangi ni mbaya, haistahili kuhalalishwa au ni swala la maadili?
Ni maswala ya maadili na si Agano Party, ni wa Kenya. Kama it is already legal, it is currently illegal. So how safe is it? How safe is it when we start taking it up? That means we are destroying a whole generation. We're destroying our children. I am concerned as a Kenyan.
So they're being unfair to Ruth. You know Ruth cannot support her manifesto. So it's true atasema ni mbaya.
Let me give you some 60 more seconds, Ruth.
Yes.
Is it a question of faith and values that drives your opposition to the Roots Party's manifesto and proposal to engage in marijuana farming?
It is more values. It is more value and faith too, yes. It is more values and faith too. Because I'm trying to look at, right now, currently what is happening in Kenya right now. Nirudie statement. It is illegal. Lakini watoto wamejaa madhare. Wamama wanalia pale nje. So I'm wondering, how many are smiling? How many are going to smile? How many are educated out there to know that hii ni biashara, mtoto hafai kuvuta? Children are idle out there. Watajaribu kuvuta kidogo, and you know the consequence is going to be what we all know. Watoto tunapoteza ufahamu, tunapoteza future.
I think I was clear on the control measures on this, Ruth. Nilisema the seed will be CBD, tutatumia KEFIS, tutapatiana licenses, we'll reintroduce agricultural officers to man or inspect what Kenyans are doing, and we are also going to bring back the NYS, those ones who have graduated, to control government marijuana. So I think the control measures, and that is why we are saying legalize and regulate.
Unajua hata ile shamba iko thika pale ya mananasi iko na control measures, lakini bado watu wanaiba.
Sasa it is our Kenyans, we need to change tabia zetu venye Ruth anasema.
Yes, you take electrical fence, I don't know.
Very well. Let me move you now to a different aspect of this debate.
Yes.
In 2 minutes, Justina, you're not alone in this race to become the next deputy president. You also have Martha Karua, Rigathi Gachagua. What sets you apart from them? And are there issues that you agree with them and their manifestos, and those that you don't agree with? In 2 minutes.
Let me first say I respect the ones you've mentioned, because I remember 30 years ago, I was a young girl that had been in politics. So being on the same ballot paper with them is very humbling. And there are strides they have made, fighting for democracy of this country. So I respect that. But what sets us apart is that 30 years they have been there. They have been telling us the same narrative, which they're telling us now. They are not responsive to the youth of this country. Youth whose parents took out loans to educate them, and they're still living at home because they're unemployed. What sets me apart is because I can relate to the youth of this country who know that unasoma na hakuna kazi. That is number one. Number two, I can relate to the businessmen. Maybe them, they're in government, they've been in leadership. That is where they draw their salary. But I relate to a businessman, like from where I work now. We were into excavation and supply of building materials. And Kashori, I can tell you, business is down. Why? Increase of cement, chuma zimepanda bei, Kenyans do not have purchasing power to build a house. And that business is very satisfying because you know our role is what? We are the first stroke of paint. When you want to build your house, sindo tunatoa cotton. But it saddens me that Kenyans cannot afford. They are not building and neither are they affording to pay rent. So that is what sets me apart. I know that what we need now is policies and leadership that is responsive to the plight of Kenyans.
Madam Ruth, same question to you. This is a political competition. You're not in the race alone.
Yes.
What would you use to convince the Kenyan voters, to elect you as the next deputy president and not your competitors, Rigathi Gachagua, Mother Karua, and in this case, Justina Wamai? Let's first talk about the other two who are not in this debate.
Yeah, at least for Justina, we have probably a lot in common because we are new, we are fresh. But our competitors, yes, they have experience, but they have let us down. I have voted for the last 2 decades. I have chosen the same leaders, so I don't see what difference they are coming to bring in, because I feel like some of them are sanitizing the leaders who have been there. We want new blood, we want fresh blood, fresh ideas, so that we gear this country to a different direction.
What is this new idea, fresh idea? What does it constitute?
Corruption. Our big agenda is corruption. It has eaten us in big ways and in every way. So corruption is our bangi. So that is what we are after. Then the rest will be able to be balanced out.
Justina, the same question. What about the larger coalition setup? You know, let's say the Azimio setup, the Kenya Kwanza setup. Do you see any challenge there that would inhibit you from becoming the next deputy president, for example?
No, I'm not challenged in any way. Ashori, I told you that Ruth's party realizes it is wrong, it is very wrong that 5.5 million of Kenyans are unemployed. 1.2 million of Kenyans are below the poverty line of 220 shillings per day. So these people have been in government. I dare say that they are to blame for our current situation because they never looked into the future when they were there or the time they've been there. Maybe the future was telling them, legalize marijuana. It's going to set us apart in terms of competitive advantage. They didn't do it. So I'm not scared because every individual Kenyan, it doesn't matter what tribe you are, what creed or educational background, everyone is suffering. Let me tell you this. Ask a woman who has a salon or a man who has a kinyozi. Do you know boys are saying ati beard gun? It's not a maneno a beard gun. There is no money kukwenda kunyolewa. So Kenyans are lacking. Unaona pesa mkononi or the purchasing power iko chini. So I'm not scared because I'm amplifying the voices of Kenyans.
Right.
Bi Ruth, haswa kwa sababu umetaja maadili, umetaja ufisadi. Kwa kuwe unaelewa vipi sura ya 6 ya katiba? Maadili haswa kulingana nawe ni nini kwa dakika 2? Maadili, integrity, kwa maoni yako ni nini haswa? Unaielewa vipi?
Maadili kwangu na kwa Agano Party is the intention to be transparent, is the intention to be trustworthy, an intention to be trustworthy to the Kenyans who have employed you. Kwa hivyo pale mimi naona the integrity has been compromised with the current and the past government and our competitors. Kwa hivyo tunaomba wa Kenya waweze kutupatia nafasi kwa kuwa sisi ndio we are ready to be audited, we are clean. So why not give us the chance? We are not threatened by the other pair of competitors because they have been in it. Kenyans have seen, Kenyans know. This is nothing new to us. Ni kubadilisha tu tunahitaji kubadilisha. And Agano Party is coming in as the option ya kubadilisha.
Na kwa nini mnaamini kama Agano Party kwamba Agano Party ndio inakuza maadili na sio Roots Party? Mbona mnaona wao ndio wanahujumu maadili?
Maadili hapo ni personal. If I got your question right. Integrity is very personal. For me and the fifth, Maure Wahiga, he's entitled to audit. I'm entitled to audit. Ndiposa tunaweza kusimama mbele ya Wakenya kuambia, they trust us with this job. We have nothing to hide. We have no worry on what we need to do. Pale corruption tumesema lazima tutamalizana nayo. Pesa ile iko nje. I believe this is the only party and the governance that is going to bring
Kenya back its money. Ile pesa imefichwa pale nje, the development money that has been kept out, that is over 10 trillion, inaweza lipa deni ya Wakenya in one single day. Zubeda, one single day.
Justina, let me get your understanding of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. 12 years later, what do you think is the challenge in implementing Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Let me say this. I think the judiciary, and I'm sorry to say this, but they are used to impede the Chapter 6. For example, if I went to IBC and they said my degree is not right, I'll run to court, and then the court will say, fine, can you clear Justina? And then there are other issues, there are other agencies. For example, maybe the university, the Commission of Higher University will say, no, it's out of our, out of our mandate, we can't handle Justina. So I feel that Kenyans have this attitude: when you do wrong, you run to court and your money will be used to sanitize you. And that is why, as Roots Party, we are saying that if you're corrupt, if you're not doing the right thing, because integrity is focusing on your conscience, do the right thing irrespective of circumstances. So even those in the judicial system who are rotten, they are going to be subjected to what Roots Party is saying, hanging, because you're the ones who are impeding how Kenyans, the aspirations of Kenyans, when they're looking out for leaders who relate to their challenges. And not just leaders, but leaders who are within the Chapter 6 of the Constitution. So integrity is very key, and yeah, we are propelling it. Professor and I have not stolen any money. We've not been in government. We are genuine, and I always tell Kenyans to pende bure. We don't have anything. Lakini, integrity is key. If we need to go ahead, we have to instill integrity. And let me give this quote because I have time. There is a quote that Mugabe says, how can you tell young people that education is a key, yet you have poor graduates and rich idiots? So the thing is, we have to make sure that the youth, the younger generation, I'm sure right now they're watching because their parents are watching, the younger generation needs to move away from this idea of deals. And our idea, Gashori, means that you shouldn't be my friend to benefit in government. You have your own marijuana. You don't need a deal. You don't need a tender from government because Justina is your friend. Wekele industrial hemp yako will pay you according to the market price.
Ruth, you've been in this country in the last 12 years.
Yes.
And you
Since
understand.
I was born.
Yes, and you understand Chapter 6 of the Constitution. When you look at it, what do you think has been the major impediment in the implementation of the leadership and integrity chapter of the Constitution?
That is lack of will. We have leaders that are not willing to change for this country. So just as much it's going to cost us, just as much I'd wish to tell Kenyans that without very big words, if we don't decide to change the leadership of this country, it will cost us another 5-10 decades. So integrity is paramount to us as a Gano party. We are the clean. We are the only option for Kenyan citizen. Tafadhali mtupatie kura. Tutakuja kuleta mabadiliko.
Give us practical examples of how you will deal with corruption and implementation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, because there's the saying, yes, and there's the doing.
Agano Party has a covenant with Kenyans to abide to the constitutional law. And we say, if you do not follow the law will follow you. For us, nobody is above the law. If you have been in corruption, you will face the law. We are not hanging anybody.
Na umenielekeza mahala ambapo nilitaka kuelekeza wewe binafsi. Unadhani tutaweza kukabili ufisadi kwa kuwanyonga wale ambao ni watuhumiwa wa ufisadi?
Agano Party governance yetu si ya kunyonga, lakini tunaweza, we are able to deal with it in an amicable way following the law. I don't think even kunyonga is in the Constitution. So that means the one wana breach kuvuta bangi na the next wana breach kunyonga watu.
Bi Justina, mmesema kwamba mtasitisha katiba mtakapoingia mamlakani. Hasa mtakuwa mkitumia vigezo gani kuhalalisha hukumu ya kuwanyonga wale watuhumiwa ufisadi, namna ambavyo unasema kwamba mtawanyonga?
Na tutasema tutasitisha katiba as a whole. Tutasitisha parts. We will suspend parts of the Constitution that are not working. Chapter 6 is not working. Hiyo tutasitisha. Because we need to instill fear in public assets of the public. Let me tell you this. In China, if you're corrupt, you're shot. In UK, if you're corrupt, you're taken to court or you're jailed. In Japan, if you're corrupt, you're so scared, you commit suicide. So why is it that Kenyans are jittery about, we are crying every day, corruption accounts for this loss of money, but when it comes to executions, Kenyans are jittery. We are going to suspend chapter 6. Go back to the Kenyans and tell them, what do you think about this hanging thing? And let me tell you, they are all very happy. They are saying that corruption is accounting to deaths. Look at the badly done roads like Ngong Road. Ngong Road is badly done, a local contractor, and we are assuming that the money was used as kickbacks and then they had to save some little money, so they didn't give qualities. So when that person dies or someone is in an accident and they die, it's not an issue. When medicine is stolen or medical money is stolen and people die because there is no medicine, it's not an issue. Let me tell you, Kenyans, it's about time we be stern on corruption. Our idea is instilling fear in the minds of Kenyans that public mali ya umma ipewe heshima.
Na hukumu ya kunyonga iliharamishwa mapema miaka ya 80. Haswa ni nini, ni kigezo gani ambacho mtatumia kuona kwamba sasa inaweza kufanyika, kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho kimeharamishwa nchini Kenya? Ni kwamba mnaona kuna mapengo, kuna nafasi katika katiba ambayo mtarudisha hukumu hiyo, au haswa utekelezaji utafanyika vipi?
Unajua hii katiba, Zubeida, ilikuwa copy and paste. Watu walikimbia huko wanaona ati wazungu wanafanya aje. Na wazungu ama wa China ndio wanakuanga na hizo UN conventions ati human rights issues. Kama kwao they are shooting, where are they curtailing us? And that is why I'm saying Kenya haipewi heshima. We need to be firm on this, because sisi ndio tunajua shida zetu. Hakuna mtu wa UN ama nani who are feeling our pain. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunalala njaa, sisi wenyewe ndio tunateseka, hatuna kazi. So we are going to look at it as Kenyans. In fact, katiba kama ingekuwa inafanywa public participation, ingekuwa ingetranslatiwa in all tribes. Mtu asiseme ati because nani amesoma niko sawa. No.
Ruth, the last time in this country somebody was hanged, a convict was hanged, was in July 1987. 35 years later, would you agree, would you support the hanging of convicts, and particularly those who have been found culpable of corruption?
Francis, I'll go back to the law. We have a covenant with the Kenyans. We have a covenant with the law. The law clearly stipulates we are not allowed to hang. So what business do we have hanging convicts? There is a law that enforces corruption, the people who have committed corruption. So for us, ni kumaanisha wakivuta bangi on the 10th, one, that is breach of law. Sijui kama hanging is part of it, because it is breach of law. They have broken the constitution. So I don't think I would agree that we need to suspend part of the law. We just need to probably sit with experts if we need to revise. But I don't think we need to hang people's life. People deserve to live and be corrected.
Ruth, there are very many injustices. Let me give, for example, Anglo-Gleasing golden bag.
Yes.
Money was stolen in this country. So in your opinion, the Agano way, how would you do it if it's not hanging?
It is law. They follow law. Which is, si tunafunga?
Wamefungwa. Watu Anglo-Gleasing.
Sijaingizwa kwa ofisi. Tuingizeni Agano kwa ofisi muone. We will deal.
That is the question.
We will deal, but you know, if we are saying, why would we want to hang people? You have a sister, you have a brother who probably just needs to be corrected. So why hang?
Na wenye wanakufa because of road accidents, lack of medicine, au si wa Kenya, wenye watu wameiba, wanakufa.
That is unplanned. Unplanned.
Life is life, Ruth. Life is life.
No, mtu Anglo-Gleasing, all this is planned. Mtu akigongwa na gari, that is very unfortunate. And God forbid. Those unfortunate instances, we cannot debate on
because
that.
Of road design.
But we are discussing about surely.
Road design.
Weekends.
Sorry.
Weekends.
Okay. Kwa hivyo Bi Justina, yes. Kama Ruth Party, kwa kuwanyonga mtarejesha vipi mali ambayo wameiba? Mtatoa vipi mali ambayo imetumika vibaya, imeibwa, pesa ambazo mnasema zimefichwa katika mataifa ya ughaibuni? Ukinyonga yule mtuhumiwa, hiyo mali itarudi vipi kwa Wakenya?
Na wacha niseme, atusemi mtu akigongwa na gari anakufa. Nasema people who are given jobs, like to build Ngong Road, for example, those people want to save on money. So the road design does not, they save money, so wana save pesa and wajenge barabara in a cheap way. But niseme hivi, there is a process, Zubeida. We are not just going to pick someone at because media imesema is they are corrupt. we are going first to kuongeza mshahara vizuri, judges, policemen, we have to increase their salaries because they abet corruption because mtu ameiba pesa kidogo anawapatia. We have to give them increase their salaries. However, there is a judicial process, a fair hearing. Go process ifanywe na tukusikize. Na pia tunapeana caution. It's not like the chicken gate case in the UK. Hapa Kenya taijaisha. So pia watu wa judiciary, they will notice they have to speed up this nini. So kutakuwa na hiyo wapelekwe the process. We have to get the assets back. We have to recall the assets na pia waende wakanyongwe.
Ruth,
sijui kama wote watakubali because if I know I'm being hanged, so why should I tell you mali iko?
There is a process. There is a judicial process.
Maybe the first two might be caught with the process ya rudisha mali alafu tunanyonga. But someone else will think, kama unataka kuninyonga, finish me, wacha wengine wakulie hiyo pesa. Okay, so I don't think I would justify that. But for us, we are saying the corrupt, we will go even for the big fish. Sisi hatuogopi, tunataka pesa irudishwe, ndio imeweza kuumiza economy ya hii country. We have, our president is planning to give a moratorium where the Kenyans who have stolen our money, wameficha development money, warudishe, wanapatiwa nafasi ya kurudisha. Hapo bale mtu anapitisha ile wakati umewekwa, so from there, the law takes its course.
In 2002 there was such. Why has it not worked? Maybe in your opinion, you're not in government, yes. Ruth, but you need to show Kenyans that you understand. So, it was there in 2002. What in your opinion is what is the reason why it didn't work out? The idea that you're sharing, in your opinion?
Leadership problems. Leadership problems, Justina. We are different leaders here.
Let's talk, because you seem to agree on the seriousness and the challenges of corruption in our country.
Yes.
Given an opportunity, Justina, in 2 minutes, given an opportunity to be the next deputy president with the government that you will form with the presidential candidate that you're supporting, what are the specific areas that you would target in terms of dealing with corruption practically? Because there's the whole question of administration of justice.
And like I said, the 3 arms of government they're being threatened. How? The independence rather is being threatened. When, for example, the executive says this, someone runs to court, and then the process is stopped. That is the backdrop of why we are going to suspend the constitution. But yes, administration of justice is there. But again, has it worked for us? And you know, law was made for man, not the other way around. It is upon us as Kenyans to sit and say, are you happy that 2 billion is lost every day? They say no, because it's accounting to unemployment, inflation, high cost of living. So we are going to we'll be together with the Kenyans. We are going to call for public participation. And the Kenyans, I can tell you, they are very happy about it. Because someone is feeling like, I wake up like in Meru. I wake up at 4 a.m. kuchukua hiyo mira yangu, I pack it. Someone is eating the taxes. Mtu anajifanya ndio mjanja kuliko wengine. So Kenyans are tired. Of course, that aspect is there of administration of justice. Lakini Gashori, Kenyans are suffering. So sisi tutaka participate now, and many of them are supporting this. We need to instill fear in assets of the public. Heshima kwa public assets.
Bi Ruth, haswa endapo mtaingia mamlakani, mnawapea Wakenya muda gani waweze kuona matunda katika vita dhidi ya ufisadi, na wewe binafsi mchango wako utakuwa upi katika kuona hilo linatimia kama makamu wa rais?
For us, we will bring in this in phases. Kuna ile pesa iko nje, in the money that is stashed illegally abroad. For that, we can even say we have started even implementing our 100 days. The 5th, Maure Waihiga already wrote a letter to the UN and 15 other countries to start processing our money back. That means tuna uhakika by the time we are getting in, kuna wezekano pesa iko imefika, and if not, tunataka kukata hii mfereji. The report that the incumbent president gave out, 2 billion. We actually think it probably could be 5 billion that we are losing a day, including today and until the 9th of August. So for us, tukiingia pale ndani, tunataka kukata hiyo mfereji ya corruption like instantly, so that we also have working capital to jumpstart the economy.
Na umetaja pale shilingi bilioni 5. Haswa kwa sababu umerejelea mara kadhaa pesa ziko nje. Yes. Ni pesa ngapi ambazo mnazizungumzia sasa hivi na mtazirejesha vipi haswa? Mmeweza kupiga hesabu mkajua ni ngapi na ziko wapi?
ni zaidi ya trilioni 10, na ndiposa nilisema pale awali, it is possible for us to clear our debt in a day. It is more than 10 trillion that is out there. This is development money. And that is why tumekasirika, tunataka kuleta hiyo pesa irudi Kenya. Tunaweza kosa kuleta na the first 100 days, lakini wa Kenya, we are committed to bring this money back. And in 2017-2018, budget ikisomwa, the Henry Rotich, he's on clip, he's on record, akisema there is money outside. Here hatuna confirmation that pesa ilirudi. It has only been accumulating over a time. Now, by the time we were getting into this candidature, it was over 10 trillion that is outside there.
Ruth, unaona kwamba mikakati ambao wako nayo kama Agano Party kweli itasaidia katika kurudisha hizo pesa, na unaamini kwamba ni trilioni 10 ambazo ziko nje?
Okay, one thing I'm happy about sababu Ruth and I agree that corruption ina affect wa Kenya sana. Lakini mikakati zao are not practical. They lack the how question. How are you going to do it? Utanishurutishaje pesa yangu iko huko Swiss account to return it? How are you going to force me? Kwa hivyo the idea is good, but it's just an idea. It lacks practicality.
Moratorium. Tumesema tunapatia na moratorium. You know you have money outside there. We give you time to repent. Sisi Agano tunapatiana time to repent. You won't kurudisha pesa. And remember, we have external and internal. We have external and internal. Kwa hivyo pia hapa ndani, that's what I'm trying to say. We have already commenced the process ya kurudisha ile pesa iko nje. Hapa ndani, the local individuals, we will give them the chance to return, so that if they don't do that, sasa the law takes its course.
Hapo in another 30 seconds, Ruth. When you say pesa ziko nje, give us specifics. Let me give you a minute actually. When you say pesa ziko huko nje, do you have the specifics? This amount of money is in this country, this amount of money is in another country, and is taken there by so and so. Do you have the specifics?
I may not be having the specifics, but we know the big fish that is having money out there. So, yes.
Justina, pesa ziko huko nje? Do you believe kuna pesa huko nje?
Okay, I believe tumeambua Pandora box kwa media, but sisi tunasema yaliyopita si ndwele. Kama mtu tushajua huyo mtu tutampeleka through the judicial process, we are going to recover their assets. Kwa hivyo pesa ziko huko nje, after the judicial process tuta-recover. But mimi niseme hivi, there are so many injustices in this country. Anglo leasing, hizo zote, you know, post-election violence zote zimefanyika. Do we hold on to the fact that we shall never forgive? We want to punish people? I think we should take the direction of Rwanda. After everything that happened in the genocide, tukae hivi tuseme wenye wamehangiwa na we have recovered assets, ni sawa. Mwenye amekata ahame Kenya because hatutaishi na yeye. But the fact remains, let us adapt a forgiving nature, put in firm policies on how to deal with this, and finally give the opportunity. I said people are corrupt because of a mentality called scarcity mentality. Why are they corrupt? Because in government unasikia MP is earning 1 million, ukunje there is nothing that you can be able to get in that value. So tukipeana opportunity of legalizing bangi, Kenyans will have money.
Maybe niongezee ni kusema, we are not saying we will not forgive anyone. Ukisema utarudisha pesa yetu, we have no reason, we do not have any reason ya kukupeleka ahead na kukuingiza ndani. We just want Kenyans to bring back development money. Sijui venye wao wata jumpstart economy, but that is a long-term strategy for us. Pesa irudishwe ndani. Tunapokata mfereji na inapoteza pesa 2 to almost 5 billion a day, tutapata nafasi ya kuweza kutengeneza our economy without having unnecessarily borrow more money out there. Kwa sababu nikisikia venye anasema, then that means wataongeza loan ile tuko nayo sahi.
Ruth's party is fighting to pay off the loan. The loan as it is 9 trillion Kenya shillings or 70 billion USD. Our idea is this, Ruth. Marijuana or industrial hemp takes 4 months to grow. And I gave an example that Kenya government owns around 14 million acres. Tufanye pilot test ya Kulalu Galana. In 4 months, to make industrial hemp, in 4 months, we are going to be able to recoup 6 billion USD. So we are going to be in the process of paying. Hata tukisema Kulalu Galana ndio tunalipa nayo. In 3 years, 6 months, tutakuwa tumelipa deni. Hiyo 9 trillion. Lakini, tuko na shamba, we have times 14, 14 million. So we are going to know how we are going to appropriate this land. But niseme hivi, our idea And I tell Kenyans, I'm here to tell you the truth. The economy is messed up. You need an honest leader who tells you it's not going to be easy. But our idea is that don't even question us at the first 100 days. That one will be lying to you at tutafanya. But in 1 year, ask me as Justina, did you achieve to get the 50,000 times 2 youth who got 2.8 million each? Because I said marijuana takes 4 to 6 months to grow.
Right.
So in 1 year, tutaweza kufanya hivyo.
Ruth, let me now introduce a discussion on the cost of living.
Yes.
And I want to give you 2 minutes to tell us, in your understanding, what is the driver of this rising cost of living? And if elected president, let's say in the first 100 days, what would be the Agano proposals to reduce the cost of living?
I agree to what you're saying, and I think the 100 days for us, we will repeat that our agenda is corruption. Cost of living has been affected by corruption widely. And if we deal with corruption, I think Kenyans will smile back at us. And the first 100 days, one that was implemented yesterday, na ninajua unga haijateremka, 2 weeks ago, on our manifesto we launched that. We will introduce the subsidy of maize. It was introduced yesterday. Na Wakenya wameambiwa to wait for 2, 3 to 4 weeks for it to be felt. Jana nimepitia kwa supermarket, bado unga ni 230. So for us, we still have to bring the subsidy for Kenyans to be able to eat, because a hungry nation is an angry nation. For us, we're also planning to implement the pay cutoff of 50%. I know you'll want to ask where the deficit is going to come in. Our repayment period for the loan is 1.3 trillion. And the financial year, the last financial year, KRA reported that the payment that was done through the payee was 461 billion. So if we cut off the payee by 50%, that is 230 billion deficit. If we come and cap the repayment period, the repayment of the 1.3 trillion, kumbuka tutakuwa na ile extra 300, ile tutakuja kusongesha pale kwa payee, so that we are able to run our activities as usual and even have a small surplus of 7 billion to run with. That being amongst them.
Do you agree with her and the proposals to reduce the cost of living?
Okay, first, I can't agree with her, definitely, but cost of living is occasioned by inflation, number one. Too few goods, but there's too much money in circulation. Number two, taxes. When manufacturers have the tax burden, they push it to the consumer, and the consumer is not having any salary increase. So that is the reason we're having this. So let me say this. We are not going to do the 100 days, that's a lie. But we ask us after 1 year when you get into office, that one, we are going to widen the tax base. Why? I said marijuana is used in 9 sectors, across 9 sectors. Example, paper. We are going to give life to pan paper. Pan paper had been given life, but again, the logging law came in, so they don't have raw materials. We'll have marijuana that will be used for that. So our idea is to drive local economies whereby a Kenyan, instead of importing something from China, like the people of Nyamakema, their stuff was burnt for lack of quality, let them organize themselves, have local industries. If it's textile, plastic, paper, printing paper by there is very expensive. So when we have local economies, we are going to widen the tax base so that a corporate tax shouldn't be 30%. We can lower it because we have more in the tax net. Another thing is to ensure that we give conducive environment for business. As it is, businesses are not comfortable. They are saying that the lack of the dollar in the country is impeding their purchasing power in the global supply chain. So when we give a conducive environment, the economies are going to be there, Kenyans are going to be employed, and then we are going to have money. Then the other youth who want to be employed in these industries can go into the other thing of investment that I said. We are going to empower the youth financially.
Kidogo hapo, hata kabla usonge sana, kwa sababu umesema kwamba hamtaahidi wa Kenya kwamba katika muda wa siku 100 mtafanya hivi na kadhalika. Awali ulituambia bangi inachukua muda wa miezi 4 kukua, na umetuambia kwamba hamtaahidi kwamba mtatimiza baada ya miezi ama siku 100. Kwa hivyo yule Mkenya anakutazama sasa hivi hawezi kumudu gharama ya kununua pakiti moja ya unga. Kwa hivyo unamwambia nini?
Huyo Mkenya nitamwambia that the truth is tumeteseka miaka 30. 1 year tunaweza vumilia, but we are putting in, you know, Kenyans need an honest leader. As it is now, hii maneno ya kusarakasi na siasa is what is getting us here. We are being honest. We are saying, of course, they have put in the nini unga imeshukishwa bei. But sisi tukiangalia the truth, marijuana also gives flour. We can look at alternatives to the challenges. If maize flour is costly, then marijuana flour can cook ugali, can cook chapati. And then cooking oil, the seed produces cooking oil also. So we tunaangalia kama hii ni expensive, we are going to use this. So the alternatives. So mimi naambia Mkenya, hatutawadanganya. Tumedanganywa miaka nenda miaka rudi. We are telling you the truth. Question us after 1 year.
Ruth, unaona wa Kenya wavumilie, watumie unga ya marijuana, watalala njaa 365 days from the 9th.
But they know the truth.
But they will die. No, let's be frank. There's, of course, we do not need a list of 10 items. I would almost agree, but we do not need a list of 10 items kufurahisha wa Kenya that we can accomplish all this in 100 days. Tuweke vitu realistic, Mkenya aweza kupata chakula, yule mama anaangalia watoto peke yake aweze kupata pesa ya kulipa rent, kulipa school fees, but telling Kenyans to wait for 1 year, I think it's a long time.
The truth is,
it's such a long time.
Truth. And you know, someone who's been in government, I know they're laughing at us, but the truth is, government policy is about trade-off. What is working for our country? What is working for our people? So if we come here and say, tutaangusha bei ya mahindi, farmers walitoka Ushago, they came to Nairobi. There is rural to urban migration, they are border riders, because farming doesn't have money. It is about us giving the conducive environment for agriculture to thrive. Watu warudi Ushago, they grow the maize, they grow the marijuana, they do the miraa, and actually we are giving Kenyans an alternative. If you're a miraa farmer, continue doing, no problem. But we need Kenyans to know, it's not about the government doing things. We won't lie to you, and that is why leaders or politicians lie to us. It's about telling Kenyans the truth. Here is a trade-off between a very bad situation and a worse situation.
I think maybe I think agriculture has money. Sijui kama hapo tutakubaliana, lakini farmers agriculture has money. I will give an example. My grandmother amekuwa ametegemea majani chai. They have brought up she brought up 8 children. Lakini sai mkulima wa sai analia. So if we restore back our economy, that means hata ule mtu hajasoma ataweza kuongeza pesa kwa mfuko, na tuweze pia kukata hii importation tunaleta ya michele, na kuna project kuna schemes kama za Moya tunaweza patia wakulima nafasi to boost themselves back, na Wakenya waweze kupata chakula ya kukula. Just like even the maize, people are having maize in the granary. Kwa nini tunaleta mahindi kutoka nje? Tupatie nafasi wa Kenya wajijenge. I believe farming has money.
Yes.
Pia ule akona ng'ombe ananunuliwa maziwa 30 shillings lakini inauzwa 60. Wacha tujaribu kubalance out.
Sikusema agriculture doesn't have money.
You said
but wait, as it is, the global prices, declining global prices. Sahi watu wa Kisii wanasema 1 kg of coffee or tea wananunuliwa 30 shillings farm gate prices. Sugar cane inatoka 4,112 per ton. Sahi mahindi 3,000. Na sahi ekelea fertilizer. So the input cost of agriculture as it is so costly that you as a farmer you're not getting money. Na niongea about maziwa hata dairy farmer. By the way, hemp produces animal feed. So our tukitengeneza animal feed which is very costly as it is, ina impede maziwa production. Kutakuwa na so much milk that Roots Party is telling Kenyans, and we are promising Kenyans, kutakuwa na maziwa ya Roots na mayai ya Roots, because animal feed will be affordable. Kenyans can take milk as they wish. So our purpose is to reduce import costs in agriculture, but agriculture has money.
No, that one I quoted you, Justina, and I think the pricing right now of the food products is because of a leadership issue. It's nothing that the Kenyans cannot produce. Tuko na mchanga, tuko na maadili. We only need to give Kenyans ile nafasi waweze kulisha Wakenya wenzao. Just that. Let's stop saying ati mahindi it's in toxins, whereas the strategy is kuleta mahindi binafsi, unaleta hapa kwa nchi, unajitengeneza wewe mwenyewe, lakini unafinya yule mkulima ako pale Murang'a, ako pale Kisumu, hawezi pata return on investment. Kwa hivyo let us try to promote what we have locally, because this is a blessed nation.
Justina, in 60 seconds, listening to you, then it sounds like it begins and ends with marijuana farming.
That is part of our manifesto, and agriculture is the core principle in our manifesto. Let me say this snake farming. As it is, 3 Kenyans die out of snake bites as it is. And we have a law called Wildlife Conservation Act 2013. And this gives us the option of having this snake farming as an income generating activity. So even if you go to KWS right now, the law is there. Ours was just to amplify that voice and give options. Like I was saying, 3 people are dying every day because of snake bites. And why? The antivenom we import in this country is from South Africa and India mainly. But there are over 3,000 species of snakes in the world. So maybe the snake that will bite you didn't have that antivenom. And if it's antivenom, one vial goes for 13,500. And you need between 5 to 10 vials ndio upone hiyo kumwa na nyoka. So ideally utakuwa na 135,000 ya kupona hiyo snake bite. What is our agenda? Our agenda is to look at what we have. We have snakes around. One, we'll have the venom industry. This is where unasikianga mtu kushagua amesoma biochemistry, but you don't know where they're going to work. We are going to bring them into this pharmaceutical industry where they are getting the antivenom so that we can compete in the international market.
Right.
And then protect the 3 Kenyan lives who die because of snake bites.
Ruth, in 1 minute, story ya nyoka.
Story ya nyoka linasema for our government, Agano Party, we cannot deal with snakes surely. Tutafunga kwa compound ama ni kuku tutaweka shwari ndio tupate mayai. Then again, how much do we have to wait for this venom itoshe ndio Wakenya waweze kupata medication, whereas we are going to start probably, if at all they get the chance to lead from 10th, tutaanza kurea from 10th ama tuko na za kutosha Kenya. What business do we have putting in snakes here?
We have amplified what is there. There is a law, Wildlife Conservation Act 2013. Today is 2022, so it's been there for a while. And it gives this leeway for wildlife snake farming as an income generating activity. Let me tell you, our idea is making Kenya an export hub, putting money in the pockets of Kenyans. Ndio tunapata ile foreign exchange tulikuwa tunaambiwa tukiwa shule, ati Kenya is earning foreign exchange from wherever. So yetu ni ya kwamba, let's get other alternatives, income generating activities for Kenyans and to sustain our export manifesto.
So how much venom do we need probably?
Like I say, do the math. 1 vial goes for 13,000. You can check, you can Google. 1 vial goes for 13,500. If we do it locally, we are going to lower the cost. And remember, even your government, if you win, is going to incur the cost of importing antivenom. So why not have our own here so that we can lower the cost and save the lives of Kenyans as we create an industry. An industry for this venom thing. There's someone at home amesoma biochem. Me unaonanga ma pharmacists sijui nani. They only sell in chemists. There is no employment. Our target ni kuemploy everyone. Mwenye amesoma asiregret. Mwenye hajasoma kuko na hizi zingine economies anaweza invest in. So yetu ni kuweka pesa mkononi.
Na Justina, ni baki kwako kabla kurudi kwake, na una muda wa dakika 2 kuweza kujibu hili. Kwa yule mtazamaji au mkulima ambaye anakutazama sasa hivi, imekuwa vigumu kwake kulima mahindi yake au kahawa yake, majani chai na kusafirisha nje. Itakuwa vipi kwake ukianza kumwambia sasa tufuge nyoka tusafirishe sumu? Kama hawezi kusafirisha mahindi, ataweza vipi kuuza katika soko la kimataifa sumu ya nyoka, fisi?
Haya, niseme hivi. Bangi, nyoka already kuna frameworks na ziliwekwa 2013, tutafuata hizo. But bangi, ile challenge mkulima sasa yako nayo, tukaangalia kama ni farmer, kuna watu wanaitwa KTDA au coffee board au wote. They come here, they take your produce, they go sell it and then come back to pay you. Many times wanakuja wanakuambia, you owe us. Unaona? And that is why farmers wanakasirika, wanasema hii ni ya nini? Our idea of marijuana, because this is fresh, snakes is in the law. Idea of marijuana is we are going to cut down this brokers, these KTDAs atuwataki. Hii tunasema buyer representative anakuja kwa gate yako. If you've sold 50 kgs, we are going to ensure ananunua according to the price, market price. You're given your money cash as opposed to venye KTDA inapatianga farmers annually. This farmer needs to educate their children, anataka kusustain maisha yake. That is why farming is no longer lucrative. So we are going to cut off the brokers au watu wote wako katikati na buyer representative. Kama ananunua, anakuja kwa farm gate, anachukua produce, anapatia cash, unajipanga na pesa.
Na hao nyoka wataiko wapi? Ni kwamba mtajenga vibanda. Unajua sasa hivi ukienda kule mashambani kila mtu ana mahali ambapo anaweka kondoo, ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo sasa utajenga pia panyoka, fisi na vitu vingine.
Na hii agenda yetu inaleta msisimuko. But I'm happy because Kenyans are opening up their mindset. Maneno ya nyoka. There is the Wildlife Conservation Act 2013 that stipulates the process and the procedures and the systems. KWS itakuja kwako. You give and you show interest, yeah? Expression of interest. Before they give you a license, wanakuja kwako na wana inspect. So hiyo sitaongelea sana because already the law was passed by parliament. But this is the idea. Unaenda express interest, unaambiwa before upewe license, they have to inspect your premises. Can you afford? So we are going to use KWS, and Kenya is not devoid of experts. Wako watatusaidia on how best we can cash in on this. Na nimesema it is being done because we import venom from South Africa and India. They are doing it. Why not us?
Ruth, utafuga nyoka?
I think for Agano Party, our governance, we leave the snakes to the zoo. Tunakuja kuziona, tunaziangalia, tunasoma. That's good for us.
Pesa nayo.
Justina, yes. I'm looking at this from a practical point of view.
Yes.
If you want to introduce, let's say, tea farming or maize farming, you give farmers seeds, fertilizer, and everything else. So what will you give to somebody who wants to engage in snake rearing?
What will we give?
Yeah.
Like I said, Gashori, the law was passed in 2013. KWS, we are not doing it at Yes Justina or Professor Wajakoya. No, there are regulations in place. Hao ndo wataenda na KWS will advise them as it is mali watatoa hiyo nyoka because there's already a research process in place wako hapa Ngong Road ni a government, it's government owned, na support KWS in this process. So what we are saying, hatutapeana nyoka. Justina Wambaye or Wajakoya won't go and give snakes. No, we will work with the experts, and Kenya haikosi our experts. We will work with KWS, but the fact is we have amplified the voice that this is an alternative income generating activity.
Unala kuongeza kabla tu?
Naona KWS wako na kazi mingi ahead of their government ya fisi na ya nyoka. For us, we are safe again. We leave them in the zoo.
They were expecting, the law is there, the Wildlife Conservation Act 2013.
Those were just my remarks.
Yeah.
Naam, tuingie katika mada yetu ya mwisho katika mjadala huu wa leo ambayo inahusu kinyang'anyiro hiki ambapo kipo namna siasa zinavyoendeshwa. Kwa mtazamo wako Bi Ruth, katika muda wa dakika 2, unapoangalia jinsi kampeni zinavyoendeshwa, jinsi uongozi unavyoendeshwa humo nchini Kenya, kama mgeni katika ulingo wa siasa na katika masuala hayo yote, ni kipi ambacho unaona kinastahili kubadilishwa katika namna tunavyojiendesha?
I would say that I have been a leader. One, I will not call myself a new politician in this field. I have been a leader from the time I was a young girl. And I almost actually got into the Nairobi gubernatorial in January 2021. A governor with David Mwaure. Lakini Kenyans and Nairobians know what happened. Iyo maneno ilisimamishwa. So what I would bring in different is to ensure that we get rid of this PR. Tumedanganya wa Kenya for too long. People have been asking hauna experience, but if the cost of experience is what has happened over the years, I'd rather come in as the new option. Mtu le amebadilika, mtu ako trustworthy, mtu ako na nafasi ya kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya, kushughulikia wanawake, kupa wanawake sauti, even the youth. Wanarika pale nje wametengeneza jobless corners. But tunasema tunahitaji experience. No, I refuse what the stereotypes are talking about. Ninasema sisi tunakuja kuleta mabadiliko. Amkeni wa Kenya. Tunakuja kuleta mabadiliko na uongozi mpya katika hii nchi.
Ni baadhi ya mabadiliko kama yapi ambao unapendekeza Ruth? Kwa sababu unasema kuleta mabadiliko. Mabadiliko yapi? What should change?
Corruption. Francis, corruption is big on us. You know, we cannot be able to change agriculture without curbing corruption. We cannot deal with sports. Look at what happened to Ferdinand. ni corruption imefanya hii maneno ifanyike. He's a champion, he's going to represent a country. Lakini kuna wale wanatangulia kabla yeye. The person who is supposed to be bringing glory back to us is the person who is last. Is given last priority. Kwa hivyo haya mabadiliko sisi ndiposa tunaegemea upande wa corruption, because it is a cancer in this country and we need to get rid of it.
Let me give you some 60 more seconds. Haya mabadiliko unayozungumza, how will it affect health? How will it affect the young people who have no jobs? How will it affect infrastructure development na mambo kama hayo?
Tukipambana na corruption, tutakuwa na operational capital. Remember, we'll be able to create jobs for the youth. Kuna wale wamefanya degree, 2,000 of them probably after every year wana graduate. Hawana makazi. Wakienda kutafuta kazi, they're being asked for 3 years experience. It is not bought over a shelf. Tunataka kupatia the graduates nafasi waweze tunapatia graduates nafasi kuweza kuingia kwa makazi with a minimal experience with a minimal experience, which means tunaweka mikakati ya kuweza kuwapatia nafasi kuingia immediately after graduation. There's a graduation program. Na watu kama wa informal sector tunamsha the industries that have been dead. During COVID, we got to learn that we can make masks we can make locally masks. Kwa nini bado basi tunazileta? To employ wanarika walipo hapa ndani waweze kutengeneza mask. You can imagine we're even importing toothpicks. Situpatie wanarika in the informal sector nafasi waweze kujijenga pia.
Justina, what should change about our way and mode of doing politics?
Let me say this about health. Ukiangalia as it is, if you have for example, you're told to come for an MRI, to get an MRI scan or dialysis, ukiwa Turukana, you have to come to Nairobi for NHIF to give you authorization for that. Assuming you're very, very sick, so you have to come with someone. You travel from Turkana to Nairobi. Up until 2018, it was working. I don't know why it stopped. You come here to Nairobi, maybe upate watu ni wengi kwa NHIF office, so uende bado ulale, there's cost of even spend in Nairobi, and then you go back. What I'm thinking, the change we need in Roots Party, what we are pushing as Roots Party. Number one, NHIF zote in all localities and branches, can they authorize this thing? So that kama ni dialysis, kama ni MRI, we were told that machines were bought. Why should they come to Nairobi all the way from Turkana or Mandera for authorization in Nairobi? So that is the change we want. Number two, doctors are professionals. They should also have their own health service commission. They have been fighting for this. So as Roots Party, we are going to push for that. Wacha wajipange kama Judicial Service Commission, because health is very, very paramount in this country. Another thing which borders on devolution. Our idea as Roots Party is that we've seen that 15% is not possible because national government is not able to give county governments, and county governments are crying. When we say we are going to suspend the constitution, that comes into chapter 11 of devolution. What we want is for the counties, they are already organized in caucuses. Wajipange, they get their own revenue, wagawane according to their regions. They are only going to give national government ya roots 10%. Iyo, a doctor wa county atalipwa, suppliers who've been auctioned because they have not been paid watalipwa. Unaona, and service delivery ya county will be manageable. So that is the change we are pushing as Roots Party.
Na Bi Ruth, katika kauli yako ya kumaliza una muda wa dakika 2, ni kipi ambacho mtakifanya tofauti na utawala ambao upo sasa katika kauli yako ya kufunga?
Wakenya tunaleta transparency. Wakenya tunaleta uongozi mpya. Tunakuwa, we are the new broom. We are the people who are coming to clean up the corruption. We are people who are coming to stabilize the economy. We are concerned about our youth. We are concerned about the women plight, just as like the disabled, the people with disability. So give us the chance to take care of you. You are our bosses. It's paramount to know that you are our bosses. You are not the subject. So give us the vote and we shall bring in the change that we have been talking about.
Kauli yako ya kufunga, Bi Justina?
And I called for mindset change when tulikuwa tunaanza hii debate. Kenyans, let us respect the media owners. They have organized this debate. And the purpose of this debate is to give you an opportunity to ask your leaders questions. And here we are. So don't see it like it's something that you're time wasting, amamulisha amua. No. If you need a different Kenya, a transformed Kenya, this is the opportunity. Let me say this as Roots Party. We might come off as jokers, as not serious people, but one thing we are doing is to push your mind and to ask yourself, by the way, my tribe doesn't help me, but the challenges I'm facing as an individual is what I want my government to help me with. So we are coming in with fresh ideas. We are coming in with the idea that Kenya can do better. Kenya is beautiful. We have athletes who we are always trending that they are doing well. We have musicians who are doing well. But when it comes to leadership, why do we have low self-esteem? Why do we choose people? Why are we scared to go a different direction? So my call to Kenyans is that Roots is different. We are giving you a solution. We are explaining to you where we are going to get the money to run government projects, and we are ready to serve you. So be different. Don't feel like anyone owns you. Don't feel like you're doing someone a favor. And for the 44 million undecided, I hope I've convinced you. And the ones who are decided, I hope I've converted you to vote for Roots Party, because this is the government and the party for the future.
Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana. Mnaweza kupokezana mkono. Thank you. Na wanaposema wahenga, kilicho na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. Hii sasa ndiyo tamati ya mjadala wetu kati ya wagombea wenza wa kiti cha urais.
Indeed, our appreciation to candidates Justina Wamae and Ruth Mucheru, and to you, the audience here and out there watching on television here in Kenya and around the world. Thank you all. I'm Francis Gashuri of Citizen TV and Inoro TV.
Nami naitwa Zubeida Kananu Kome kutoka KTN News. Usiku mwema.
All right, it's been an hour and a half or so of big talk right there, and a tussle between the tier 2 pitting Roots Party running mate candidate there, Justina Wamae, and of course the Agano Party running mate candidate there, who is none other than Ruth Mucheru. I want to bring in my guests in studio, my colleagues, Chris Sambo, of course, and Faith Kaulu, who have been with me here. Thanks, guys. And I want to look at how it has been. We predicted it's going to be a tussle. Was it a tussle? Was it one-way-sided, or how can you rate it, Faith?
I can say it was a one-man show, or one woman in this case, because the whole debate was actually centered on the Roots Party agenda, and they were trying to understand it, and they were asking my questions, trying to, what's the word, get to really know what is this agenda that they're putting forth in terms of the snake and the marijuana and everything else. For me, I feel like Ruth did not actually use the platform to be able to sell the agendas of, or rather agenda of the Agano Party and what they stand for and what they will do.
Allow me to come to you shortly, sure. Because we are short. We are really looking at your sound and camera. I want to bring in Sambu. Okay. Sambu, what is your takeaway from the first session here of the running mate debate tonight?
I think we expected so much, and nothing much has come out from that particular debate, though the significant parties, they were able to discuss what we predicted, the cost of living. But as predicted, you saw like what came out of that particular interview is naivety in politics of the two deputy presidential candidates, Wamae and Ruth Mucheru and Justina. Of course, that is something that came out looking at how well they understand the country's political landscape, and with the persistence of the question, you saw what came out. That's why Faith says it was a one-woman show, because at least for the Roots Party, they were able to articulate their manifesto and stick to what they are promising to Kenyans. But what happened was, like, the Agano Party was now, trying to debunk on the manifesto of the Roots Party. So so much has been talked in that particular hour, but the best didn't come out in regards to what we expected. We're also looking forward to see whether the real issues will come out in the second debate.
What issue, I mean, if I was to ask you, what issue came out clearly for you out of this debate?
I would say in regards to the revival of the economy, reforming the health sector, the education sector, you didn't see those issues coming out. The major issue that came out is, the whether legalization or no of the cannabis, and that is the discussion that came out clearly in regards to how they are going to change, the lives of Kenyans. That is a very difficult question, and as we were talking before that debate, we talked about, preparedness of how you're going to respond to national issues. So the two candidates tried to dodge that particular question of how are you going to reform the lives of Kenyans. So particularly, I would say the issue that came out clearly was the two deputy presidential candidates, bringing themselves out and trying to show the people that they are capable. Of course, trying to prove to Kenyans they have the capacity to be deputy president. But in regards to the issues that we expected, of course, I don't think there's so much that came out of it. And we'll try and see what Kenyans are saying, because they are the final people, because we'll be looking at their responses on what they are saying in regards to that particular interview. But from where I sit, I feel and I think that the real issues never came out. What was there was just the interrogation of their respective party manifestos.
Faith, you were saying something that it was almost a one-woman show here, and it's because you felt that in around 40 minutes or so talking about one issue, and that is what the Roots Party is presenting or bringing forward about what they want to do to revive the economy, and that's matters around legalizing bang and all that. Is it an issue with the moderation, or is it an issue with the other, the other, the other running mate or the opponent for that matter, not being able to, articulate her cases so that she also takes over the debate as it were?
Let me say both. That's a very tricky question, because then if I say it's an issue about the moderation, I'm talking about my colleagues as well in the media industry. But looking at why that took the center stage, where the Roots Party agenda took the center stage, I'd say it's because this is something new, this is something exciting, this is something unheard of. I mean, looking even past, no candidate has come up with such an idea, trying to entice voters on their end. And so I think that's why they really took interest into that, to get to see, do you really know what you're talking about, or this is just pure talk to entice the young people. And I think from what Wamae and how she responded is to show that, she knows the facts, she knows what the party stands for, be it true or not, as much as it is ridiculous, she was able to support what they're putting forth very, very well. And I think for me, that is something that shocked me, which takes us back to what we're talking about, being prepared for such a debate. And I'd say she was indeed prepared.
Yes, allow me to interrupt you. I'm being told that the running mate for UDA party, that's the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, is already in the premises, ready for the second session of the debate, pitting him and the Azimio Moja running mate, Martha Karua.
Kenya until the plan that we have. Very, very interesting. But as I let you go, because you need to take a little rest before you take to the podium, you are prepared for this debate. You have been going around campaigning for Kenyans. But how do you feel being here tonight? This is the day, because obviously prepared for it.
I feel good because I'll have an opportunity to talk to many Kenyans who don't come to public rallies. There are many Kenyans who, because they are working, they are busy in business, some outside the country, they don't get time to attend public rallies, where we have been pushing our agenda and explaining to the people of Kenya why they should give Dr. William Ruto and I a chance to change their lives, to restore their dignity, to give them hope, to inspire them. And those are the Kenyans I want to talk tonight. And I trust and pray that the moderators will not be trivial. They'll give me an opportunity to talk to the people of Kenya about our plan and convince them that we have the best plan for them, and that is why they should come out on the 9th of August and vote for Dr. Ruto and I.
All right, Rigathi Gachagua, running mate for the Kenya Kwanza, all the best as he walks in to now take his position. And very interesting, he's a man who keeps time.
Yeah, that's of course the running mate for UDA, or the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and his entourage. Of course, I've seen there the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro and you know, the Honorable the Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria, and of course the presidential campaign secretariat, the communication director Hussein Mohammed, of course, right behind them. You know, showing that they're ready for the debate tonight. Of course, what you've heard is say that he's ready, and the reason why he's attended the debate today is because he knows there are majority of Kenyans who have not attended the public rallies that they've had to do around the campaign trail. You feel that this is really what is happening?
We're not surprised to see Gachagua arrive very early. Of course, Kenya Kwanza threatened to boycott the presidential and the deputy presidential debate, but him showing up early and early enough is a show that we're expecting an heated debate in the next few minutes. And for Gachagua, you heard him talk about, you know, I'm expecting that the media will be fair enough to give me the opportunity to, you know, speak to Kenyans. That shows you that there is a perception already built up towards the debate. But as I said earlier on, it all depends on how prepared you are. It doesn't matter the questions that are going to be asked. How well are you prepared to talk to Kenyans? That is the difference that will make in this coming debate, especially this one of Rigathi Gachagua beating Mother Karua.
Of course, that is coming up shortly at around 7:30 or so. So in the next 20 minutes or so, we should be live at Kwea to really see what happens between the Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. But before I come to Faith, I want to really, I'm being told that Justina Wambo is being interviewed by our colleagues out there. I don't know if we are able to get to hear what she's saying about the just ended debate.
What support ideas that are women empowerment ideas, and I need to thank personally my husband, my spouse, Bwana Alex, tuko naye huku kwa kunipatia hii opportunity ya ku choose and do what I love, which is public service and leadership. Nimefurahi sana.
Naam, asante sana kwa kuja, asante kwa kuitikia mwito. Na mtazamaji, kufikia hapo na pengependa kumpisha mwenzangu Nimrod Tabu naye atueleze upande wake kuko vipi. Karibia kaka.
Naam, asante sana Busara, bila shaka nafikiri.
Yeah, that's just Justina Wamaya, who just you know, had a recap of what happened during the debate. Faith, I was bringing you in to talk about what to expect next, but before then I want us to do a recap shortly of what we saw. For me, the issue that I felt is not come out clearly is the issue of integrity and leadership, because that is what chapter 6 of our constitution pushes for. Yes, sorry again, I have to interrupt you.
That's okay.
It is what happens because right now I'm being told that we are going back to Kwea because there is a live event.
It was not, it was interactive, but not, si ya kuleta mtu chini, ya kumuonesha this one is better than the other. Na pia ningeweza kufurahi kushukuru familia yangu, pia mimi bwana na watoto wamenishikilia for even this first time of a race, nasema ni asanti.
Bila shaka tunatumai kwamba umeweka msingi wa yale ambao mnataka kufanya hata siku za usoni, lakini asante sana kwa muda wako. Bila shaka tukiwa na migaragazano kama hii tutakuwa tunatafutana na nyinyi. Haya basi, ndio kama ulivyosikia mtazamaji, wagombea wenza wote wakifurahia fursa hii.
That is the running mate for Organo Party, Ruth Mucheru, talking about what happened right there. Of course, they're all thanking their husbands. I don't know why, but that's what they're saying, that is their support system. be it as it may. Faith, can you go on? Sorry for cutting you short.
It's okay. Indeed, Vincent, as you mentioned matters integrity, I also don't feel that it was handled well, because when we look at both Ruth and Wamai weren't able to explain how leaders who've been faced with questionable integrity issues or corruption, how will they face justice, weren't able to explain.
I had a lot of forgiving.
Exactly. Wamai saying actually they will forgive despite them putting forward the or trying to bring back honeying if you're found corrupt in their government. She was able to mention that for previous, yaliondwele, or what is past, let it be forgotten. And it got me thinking, really, will then that encourage people? Or does that mean the implications that were made by their corrupt ways are gone and no justice is done to that, and to see how Ruth was also able to handle that situation, talking about who will go for them, but who are them and in what way, how will you ensure that they face justice? That question was not handled well. And so many other things I feel like Ruth wasn't able to answer, including the money that she claims is stashed outside of the country. Then how did you identify these people? You are writing letters to the UN. How then will you ensure that the money is returned? For me, I think when it comes to serious issues that Kenyans are facing, or serious issues facing the country in terms of integrity, corruption, let's look at the economy, as well as several services that needs revival, they were not able to answer. How are you going to be able to, or how will you lead your government to see that this has been delivered and that Kenyans are satisfied and that your leadership is actually good for the country?
Sambo, another issue that I didn't feel really came out of this debate is on international relations and diplomacy, because Kenya is in a community of international, other international, partakers, and I didn't feel them bring out how their governments are going to relate with our government, because that is where, when you get to know that their money stashed out a country, then if you have a good relationship with those countries, then these monies can be returned home and you have a relation. But I didn't hear that come out clearly on how they are going to improve and work on their relationship internationally.
I think for the Roots Party deputy presidential candidate Justina Wamai tried so much, painting a picture of a government, a Roots Party government that will be, in full control of the nation. But again, when she was posed with the question of there are some countries that have, banned, or rather have not legalized the use of marijuana as they, using it as a manifesto and also a push to change the lives of Kenyans. But she did not put into perspective how then are you going to relate with these, countries, if at all you're talking about selling this marijuana to foreign countries. How are you going to associate yourself with them such that you find your market? And that, I think, that is a failure in bringing out the full concept in regards to the international relation. And in large part, like you said, they didn't touch on the international relation. Of course, we expected them to maybe perhaps talk about, we are going to put these policies and all these policies. And as I said earlier, the biggest thing that came out of this interview is interrogation of their manifestos. But you see, in this debate is you speak the issues that are not in your manifesto, but that are directly in a connection to your manifesto. What happened is just the interrogation of the manifesto. That is why you see things such as the international relation lacking in what they debated on. But all the same, I think for the Roots Party, they try to articulate their issues and they try to articulate what they're going to do with the international community in regards to their manifesto. They want to sell snake poison to foreign countries. They said they try to convince Kenyans on how they are going to do that with the foreign countries. They are going to legalize marijuana in the country. Where are they going to sell it? They try to convince Kenyans on how they are going to do that in the international community. But for the Agano Party, they didn't touch on the international relations. And as much as I'm concerned, I think for the Agano Party was much of responding to what the Roots Party had to say in regards to the debate.
Faith, It's sort of the Roots Party running mate, Justina Wamai, had a field day. Some people are saying online that actually she should have debated with the first year, that is Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua. Yeah.
She did so well. Indeed, which again takes us back to the question you asked earlier on whether it is right to divide the two. Because now looking back at how she performed, one would easily say that she deserves a seat at the top, you know, because she's confident, she's poised, she's well articulated, she has facts, you know, statistics, meaning that she studied the country well, she prepared well, she knows what she wants and what she's going for, as well as what her party stands for. Because you can as well know the roles of a deputy president and not be able to support what your party is selling or the manifesto of your party. So seeing at how indeed she performed, you know, one would easily say she deserves a seat at the top. By the end of it all, I think for me, I'd say the future is bright for her in terms of her political career, because when we look at her, we see she's still young, she's still starting out, of course, having run as a member of parliament and successfully, and now here. If indeed they're not able to clench the position, she should keep it going.
She should keep it good.
Yeah.
Good. What about Ruth? Is it that the fact that Ruth, Justin Wamai had a stint, a short one though, in the political arena in 2017, did it play game to her court because she has a stint, she had experience a little bit compared to Ruth Mutua?
I think I was trying to follow on the responses of Kenyans here, and they're talking much about Justina Wamai because if you look at what Kenya are saying, is that Justina Wamai was debating herself. So I think grasp of what you know, she had prepared for is what came out clearly, and as you could see at some point, she would you know, tell Ruth at some point, you know, you have to understand the law. Respond when you understand, you know. And when your opponent tells you understand before you respond, that is a very big blow. That means then you don't understand. And if you looked at Justina's responses, she majorly based arguments or rather submissions on the law. You know, we might be saying that the snake poison is, or other snake rearing is something that we can't do as a country as it is right now, but she was able to bring out clearly that this is something in the law, this is something that we can do. It's only that we have not been, you know, opened our eyes to see that it's being able to be done. So I think for Justina, she was prepared for that debate, and as well also understanding from the previous situations and incidents, she was able to articulate what the Roots Party wants to be heard by Kenyans. And if you look at what she concluded with that we are coming as new people, but as we come as new people, we are not coming to beg you to, you know, vote for us. We are bringing ourselves out. You decide whether you want us in or not. So I think she was very authoritative, and that is one thing that Kenyans are talking about. Even if I scroll down here, I've been trying to look at what Kenyans are saying, and most of them are talking about Justina Wamai and how she conducted herself and how she brought out everything. So I think that was a fair one, but for the Agano party, at least, you know, as I said, that will have an impact on the presidential candidate.
Let's wait and see. I want to bring you, Faith, in even as we talk about even as we want to, you know, rate these two, because I want us to give a rating out of 10 and see who performed better between the two. But do you think that this has set pace for what is coming up next? This has set stage already for what is coming next, because we believe there is going to be more intense and even upbeat, if I may call it so.
Okay, for what is coming up next in terms of the second tier?
Yeah.
Yeah. It has indeed set a stage. It has indeed set a precedence. because we've seen what we want and, what we don't want in terms of how a leader is going to perform at a presidential debate. We've been able to see a leader who is knowledgeable, who has facts, who has researched, who knows about their country, and a leader who is answering questions or evading to answer them straightforward, and being vague or beating around the bush and going in circles instead of answering a question straight on. So looking at the candidates who are coming up next and how we've been able to define them, or how they have been defined for a very long time, the Iron Lady, we expect her to hit it or hit the nail on the head. If it's a question about corruption, we expect her to know or to have a concrete answer on how they are planning to deal with that issue that Kenya is facing. Looking at Rigathi as well, being paired with Martha Karua, looking at his political journey as well, and him being a good orator, he's been defined as so. We also expect him to be able to give us straight facts and answers to questions as Kenyans want to hear on how will you be able to deliver, on how will you be able to set up a system that will be of benefit to the common mwananchi.
I want us to take a break, but before then, I want us to rate these two ladies, these two super women, if we may call them. Sambu, out of 10, how much do you give Justina?
In regards to the issues that were placed...
no, just how she conducted herself, the whole debate.
I think out of 10, I would give her 8.
8, wow. That's very good, in terms of rating. Okay, Faith, what about you? No, before you, what about Ruth?
I would give Ruth, say 3 or 4.
Oh, that's below average. Really below average. Why?
Because
Why?
She did not articulate the issues of the party. She did not bring out what the party wants to do for Kenyans. What she did was just responding to, Justina. And
that is kind of moderating the
yes, that was the biggest issue. Instead of bringing out what your party is planning to do for Kenyans, or wants to do for Kenyans, she was responding back to Justina, while Justina was insisting on the party's position. I think at some point we were talking about whenever it gets to a point that she has to base a point on economic revival, she has to involve the things to do with marijuana, because she's advocating for what the party wants. But for Ruth, I think she went off the line and tried to respond back instead of just giving the party's position on what they want to do for the country.
She went off script, so to speak. So an 8 for Justina, a 3 for Ruth.
3, 4.
Okay, Faith, what about Justina for you?
Well, I was laughing when Sambu was giving his scorecard because we are almost, because for me, I gave Justina a 7.5 because she did so well and answered questions honestly, even when she knows what people want to hear. Like when she was asked about their 100 days, she said, I'll be lying if indeed I tell you this is what you'll see in 100 days. We're not able to do much, but give us 1 year, sit down and look at what we've done. So for me, give her 7.5 because even when everyone was asking her questions, the moderators and the opponent, she was still calm and collected. And I think for me, that is a very good indication of her calm personality. For Ruth, I also gave her 3. I don't know, because I'm being too generous and I have to rate her. So let me give her 3. I think
she did well. Come on, guys. She did well on several occasions.
She didn't do too bad, but Vincent, she wasn't straightforward.
A 3-4 is a fair one.
And she lost focus because then all she was so into the business of Ruth's party that she ended up selling Ruth's party without her knowledge. And then if you sell your opponent's party, who's going to sell your agenda?
For me, allow me not to rate them because I'm the referee. And
you're going to play it safe,
I think in reference to what Faith has said, I was trying to look at a tweet here by one of the Kenyans says, Justina Wamaya amesema hakuna haja tudanganyane mambo ya 100 days, tuongee after 1 year. So we better talk after 1 year.
Yeah.
No need of flying about 100 days, we'll do this and that.
And even, sorry, even as we look at her intro and her closing pitch, it was spectacular because she's telling Kenyans, pick me because of this, pick me because this is what my party stands for and this is what I promise to do. I mean, I like how she was very straightforward. She was selling herself and selling her party as well. Yeah.
That is it from my panelists, my colleagues, my fellow journalists. They say Justina did spectacularly well, an 8 averagely, and Ruth did just a 3 average. I don't know what you rate them. Let me know on my social media handles, KAKTV Kenya, on Facebook, KAKTV_KA, on Twitter, and on Instagram, and of course on our SMS line that is on your screen down there. And of course we'll be able to sample your views in the tail end of our conversation tonight. But we want to take a break, but I want to inform you that coming up next, of course, is the tussle between the big two, if I may call them so. That is Rigathi Gachagua of UDA and of course Martha Karua of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. We are told and we understand that already the running mate of UDA, that's Rigathi Gachagua, has already arrived in the premises of Quer. We wait to get an update on what time the Azimio la Umoja running mate Martha Karua will arrive, and we will let you know. But for now, let's take a short break. When we come back, we tackle a bit on what we expect to see and hear, of course, in the coming, up next, if I may call it, the running mate debate between Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua. Don't touch the tab.
We welcome your feedback on our programming. For questions or comments, kindly get in touch with us via email info@kaktv.org, SMS 011120044, or call us on 0794 588 054.
PCA Ongata Booth Girls High School of Excellence is a modern private girls boarding school offering the 844 curriculum. Our vision is to provide an education that focuses on the holistic growth and development of each learner who will be readily admitted to world-class institutions of higher learning, graduating into exceptional students of integrity.
Our school will not only offer academics, but we also have extracurricular activities. For example, we have swimming pool, and it's not only a swimming pool, but it is an Olympic standard swimming pool whereby our students are able to feed their mind and build their mind.
We take care of our girls spiritually. We have a church just across here where they worship every Sunday, and in between the week we have a very, very strong Christian union. We really encourage you to bring your children here that they may get the experience of learning in a Christian environment.
We also have teachers who are well skilled and trained and also friendly. They teach us to be disciplined, which goes hand in hand with academics. PCA Ongata Booth Girls High School of Excellence is the place to be.
Our school is founded on Christian background, and we are surely assuring you that when you bring your girl, you will not regret.
We have vacancies in Form 1 and 2 available for application. You can apply now.
Are you ready for Israel? PCA head office is pleased to inform all presbyteries, parishes, churches, congregations and friends of our PCA annual trip to Israel. The 10-day trip to the Holy Land will happen this September from the 18th to 27th, 2022. trip to Israel through Egypt will include visit sites like the pyramids, Mara, the Hayin Church, the Burning Bush, Mount Sinai, and then to Israel through the Suez Canal. That will include visits to the Dead Sea, Kibbutz, the Menja, the Temptation Mount, Gethsemane, Old Jerusalem, Caesarea Park, St. Peter's in Galligantu, Emmaus, Capernaum, Jordan River, Galilee, among others. We would love to have you join us on this annual trip to Israel. For bookings, contact Rose on 0721 511 524 or 0721 511 524.
My name is
In that ballot session, whoever picks the first number is the one who will make the opening remarks first. I think she's accompanied by her family there. So once that happens, the second person is the one who will also make the closing remark second. That's Honorable Martha Karua is coming in for the debate that's going to take place in just a short while there, but 1.5 hours of it, where Kenyans can send in your questions as well on 22843, and we'll cross over to them and find out whether she's ready for the debate that is about to kick off in the next half an hour. And Ken Mijungu is now standing right there with Michelle Ngele. Ken?
Deputy Presidential Running Mate under the Azimio One Kenya Coalition, just
good, and you can see I'm surrounded by my grandchildren.
Yeah,
yes.
You want to say something? You want to say something?
Hi, people.
Are you ready for this debate?
Very. Yes.
All right. Say something.
Hi.
Do you wish her well?
Okay. Yes.
No, all right.
Please vote for Azimio.
All right, that is Martha Karua. She is the second candidate to arrive for this debate, setting the stage for the debate. Among many others, Kenyans expecting a heated debate, where amongst center stage will be how these candidates will implement their manifestos. Trevor.
Thank you, Michelle and Ken Mijungu there speaking to the Deputy Presidential candidate.
Welcome back. Of course, there is the Azimio la Umoja running mate candidate, Martha Karua, arriving in style with family. You know, I see the young ones there. What sort of boost is this, you know, when you come and, you know, the family is behind you big time?
Shows you how confident Martha Karua is, you know. She said there, she was asked, are you ready? And she said, I'm very ready. And when you see the environment and the mood is that she's well prepared, she's very prepared. So it's just a matter of some minutes, and then we witness what we have been expecting for, you know, for some weeks right now, since the date was slotted for the deputy presidential debate. I think from what you see, the mood is so good. Yeah. Perhaps maybe when they get into the podium now, things will have to change, because that is not a smiling podium. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm really waiting to see what number they pick, because it's very important to know who answers the question first. So I believe that my director will be able to give us those pictures when they are going to do that ballot, to know who takes number one, who takes number two, because that's really important to set stage for the debate. But Faith, someone said she's confident. Can also, you know, can this also lead to some sort of overconfidence when it comes to matters debating? You come prepared and you're really confident, but subconsciously you're not really aware that you could be overconfident.
Definitely, that is a risk with anything. When you're preparing for anything in life, when you go too much overboard, when you exaggerate, then there's a risk that you will miss the mark. So it's good to do everything in moderation, be confident, yes, bring as much support as you need, because at the end of the day, it is you who's going to face the heat. So if you need familiar faces in the audience where you'll see and you'll smile and you'll be reminded that you have this, me, I'm like, bring everyone on board. But let's hope that both candidates are confident, just in moderation, to enable them to be able to, you know, do well.
I actually think, I don't think there is any overconfidence. It's just a matter of how well are you prepared. Because this is not a job interview. This you are going to speak about issues. So how well do you know the issues? So talking about
it's actually a job interview, because after this, then Kenyans will vote for you. depending on how you performed?
Actually, a job interview of what you already know you want to do. Because I think for Martha, for her to say like she's very ready, even Gachagua said I'm very ready, they already know that what is going to be asked is around what we have interacted with, what we have known. The only thing is how are you going to respond to that? And I think as you talked about the balloting on who comes first, and that is something that you are waiting to see, because whoever goes first, then it will bring a very big difference in regards to the first question, hoping that the first question will not be why do you want to become a deputy president. Maybe now if the moderators punch a straightforward question, now that is where the battle begins. So we are waiting to see who is more ready than the other, because they've already insinuated that they are ready. But we are waiting to see who is more ready, who has been more prepared. We understand one tried to say, will not come for this interview, but today they say they are, Gachagua says, I am ready. Martha Karua has long been saying that she will attend the interview, she will attend the debate, and she's very available. And I think we're discussing in the morning how the Daily Nation had versioned its story, talking about, we expect fireworks today if at all either Rigathi, Gachagua or Martha Karua, none of them develops a cold feet. So we've already seen them, on the premises of Quea. So up next is something that we are waiting to see. And the most importantly is we wait to see whether they will bring out the issues that we cited that have been left out in the first tier of the interview.
Exactly. Now, this is just them and probably their families and their friends and those, in their circles, their campaign team and all that. What if their party leaders, their presidential candidates actually came through, came into the auditorium with them, ready to just see how their number twos are ready to debate? What pressure could this develop upon these running mates?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that, because one, their day is coming where, they'll be the center stage. And then two, as we mentioned earlier, right now where the number ones are, they're not okay. They are hoping that everything goes well, that the candidates or running mates represent them well. So I feel being in the auditorium will not only be pressure to their running mates, but for them as well, especially when they feel like an issue hasn't been addressed well. They might probably make a face that will discourage the running mate if indeed they'll sit at a place where they're able to see each other. So for me, I feel like, I don't know, they're not there today, but I feel like it wasn't necessary. I think I like it that way. I don't know what Sambo has to say.
Actually, I think the pressure right now is on the presidential candidates on whether my deputy is going to articulate issues that are very important, or rather, will my deputy perform? I don't know if you've ever seen a fight and people are fighting, and then you're watching, you're next in the fight, and then you see the person that you've been looking up to is beaten down. So what happens to you? You start fighting. So what they're looking at is, will my deputy perform? I think most of the pressure is now on the presidential candidates, because as you have seen, the deputy presidential candidate are there, very ready. But now the question is on the presidential candidate. Will my deputy perform? If he or she performs, then sets a very easy precedence for me in the next interview. I think that is much important. Like, the deputy presidential debate will have a very big impact on the presidential debate, because it paints a picture of a whole coalition, a picture of a whole party.
Let's also get what you say about the same on our socials across our platform, because we want to understand what you also expect out of this, because you've seen how the first tier has happened, and now we are up to the next tier. Let's understand what you think will come up, and of course we'll be able to sample your views. But we all know the personalities that we are going to witness up next. We know how Rigathi is and how he is, built, and we know how Karua is built. We know Karua is an astute no-nonsense lady, and we know Rigathi is a straightforward kind of human being. He doesn't shy away from saying what is in his mind. Would we expect this to come out rightly in the debate, or they are going to come up with a different demeanor so that they, try to hide what people know about them out there? Faith?
When it comes to matters personality, most times it's quite hard to hide that, especially when you're under pressure or when you're under scrutiny. And of course, tonight, this is such a huge thing for them. Kenyans are watching. People have high expectations from them. And I think it is meant to come out, the straightforwardness, especially when it comes to answering questions, those tough questions, and when they are debating with each other, when they're posing questions to each other. For me, I expect to see straightforwardness from Gachagua, of course, as well as Martha Karua. She's a stern lady. She has a stand and speaks her mind, and I expect to see that, and I think that is something that Kenyans are expecting to see as well. That is what we desire to see, and I feel like if we get something else, then Kenyans might be a little bit disappointed. Yeah.
And on numerous occasions, we've seen what Kenyans have said on social media pertaining the two, they painted pictures differently. And is this also going to weigh upon the shoulders of these running mates to try and, come out? For instance, we know that Mother Karua has been mentioned in the past as a lady who can walk out on people. She's done that before in the Kibaki government. And we know Rigathi as a person who also stands and says, this is what I stand for, and if you're not going to do it, then I'm not going to be a part of that. We've seen that picture, those pictures painted on social media. Is this going to weigh on the shoulders of these particular personalities tonight?
I think that is a factor that has been put on the agenda that has been set by Kenyans. If you've seen the discussions that have been ongoing in regards to the deputy presidential debate, of course, going by the rich history of both, political leaders, you find that Martha Karua has a very rich political history, and that is why people are giving her a very upper hand against Gachagua. But again, it's up to Gachagua now, to step up and prove what people have been talking about. And the biggest and the most important thing here is not about responding to your opponent. It's about articulating issues of the coalition that you are standing with, that what they plan to do for Kenyans. I think whoever goes in that way, then will take the day. In regards to, if Martha Karua steps up, instead of focusing much on fighting Gachagua on the debate, if she focuses on what Azimio la Umoja wants to do, if she shows Kenyans the grasp of the manifesto of the Azimio la Umoja and understanding of the Kenyans political landscape, then that will give her a very good move in that debate. If Gachagua then takes that route as well, then we expect a very balanced debate and a very heated debate. But if any one of them decides now they have to tackle the other head-on, then I think that will be the biggest failure. But as we've seen from the rich history of Martha Karua, then Gachagua comes in as the underdog in this particular debate. But again, it is how well you answer what you're being asked and how well you show Kenyans that you understand the problems that they face, because that is what Kenyans are looking at. If you've seen the conversation around the Justina Wamai and the Ruth Mucheru interview, it's a matter to do with what are they saying, what are you telling us, what are we listening, why are we listening to you? So we expect to listen to issues that affect the common Kenyan, and that is something that if any of the candidates goes with, then they will take the day. It's about issues, not fighting your opponents.
Yeah, Sambu has raised an issue that is really candid, that Rigathi comes into this debate as the underdog, and that's a role that in football we call it is some sort of an advantage, because your opponent thinks that or they have already underrated you to an extent, so they know that we are going to floor this person, you know, flat foot. Do you think this is going to play into his advantage to, you know, come out and be ready that people don't expect me maybe to perform because I'm pitted against, you know, a seasoned politician compared to me? Is it going to play into his game?
Yes and no. Let me start with yes. Going back to your question of overconfidence, I see how easily this can be then for Martha Karua to be overconfident and see how, you know, she's going to win if we are going to look at it in terms of a win-lose situation, and who is more likely to convince Kenyans, especially the undecided voters. Because as you've mentioned, or rather how Sambo put it, that Gachagua is an underdog looking at his political career or history. Also, yes, because this is also then a very good platform for Gachagua to have been able to prepare very well to convince Kenyans, you know, that despite my brief history in the political career, I am capable, you know, of taking charge of this country. I am capable of leading this country in such a capacity. So do not undermine me. Just because I have a brief history, it does not mean I am not able to deliver. If he's able to articulate well his points and put forth very well the agenda of the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza, then Kenyans are more likely to believe in him despite the brief political career. Because someone put it very well that what tonight is all about is how able are you to convince Kenyans that this is what you're going to do? How able are you to support the agenda of the party that you stand for? How able are you to answer questions very well in an articulate way and direct to the point to convince Kenyans that you are the right candidate for this position?
Yeah. Sambo, an issue that I believe or I predict is going to pop up during this debate is an issue pertaining to loyalty to your presidential candidate or to the president, because we've seen it even in their campaign. It's been a tool they're using, as Mio Lemoja saying that you know, UDA and Kenya Kwanza have an issue of loyalty given what has happened between the president Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto. And you know, this has also been raised on the other side, people asking how loyal is Martha going to be, if at all, elected that ticket elected as the presidency, because of the past history. And you know, it's the presidency is no longer about the president alone, it's about the deputy president, because if whatever happens to the president, then the deputy takes over. So you know, this is an issue. How difficult or easy is it going to be, a question to answer for these two guys on terms of loyalty?
I think the question on loyalty in most likely might come out in that particular debate. But as you've heard Martha Karua initially, she has insisted that actually in a recent statement just 3-4 days ago, she said that I am not a co-president to, I will not be a co-president to Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I will be his deputy.
Principal assistant.
Principal assistant. That is what she emphasized on. Again, you see, for the Kenya Kwanza coalition, the deputy president faces what has come out in clear public, that the fallout with President Uhuru Kenyatta. So the big question is, do we trust the Kenya Kwanza with the leadership, in that the leader of the coalition, you know, has had a fallout with the president? So those are some of the questions, and I think once that question pops out, then that is where you will see now the big battle, because for Martha Karua, in that regard, she has an added advantage, because she hasn't been in government, so she cannot be touched in regards to that. So she is able to fight back in terms of proving her loyalty, as well as you know, Gachagua now having to prove his ability to be loyal to the president, if at all Kenya Kwanza takes over the government. Again, the issue surrounding that, and you will agree with me, and will come into contention, is matters to do how are you going to fight corruption. It's a very critical matter that I know must come out in that particular debate, and will cause some jitters in that particular debate, in that Martha Karua will have to face Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua, of course, citing to what is in clear public and what is in courts, that he has been implicated in corruption scandals, so to say, and faces yet another Martha Karua who has not been in government. So I think the issue of corruption and how are we going to fight corruption is one issue that is going to cause jitters in that particular debate. And I know very well the moderators of that particular debate are well prepared with that question. And it's just a matter of some minutes, and then we'll be able to hear that question come out.
That's his prediction. What else do you predict that is going to come up, even as you also weigh in on what he said?
Definitely what he said was top on my list as well, having in mind what he's just put forth, and I'm so looking forward to how Rigathi will be able to handle that matter, because for me I feel it is really important that he's able to handle it with calmness, and be able to answer his question very articulately without any discouragement or showing confidence as well. But also something that I expect that they'll be able to talk about is the economic issue that Kenyans have been complaining about. Definitely it came up in the first area of the debate, not well handled as well, because they just briefly touched on it and went on to discuss other issues. So for me, I expect to see how, because this has also been in both camps, there are manifesto how they're going to look at the Kenya's economy and to ensure that it is favorable for the mwananchi. So I expect them to be given an opportunity to be able to say how exactly they're going to do that. Are they going to set up different systems, or are they going to use the existing systems? Tell us how they're going to revive that to see that it will work in their time of leadership. To look at also other services and how they're going to revive them that Kenyans have been crying for a long time. Of course, the health sector, the education sector as well. These are some of the things that I expect will come up, and that they'll be able to convince us that they're the right people, that no matter if we decide it's Kenya Kwanza or if we decide it's Azimio, we know Kenya is in safe hands.
Another issue I believe that might pop up, because this is just a prediction that we are giving. It's an issue to do with the fidelity to the Constitution of Kenya.
Actually, that was my thinking.
Yeah, because we've seen this in numerously mentioned in the political rallies of these two factions. One talking about the other side is planning to change the constitution. The other side saying this person did not support the constitution that we have at the moment in the first place, and they are sort of going to mutilate the constitution. It's an issue that is going to come up. Who do you think is going to answer this better between the two? Sam?
I think that's a very hard question, but again, owing to the fact that Martha Karua is a senior counsel, she has a legal background as well, and also being a constitutional affairs minister, she has an upper hand in matters to do with how the justice system in Kenya. Of course, she has seen what has evolved in different years, and that is one factor that is going to play out, as you predict, very clearly, because the fidelity to the constitution is something that each of the two factions is trying to push forward. For instance, you've heard and you've seen Kenya Kwanza in their campaigns talking about, when we take the government, we shall ensure that there are reforms in the judiciary, we shall ensure that our police service is reformed. We shall ensure that we make changes where due. We shall ensure that the independent commissions are independent, because most of them are listed in the constitution. But again, how are they going to do that? Because the constitution, as it is very clear. But again, you look at the picture on how well are we going to talk about,
Sam, allow me to interrupt you, because we want to see that event where now they're doing the balloting to see who takes the first question.
All right.
Can we have who's got number 1 and 2, if possible? Okay, my director tells me that's not possible. It's not possible, but we are kind of going to update you text number 1 and 2 as far as that is concerned. Sambu, sorry for cutting you short. Can you take it on the constitution?
Yes, I think even from the word go, you saw when the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, when he nominated Martha Karua, the first statement he made was that she will take over the matters to do with justice and legal affairs. That means that Martha Karua has been entrusted by the Azimio la Umoja with matters to do with constitution. Why? Because she has a vast experience in matters to do with justice and legal affairs. And all the same, that is something that is going, to put the two factions in loggerheads. One faction talks about a constitution that is not respected, and then the other faction talks about a constitution that needs, to be reformed. And that is one factor that will be an area of contention. If you look at the Azimio la Umoja talks about, if we need the constitution to work properly, then we need to make some small changes that will enable us to fix the gaps that we have. The Kenya Kwanza talks about, we need to respect the existing constitution and the existing laws. So that is an area that will come out as a contentious area. And all the same, the good thing to note is that even as the debate around that, the Constitution of Kenya is paramount. Of course, the 2010 Constitution was placed on the people. So at the end of the day, even as they have those discussions, the Kenyan people own the Constitution. So I think that is one area that is expected to come out. And if it comes out, then we wait and see how it goes, because that is a very contentious matter in regards to, the laws running the country as well as the laws that will also enable them create and plan their governments. Of course, we've had matters to do with coming up with a position of the Prime Minister, coming up with a position of Deputy Prime Minister and Chief Cabinet Secretary and all that. So whether the two factions agree on the same, because they've all talked about a Prime Minister position, then we wait and see who responds in that regard.
We wait and see who responds on that question. And how important is question 1, Faith, when it comes to the debate? How important is question 1? Because I'm asking you this because Rigathi apparently is going to take the first question as far as what I'm being told. The balloting has taken place. Rigathi number 1, Martha Karua number 2.
Well, having, or rather being given the first chance to respond to a question is important, because people get to pay key attention and want to hear what are you going to say or how are you going to respond to this question. No one else has responded to it, so you have been given the first priority. I think take advantage of that and give an answer that will convince people you are knowledgeable of what you're talking about, or you have your facts straight, or you are indeed the leader that we want for this country. If you are not prepared, then that's not a good thing for you, because one, you don't have time to recollect. I've seen that they've given more time to the running mates, 2 minutes. So say, for example, Gachagua is answering a question, Martha has time to think through it, has time to think about, to counter your answer as well. So if you are not prepared, my goodness, we are going to see something else. But if you're prepared, if you're confident, if you know why you attended the debate and what it took you there, and if you're ready to lead the country, I think that's an advantage.
We will almost take you there in a short while, but before then, I want us to do a prediction of what we really think will happen, because these are people that we follow, the journalists, for quite a long while now, since they were, even before they were even, mentioned or nominated as the running mates for these particular factions. We followed them for the past 5 years or so in their campaign trail. What do we expect out of them? Are we expecting fireworks? Or are we expecting calm, collected kind of debate? Or are we expecting name throwing and there and all that? Faith?
Fireworks are meant to be there, Kirusi, because at the end of the day, these are two people who want the same thing. and that's leadership of this country, and it's the very top position, or rather the second top position. I'm saying the top position because you've said how well they're going to do will determine what precedents, or they're setting a precedence for the presidential candidate. So fireworks are meant to be there, considering that they all have a weakness that the opponent can use to counter their questions or to give them a hard time at the debate just generally for the sake of wooing Kenyans to your side. However, I expect that the fireworks would get out of hand because also we have moderators who are there to ensure that everything is in moderation, that no abusive words are used, that people won't go off topic, and we won't dwell on one issue or one matter. I think for me that is what I would really desire, that they are able to control this debate and this discussion.
What is, because I want to go to someone, then we go direct to the debate. What is the average score you foresee? Just an average score between the two.
That's a very good question and a tough one. Because it's hard to preempt how someone will do. You might underestimate someone and then they overperform. But for me, I have very high expectations for both of them. And for me, I believe that, or rather I expect them to deliver above average. So that is above a 5. For me, I have very high expectation and I expect above a 5 for both candidates.
Sambu, what do you expect of the two? Fireworks, calm, collected, and what's your average score prediction?
I think Rigathi, Gachagua, and Martha Karua are two different politicians with different personalities. We all know that despite being, very astute, a no-nonsense lady, Martha Karua is also calm. She's less of abusive words or, the arrogance that we see, political arrogance, but she is very arrogant in what she's saying. So I don't see much of fireworks, but I see much of exchanges in regards to issues, and three things: corruption, fighting corruption, the constitution, and the economy. That is where we expect the battle to be for the two deputy presidential candidates.
Okay. Okay, Sambu, I'm told I have to cut it short because we are taking direct to the Queer Auditorium, where now the debate between Rigathi Gachagua of UDA and of course Martha Karua of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition is taking place. Follow and let's chat after this.
Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. My name is James Smart of NTV.
And I am Sophia Wanuna of KTN News. Welcome to the second and last of two debates between the running mates of the 4 presidential candidates cleared to run for president in the forthcoming election. This is the 4th of 6 national televised debates organized through a joint media presidential debates initiative, bringing together literally the entire Kenyan media fraternity.
The candidates participating in the debate have agreed to the rules and guidelines requiring them to conduct themselves with utmost decorum, address each other with respect, and extend honor to viewers watching this debate live across all Kenya's broadcast media platforms.
Indeed, and the candidates in the debate have also agreed to adhere to the allocated time. Each candidate has 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have carefully been selected after a thorough assessment of the state of our nation and the sentiments of the regular Kenyan voters in various parts of this country.
In line with the debate rules and the best practices, the questions we shall ask have not been shared with any of the campaign teams. Neither were they discussed or formulated in conjunction with anyone. The questions are entirely our own.
And an invited audience here, seated in the auditorium, has also agreed to the debate rules. They have been fully briefed that cheers, jeers, or any other form of noise is not permitted during the debate. We have to make the exception now as we request the audience to help us warmly welcome Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Rigathi Gachagua to the stage. Karibuni sana. Honorable Rigathi Gachagua occupying podium 1 in order of that balloting exercise we just witnessed a few moments ago. You have heard the rules of the debate, and we look forward to a fruitful engagement this evening. We'll begin with your opening statement, Mr.
All right,
Gachagua.
the stage is set. As you've seen, the two contestants have entered the stage, and from CAC TV, we want to say a good night because we want to take you direct to Queer. My name is Vincent Kiros. I've been with my colleague, Chris Sambo. Thank you very much. And Faith Kaulu. We'll talk about this more even as we delve into what they have said. Good night. Enjoy the show.
I'm the head of a family, and it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce my family tonight, who are here with me. My wife of 35 years, Pastor Dorcas Wanjiku Rigathi, and my firstborn son, Kevin Gachagua, a software engineer, and my secondborn son, Dr. Keith Ikino, a medical doctor who helps me to run family business. Tonight is a defining moment for the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya are in anguish. They are in a state of helplessness. They have no food. They don't know where to get their next meal. They are devastated. They need hope. Tonight, I'll present the Kenya Kwanza plan on how we intend to turn around the economy of this country, put people where they belong, restore their dignity, put money in their pocket, and allow them to enjoy their dignity. I look forward to a very objective debate, no trivialities, issues, so that the people of Kenya have an opportunity to interrogate what we plan to do for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gachagua. Madam Martha Karua, karibu, now your 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Sophia. I was born and brought up in Kirinyaga, and I want to thank my parents who are still alive, thank God, for instilling the values of honesty, hard work, community, and respect, values that hold good to this day. In this debate and in the audience, I have my family, my 2 children, Wawira and Edward, my grandchildren, 4 of them, my brothers and sisters, some of them, others are online. I represent the Azimio hope for this country. Azimio, together with Kenyans of goodwill, is out to rescue this country from the stranglehold of corruption cartels. This country can't breathe. We cannot get the services that people do require because monies intended for public service are going into the pockets of corruption cartels, who then become instant millionaires with huge bank balances. We intend to help this country, to help citizens get their country back, and all the resources of this country will be utilized for the best interests of the entire nation, not a select few. I am here to discuss those issues, and I am glad that my opponent is also talking of issues, which is what we have been calling for in our campaign. I'm able, ready, and willing.
Thank you very much, candidates, for your opening statements. Let's introduce the elephant in the room and start this debate. The question of the deputy president. It has dominated public consciousness in the last 5 years. I'll start with you, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. What kind of a deputy president will you be? You have 2 minutes.
I come from a background of management. I have been in public service for 15 years. I've been in private sector for 15 years. I've been in legislation for 5 years. That gives a 35-year experience of public service and engaging with the people. I am a hard-working man. I'm very passionate. I have zeal to serve. I'm an active man. I wake up early. I don't take alcohol. I have all the time and the commitment to put my all to serve the people of Kenya. I have a very good idea of what I need to do to assist my candidate, Dr. William Ruto, in the management of the affairs of this country, give him backup, be available, move around the country to implement development programs, listen to the people, be available to the people, because we have the bottom-up economic model. It's about the people. If you have noted, we have gone around the country in all the 47 counties and held economic forums, listened to the people, had very extensive consultative process of what the people of Kenya want from us, and that informed our manifesto. And we were not surprised that critics were saying our manifesto is too detailed and meticulous. It had to be, because it had to capture the issues, the aspirations of the Kenyan people, what they want us to do for them. And our manifesto is a clear plan that is informed by what the people of Kenya want us to do for them, to dignify them, to improve their quality of life, and to give them a chance to prevail and be men and women of substance.
Thank you. Honorable Karua, the same question. What kind of a deputy president will you be?
I'll be a deputy president who is respectful of the Constitution, of the people of Kenya, of my principle, and a person who will obey the rule of law and do the best to support my captain to deliver for this country. The oath of office dictates that the interests of the public are paramount in everything a government does. I will help my captain to stick to the rule of law, to ensure that what is in the Constitution is fulfilled. Our Constitution dictates that we adopt a social market economy where social justice is in the forefront. That is why Article 46, not 47, talks of socio-economic rights. You will notice that in our manifesto, we are talking about giving social support to those who cannot have any income, who do not at the moment have any income. And that's one way of fulfilling the promise of the Constitution and ensuring that Kenyans live in dignity, especially those who cannot afford the basics of life. I will therefore serve with honesty, and my track record speaks of that I have been a consistent public servant who does her work in the manner prescribed by the law, with honesty, with dedication. I will devote 100% to the people of Kenya.
All right. The question on the deputy president, it's public domain that the current president and his deputy are reading from 2 different scripts. In the last 5 years, we've seen that effect in public domain. Rigathi Gachagua, if that happens, what is your view? How should that be solved? How should that be sorted?
In my case and Dr. William Ruto, that will not happen. Both of us are strong-willed leaders who respect each other. None of us suffers from inferiority complex. At no time will William Ruto ever punish me or mistreat me because he has no reason to. I'll support him to be president. and he reciprocates that support. Between me and him, we are in agreement that we have no time to quarrel or disagree. We are inheriting a dilapidated country, a country that is on knees economically, a country that is facing an economic shutdown. We have no time for sideshows. We have no time for personal differences. We have no time for inferiority complex and competition that is unnecessary. We have a job to do. We are inheriting a 9 trillion debt. We are inheriting 6 million young people who have no jobs. 14 million Kenyans are in CRB. We have such a huge task ahead of us that it is unimaginable that Dr. William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, would digress on personal issues and petty matters to disagree at all. Each of us has a job well cut out. I have already been assigned to work on the economy. I have gone around the country listening to the people of Kenya. I have been to each and every county, and I brought those views that informed our manifesto. Going forward on election, our job is well cut out from day one. We have to implement our plan that is ready, and we have no time to disagree, to quarrel, to have different opinions. We are too busy to even imagine that we can disagree on any issue. We are brought together by a convergence that we need to serve the people of Kenya. And both of us love the people of Kenya and the ordinary people.
And Honorable Karua, as I come to you, I mean, at the beginning of the presidency now, as we have it in 2013, it would have been unimaginable that would be today witnessing the kind of fallout we are between the president and his deputy. So for you, how do you execute differently and ensure we do not see this kind of bad blood drawn out?
I think even when people have differences, because it is not possible for human beings to always think alike. That's why even our Constitution acknowledges diversity of opinion. It is imperative that all debates or disagreements or arguments on issues happen in-house, and what is brought to the public must be the result, the agreement on the positions. And I think I'm very well prepared, and I'll continue to pray and address my mind that, one, the overall leader is the president. I am the principal assistant. With that in mind, that I'm a delegate of the president and can be required to do any work to support the presidency and the administration, I'll be ready, and I am ready. I have served as a cabinet minister for 6.5 years. A cabinet minister is a delegate of the president. A deputy president is a first among equals within cabinet in being a delegate of the president. It's not a different position. We will be able to moderate any differences of opinion on any issues and to focus on serving Kenyans and to be respectful to Kenyans. Arguing in public, calling each other names in public is not only a disgrace, it's also not respecting Kenyans who elected and put us in office. Yeah. So I will be very conscious, and I've been commenting on the current situation, which does not commend itself to anyone.
Would you then perhaps, going by the experience this country has gone through, in terms of the architecture of the Constitution, should we have a rethink, perhaps from an elective deputy president to an appointive one, so that if things do not work out for the sake of country, then the president has that latitude? 2 minutes.
Nothing wrong with the architecture of the Constitution, something wrong with our behavior. It is not that we need to amend to prescribe the relationship between the president and a deputy president. It is that we need to change our behavior, differ with respect, maintain deference for people who are above us, that even when you differ, the way you address them is in a way that tomorrow you can be able to once again sit and work together. And when it comes to my opponent saying that their manifesto or their plan was discussed by Kenyans, I want to remind Kenyans, Azimio was a product of a robust discussion way ahead of anything our opponents have done. And my captain went around the country and he got Kenyans to express themselves, and that's how Azimio was born. That's how the agenda, the manifesto, was born. Consultative process as prescribed by the Constitution. We intend to continue with consultations, even in governance, because public participation is deeply embedded in the Constitution, which my principal and I fought so hard to put in place.
All right. Honorable Rigathi, same question. Supposing this were to happen, we've seen before and it's been part of our history, people call themselves brothers and friends and then they have a fallout. Supposing this were to happen, would you think it would be possible and great for us to have the deputy president be an appointive position so that the president has the leeway essentially to fire you?
That is a hypothesis. I like to look at life from a positive perspective. I always look at a glass as half full, not half empty. I have no doubt in my mind that we are a formidable pair. We are a pair that has been brought together by a common convergence to serve the people of Kenya, to spearhead, chaperone, and implement the third liberation, that is the economic liberation for the people of Kenya. And what has brought us together is so important that no sideshows can come in between. The focus that is before us, the need to restore the dignity of the Kenyan people, is such an important aspect of our lives, of our leadership, that it is incomprehensible that we could think of having sideshows and things that are necessary. And by the way, the situation between President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto has not been brought because of ideological differences. It has been brought because of an inferiority complex.
Right.
People must allow strong leaders to prevail. And you shouldn't have a problem when your deputy is strong and sharp and focused. You should just be able to accommodate him and use that as a strength to serve the people of Kenya. Had President Uhuru Kenyatta, in the second term, allowed William Ruto to help him manage the affairs of this country, we will not be where we are today, where Kenyans have no food, where unga is at 250 shillings, that they have to run around to look for a package to try to deal with it to save this election on their part. If he had allowed Dr. William Ruto to help him like in the first term, all the stored projects will be going on. He should have used the strength of William Ruto and harness it and use it to augment his leadership and to strengthen it for the benefit of the people of Kenya.
However, Honorable Rigathi, just quickly to follow up on that, we have seen Martha Karua in 2009, it was, resign after they disagreed with the president as a minister. You saw the former deputy governor Nairobi, when they could not work with the governor, again resign. So isn't it on principle that those who push for, if it doesn't work out?
I don't think it is honorable to be a quitter. I think you must fight from within and pursue what you intended to do. When the Nairobi deputy governor quit, he left a vacuum in Nairobi, and that allowed President Uhuru Kenyatta to bring the military into the city. You know, because if he was there, the mess in Nairobi will not be. You cannot be a quitter. You must fight on. My sister, Mother Karua, quit President Mwai Kibaki's government when Kibaki needed him, when Kibaki was in trouble, when Raila Odinga was making life impossible for him. Mwai Kibaki needed Mother Karua. And at a time when Mother Karua needed to assist Mwai Kibaki, she quit. Mwai Kibaki is and has been the gentleman of Kenyan's politics, an amiable old man, a good man, a respectable man, a man who was listening to everybody. Any leader who could not work with Mwai Kibaki, I have serious doubt that leader can work with anybody else.
Just a quick reminder to the audience. In the auditorium, we did agree to a set of rules. Silence, please. No laughing, cheering, jeering. Let's just follow the conversation to allow us to have civil engagement and for understanding and hearing every of the candidates as they articulate their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mother Karua. Response?
For those who do not understand principle, they can never envisage resigning. But I do think it is dishonest to continue to take public salary, to take the privilege, and all that goes with office when you know you can no longer deliver, either because of differences or because of other things. I respectively withdrew myself by resignation from Mwai Kibaki's government in a respectful manner, no name calling, such that we were able to continue when we meet to sit down and talk. I don't think the same can be said of Mr. Gachagua's principle. Entertaining disagreement outside government and publicly is disruptive. No wonder the government in which Mr. Gachagua's principle serves is unable to fight corruption because it's pulling in two different directions. That is why we have a paralysis today.
Honorable Martha Karua, the question on just what happens if you disagree with your principle and if your principle should have the right to essentially let you go, should we relook at that?
I think the way the Constitution is, you disagree in-house, you resolve it. I do not think there is anything that cannot be resolved unless if it's something that is unconstitutional, that is being demanded of me. I will remember the oath, my oath under the Constitution, that there are things, if they are outrightly illegal, I certainly cannot be party to. But happily, my principle is a believer in the rule of law and constitutionalism. And he is also a man who views everything through the lens of social justice. That is why we have a dignity package for those who cannot afford meals on their table. That is why we have Babacare to rescue Kenyans from lack of access to medical services. If you look at our agenda, you will see that this is an agenda that talks of the socio-economic rights of Kenyans, an inclusive agenda that has every Kenyan, whether poor or rich, as demanded by our Constitution. So I cannot stand here and honestly say that we shall have the same position on all things. That never happened, not even in Mwai Kibaki's government. But in 6.5 years which I served, I never publicly berated the government that I served or the president that I served. I just said my hands were tied and I withdrew. My principle differed with Mwai Kibaki, but all he said to the public is that I was not consulted. How they went back room and resolved, we never know. We only know they came out with a unanimous decision. That is what people who have respect for the public do. People who have respect for their offices do. But holding an office while not serving is dishonesty.
Honorable Gachagua, the same question, I realized you didn't respond the last time. Should this position of Deputy President be an appointive position?
No. In fact, the framers of the Constitution were very clear that a Deputy President needed to enjoy mandate directly from the people. Why Azimio cannot push William Ruto to resign is because William Ruto is not an appointee of President Uhuru Kenyatta. He is elected by the people of Kenya. If it was the previous Constitution, William Ruto would have been sacked a long time ago and replaced with Gideon Moi. And that was the plan. The plan was to provoke him, intimidate him, humiliate him, persecute him and his friends and his allies so that he could quit government and allow President Uhuru Kenyatta to appoint somebody from a family that they share the same issues and the same values. But because William Ruto was elected, he was able to hold on to his position. And he continued serving the people of Kenya when he was assigned duties by the president. The duty he has been allocated all the time without failure is to welcome the president and the Nyayo National Stadium. And he has done it in style because that is the duty he has been allocated. He has gone ahead to chair IBEC because that one the president cannot deny him. It is there in the PMF Act. There's nothing the president would have done. But the president chose not to allocate him duties. And the president has been crying that since he did not allocate him duties, his government has come to a halt. And nothing is going on. But he made a bed, he must lie on it. If you decide to chase your deputy away, a man who works hard, a man who knows what he's doing, and replace him with your friends, and then the country comes to a halt, you cannot go ahead crying that you have nobody to help you. He made that decision for his own reason. He wanted to push Ruto out, but Dr. Ruto stayed on because he enjoys a mandate from the people of Kenya.
All right, Honorable Gachagua, Honorable Karua, I want us to move to the next topic this evening, leadership and integrity, fitness to hold office. I will begin with you, Honorable Karua, and in 2013 presidency, you said, I do not share any values with the Prime Minister, then Raila Odinga, nor do I share his politics. Both he and the late Kibaki have been unable to root out corruption within their ranks. What has changed now that you're deputizing him?
Indeed, the coalition government was unable to root out corruption in the second house so publicly many times. Raila Odinga was a presidential candidate in 2013. I too was a presidential candidate. My statement that they were unable to fight corruption did not indicate they are the ones individually perpetuating corruption. It meant there was corruption in government which they failed to act on. I believe that a combined ticket of Raila Odinga, Martha Karua will do the best to fight corruption. I resigned on principle because one of the things I felt let down on is the failure to tackle issues of graft. Raila was a prime minister, a co-principal, the late President Kibaki was the first among equals as the president. Whatever dynamics, I do not know of. But it is recalled that shortly after that election, I worked with Raila. Kenya and I were friends of NASA, not NASA, of CORD. And we worked together until 2017 when I decided to run for governor and supported Jubilee. We have been able to work together. We have a history of working together in our 30 years of being in active politics, and I know that his policies align with mine. I did mention that we both view our actions through the lens of social justice, and that is what has drawn me to work with him.
Just a quick 1 minute, I will add you on your time that when you said I do not share any values, you've addressed the issue of corruption and graft, but you do not share any values and even agree on his brand of politics. What do you say to that? Because values, this is...
As of that time, I felt I did not share anything with him. And remember, we were candidates. There is no way you will praise the other candidate. But I can assure you that it is not because I thought he personally was responsible of any wrongdoing, nor did I feel that President Kibaki was personally responsible. But there were rogues within government they failed to act on. And I felt my hands were tied in the performance of my duties. And therefore, as I campaigned for myself, I actually was saying, look, you've been unable to fight corruption, just like the Jubilee administration under President Uhuru Kenyatta and Dr. William Ruto. And they are still in government together up to now. And we saw Dr. Ruto attending cabinet a week ago. They've been unable to fight corruption. You can't hold one side of government and say the good one is mine and the bad one belongs to the other person. That's double speak.
Honorable Gachagua, just a
moment. I think Honorable Mother needs to come through to the people of Kenya on being consistent. Honorable Mother is on record saying that Raila Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta should retire together. Not a long time ago. She seems to have changed her mind that they shouldn't retire together. In fact, that President Uhuru Kenyatta should continue governing through proxy, and Raila Odinga should purport to govern as a proxy of Uhuru Kenyatta. At what time did she change her mind? Because it's on record, she went public to say that the two of them should retire together. Now, she is the running mate of Raila Odinga. She's a project of Uhuru Kenyatta. The two people she said they should retire together, she seems to have changed her mind. And it is my considered opinion, and I believe for many Kenyans, that being consistent is very important in leadership, especially the position she aspires. You need to be consistent. When you say this today, you must be able to live to it tomorrow.
All right, I want to allow Martha to respond to that, but first I want to come back to you to give you another minute. A moment ago you said that Gideon Moi was supposed to be appointed. I want you to clear that up because, with all fairness, Gideon Moi is not on this debate.
Well, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the chairman of Azimio, in a meeting in State House a week ago, said that he nominated Mother Karua as his running mate to take care of his interests and that of his family. The president was on record, which means that Mother Karua is a project of the chairman of Azimio, President Uhuru, with Raila Odinga. It is not me who said, it's President Uhuru Kenyatta who said. And previously, I thought that Honorable Mother had been nominated as running mate by Raila Odinga. But here comes President Uhuru Kenyatta, outgoing president, chairman of Azimio, a man who has said he's going nowhere, he's going to be around. He'll be ruling from home. He'll be consorting his project from home. He'll be continuing to govern the people of Kenya. I simply do not understand. Is Mother Karua, the honorable member, is she the deputy, is she the running mate of Raila Odinga, the project, or is she the running mate of Uhuru Kenyatta, the project master?
Okay.
She's who's running mate?
Okay, Martha Karua is in the building.
It is true that both I and my captains are projects, but projects of the people of Kenya, whom my captain consulted, and by public demand, he was called upon to take leadership. At a time our country desperately needs leadership. He has offered leadership, and I was competitively selected. And like my friend who was handpicked, I faced an interviewing panel, and also through demands of Kenyans and many endorsements, I was selected. Kenyans know I'm competent, and I believe I'm competent for this job. I'm ready, able, and willing. I have consistently shown independence of mind, irrespective of whom I'm dealing with. I will handle this job independently and with commitment to Kenyans. And I know my principal also, who has been a teacher of politics to Mr. Gachagua's principal.
All right, Martha Karua, just a direct question to respond to Honorable Gachagua. What is the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio?
The role of President Kenyatta, he is the chairman of the council, but my captain is the chairman, overall chairman of Azimio. Jubilee is just one out of the 26 political parties. I sit in the council as well, and President Kenyatta does not make decisions alone.
Will he have a role? Will he have a role after he finishes his term?
Sorry?
Will President Kenyatta have a role after he finishes his term?
His party will have a role. And if he continues to be, if he doesn't give his position in the council to any other member of his party, it would be a peripheral role as a member of the party. The incoming administration will be a Raila Odinga Azimio presidency. Just like the current Jubilee government, although Uhuru was a deputy president in the government of Mwai Kibaki, it was not a continuation of the Mwai Kibaki administration. It was an Uhuru Jubilee administration. Anybody who understands government would know that.
Honorable Gachagua, you have a minute to respond.
The truth of the matter is that the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio is to craft his own succession, to continue governing Kenya through proxy, through Raila Odinga and Mother Karua. President Uhuru Kenyatta has already started assigning roles to Honorable Mother Karua, which means he is a leader, and in the unfortunate and unlikely event that they are elected to office, President Uhuru Kenyatta will continue governing this country outside his constitutional mandate, because there is a two-term limit that the president should retire. But the president does not intend to retire. You saw how angry he was, saying that people are asking him to go home and asking where he's going. It looks like he doesn't remember that when he sought to be president for 10 years, he knew what 10 years is all about. He cannot complain that people are asking him to go. Nobody is asking him to go, it's the Constitution. But he's trying to circumvent the Constitution to plant a proxy government, to continue governing from outside State House through Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, so that he can continue protecting state capture and conflict of interest. And Martha Karua has already been assigned that role. He was on record that she is the one he has put there deliberately to protect his interests and that of his family.
All right, Martha Karua.
It is important to be truthful in this debate. President Kenyatta has not publicly or privately assigned me any role. I'm sure he knows that he cannot assign any role to a minister in an administration he does not have. The person who has assigned me a role as deputy and has declared the intention to appoint me as Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, apart from being Deputy President, is the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. My colleagues and his captains' beef with the President should not make them use this forum or use us as candidates to fight the President. We represent the aspirations of Kenyans, and yes, Kenya needs rescue, but rescue from corruption cartels, which my colleague may know more about.
On the 6th of June, Honorable Gachagua, during a Meet the People tour in your constituency, that's Madeira constituency, the people you represent there, you said that because you perceive the matter you're currently in court over to be a political witch hunt, if elected, you'd see to it that your accounts are unfrozen, build a mansion, and perhaps go ahead and throw a party, in essence. Mr. Gachagua, isn't this tantamount to subversion of the cause of justice, an admission that you made in this sentiment?
To start with, I'd like to tell Honorable Mother we are not here to fight President Uhuru Kenyatta. We are holding him to account on his utterances. He has said he's going nowhere. He's on record. That's not fighting him. He has said he assigned Martha Karua the role to jail people. I don't know how she'll do it. She's not a judge. She's not a court of law. That is the work of courts of law, to jail people. It's President Uhuru Kenyatta who has said so. He has said that she has put her there to take care of interests. It's his own record. I don't want to respond to dignify ridiculous accusations by social media. Social media people assigned by the state have been following me wherever I go in the Republic, including my homes, to listen to what I say and twist it. I told the people of Madeira, they asked me a question. Mr. Gachagua, you bought a farm here and you have started building a house. What happened? Now that you are going to be deputy president, are you still going to live here? I told them I stopped building the house because the state froze my accounts to intimidate me and to blackmail me to support the handshake. And that money is frozen. And I cannot use it. That is why the construction of a house stopped in this area. When the due process takes place and the courts will deliver justice to Rigathi Gachagua one day, and my accounts are frozen, I assured the people of that area that I'll come and complete that house and live with them. And I'll take time to allow them to come and visit me. They asked me a secondary question. As deputy president, will you allow us to come and sit with you? I said, yes, I'm a junior elder in this community. I'll have time to sit with my fellow men over food, over a drink, and we share in the African way. I say the women in this area will come and sit with Mama Gachagua and have kesha, because my wife is a pastor and she likes doing kesha. And the women wanted to know, will they be allowed to come to the home of the deputy president to have kesha with Mrs. Gachagua? I confirmed, yes, I'll be deputy president, but I'm still the same old guy who hangs around here. A very generous person who spends all his time with the people.
All right, Mr. Gachagua, you have a national audience. What is the source of the money that was frozen? Because that is the context.
Pardon?
What is the source of this money that was frozen?
I have said many times that I'm a victim of blackmail by President Uhuru Kenyatta, whom I served as personal assistant. President Uhuru Kenyatta wanted me to abandon William Ruto and join him in fighting him, and I said no, because he didn't give me a good reason. And he blackmailed me. He sent Nancy Gitawe, his advisor, to threaten me that if I don't abandon William Ruto and join him, I'll face the music from the state.
Honorable
And
Gachagua,
one problem started after another. They froze my accounts, KRI froze all my companies, then they arrested me on trumped-up charges for 1.5 years, no evidence in court, nothing. I'm a victim of blackmail and persecution by Uhuru Kenyatta using the state criminal justice system to manage politics and deal with those who don't agree with him.
Honorable Gachagua, with all due respect, you've not answered my question. What is the source of the money that was...
The money that I have is well documented. I am an astute businessman. This is money that I made during the reign of Mwai Kibaki when the economy was thriving. I made over 200 million and invested in an account. And that account has been running for the last 8 years, and nobody has ever asked me a question. In 2013, when I supported Uhuru Kenyatta, I still had the money. In 2017, when I supported him, I still had the money in my personal account. This is money I have accounted for. It's clean money. I am a good businessman. And in the fullness of time, I'll be vindicated.
All right, Mata Karua.
I was really hoping that my colleague would explain to us how an individual finds 5 billion shillings in their accounts. But I hope one day Kenyans will be able to know money that was transferred to his accounts in the last 10 years of the Jubilee administration. But that's for him to account. I believe as leaders, we have to be accountable. That is why there is declaration of wealth, so that as you enter office, people can know how much you are worth, and as you exit, or in the middle, they can monitor and see how you are progressing, whether it is from your salary, and if it's from business, it has to be a business that can be ascertained. I think we really need to come clean, because if you cannot account for your wealth, you cannot be a good steward of the money of the people of Kenya.
So this is a question to both of you. You've brought up the subject of wealth declaration.
Yeah.
What are you worth, Honorable Karua?
I think about just about 150 million, and that is because the 56 million I had declared in 2013 has appreciated because of the inflation. I haven't had any new properties, but I'm a person many may not understand. I'm not thirsty for land. I'm not thirsty for worldly goods. I'm happy to have a house I call home. I'm happy to have a house in my father's land. I do not look for property. Not everybody is hungry to amass. I'm hungry to do something to help my country to transform the lives of the people.
All right.
So if you're looking for Martha Karua to be a billionaire, no, I am not hungry for billions.
Honorable Gachagua,
My
how much
account
are
did
you worth?
not receive 5 billion. That is propaganda. I have 200 million. That is the money that is held. 200 million, 64 million. I worked in the Ministry of Lands and Settlement. 10 million, I worked in Kenya Power. 33 million, I worked in the Ministry of Livestock. Another 46 million, I worked in another organization called Patek. Up to 200 million, that is all the money. But when you set policemen to investigate, they don't understand accounts. When you save money in a fixed deposit, it leaves your personal account into a suspense account. A normal policeman looking at it, movement in and out 4 times a year of 200 million, he thinks you have 800 million within that year. So when he multiplies by 7 years, he says you have 12.4 billion. That is the folly of the kind of investigations we are having in this country. I don't have billions. I have 203 million into that account. And that is part of my wealth. I'm worth 800 million minus the 200 they are holding, another 600.
So just a quick follow-up on that, Honorable Rigathi, because the charges you are facing are as a result of trading with county governments. What's your position on public officers doing business with government, whether at the national level or at the county level?
By the time I've done all my businesses, I was not a public servant. I was a private individual. I have no conflict of interest. I was a businessman. I applied for tenders and competed, open tenders and won, and did construction business and did supplies, and nobody is complaining. Today, those charges against me, no evidence in court, nobody is willing to record a statement. Clean business. And I never traded with institutions because I was not part of any government.
But this
That
is when your
business
brother...
I did in 2011. I did in 2012. You know? When they say that my brother was governor, my brother became governor in 2013. I did business in 2008, in 2009, in 2011. And that money is there, and it's all documented where it has come from. But nobody is bothered because they just wanted to punish me. But they wanted to blackmail me into supporting the handshake. And I'm a man of principle, and Uhuru Kenyatta knows that. I respect my conscience. I will never be intimidated. And I can tell you, many governors today supporting Azimio is because they were blackmailed like me, and they gave in.
Honorable Gachagua, just clarity. In 2009, 2010, there was no county governments. Which government did you do?
Sorry?
There was no county governments in 2009.
I'm saying I made money in 2010, in 2009. There was no county government. I didn't make money with the county government. I never did business with the county government. I said I worked with the Ministry of Lands. I worked with the Ministry of Livestock Development. So you cannot say that there was conflict in Nyeri because I did this business long before county governments came into place.
But Honorable Gachagua, the matter in court is about doing business with county governments.
I'm saying the matter in court is a matter that is on fabricated charges. And that matter will be coming in the fullness of time. What I'm talking about is the money that is held and where it came from. As to the allegations, as the matter before court, there is nothing. It's absolute lies. There is nothing. And in the fullness of time, and that is why, even after sending 200 policemen to arrest me in Nyeri and drag me naked in front of my wife, in front of my workers, drive me to Nairobi, lock me for 4 days, 1.5 years later, not a shred of evidence, nothing. That is why the case has not taken off. They have slated it for September later this year. But still, nothing has been presented to us. Our lawyers have been asking, give us evidence against Rigathi Gachagua. It's not forthcoming. It does not exist. It's a fabrication. It's blackmail. It was a way of trying to force me to abandon William Ruto. Okay. But I was not intimidated. I remain on board.
Okay, Honorable Karua, you have 2 minutes.
An Azimio government will have a policy position that graft cases and all serious crime should be investigated and prosecuted within a given time, within 6 months to be specific, so that people like my colleague here, Mr. Gachagua, anybody charged with crime against the people, within 6 months, we ought to know whether they are guilty or not, so that people don't seek public office when having baggage of cases. And if I may remind Mr. Gachagua, the cases, because I've been following the newspaper reports, relate to Kwale County, Bungoma County, and Nyeri County. And the period when the offenses are said to have been committed is between 2013 and 2020. So it is important, even from a personal position, that a person gets cleared and that you do not instruct advocates to delay the cases, because what we are having in our courts is really a circus, where one is charged, you are holding public office, you continue holding public office, elections come, and now we have seen new language in the courts that to allow them to campaign, the case is further delayed. Kenyans need to know, and even the person accused needs to know, so that they do not give excuses. We have repeatedly said with my captain that whether it's my daughter, my blood relative, or a member of the opposing camp, the law must apply equally to all. And everybody must have a swift chance to clear their name in court or for the court to declare them guilty. We are here to help Kenya organize itself in that manner by engaging with the players in the justice system and having a policy position.
All right, Honorable Gachagua, you have a minute to respond. For clarity, have you done business with county governments?
Allegations remain just allegations. Honorable Mother knows, and I'll never take her on allegations. A British newspaper accused her of receiving a bribe from BET, but I cannot come here and accuse her that she's corrupt because of that allegation. Because an allegation is an allegation. The people of Kirinyaga have been complaining that she used her office as justice minister to take land in South Gariama and give it to her relatives. But that is just an allegation. The issue here, Sophia,
we would like
the issue here, Sophia, is that we need to allow.
Would like to remind the members of our audience to please do not cheer or jeer and allow our candidates to present their issues. Please go ahead.
The issue here is that we need to allow independent institutions to fight corruption. President Uhuru Kenyatta has cried inability to fight corruption because he was lenient. He was lenient because the people involved in mega corruption are close to him, both in family and friends. That is why he was lenient. But had he allowed independent institutions to fight corruption, the issue of leniency would not arise. Had he allowed independent institutions to fight corruption without getting involved, Rigathi Gachagua would not be in court, because independent institutions will never take people to court without evidence. What the Honorable Karua is saying, that we need a law to hasten cases, is not the solution. The solution is to take cases to court when you have evidence.
Mr. Karua, you have a minute to rebut.
I just want to let Mr. Gachagua know that I do not have an iota of public land anywhere, in Kirinyaga or anywhere. I do not own land in South Gariama. I am glad he knows they are just allegations. And I challenged the current administration that is there, and I'm not in power in Kirinyaga, that if there is truth to that allegation, then they must swiftly take me to court and recover. So once you challenge those making the allegation and they don't do anything about it, then the matter is closed. The only land I own in Kenya is the house I live in Nairobi, and the house up country, which is on my father's land, and he has included my name in the title. I said I'm not land hungry, and I'm not hungry for material wealth. Those who are hungry may never understand that. Relating to BAT, it was money paid to my campaign secretariat by a donor, not paid to my personal account. Later, it transpired that it was money from a company. The matter has been investigated in UK, and the file has been closed. I also challenged the DPP of the government, Gachagua's principal serve, in 2016 to investigate and prosecute me.
Right,
so those matters are
up.
Allegations.
Thank you very much. Time is up. But now that we're talking about funds, you all are traversing the country with choppers and legions of teams. How do you finance your campaign, Honorable Gachagua? How much does it cost?
Pardon?
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Pardon?
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Oh, the sound is not working here.
Sorry.
I can't hear you properly.
Apologies for that.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Well, it's difficult because we don't have a centralized command. Our campaign, we are raising funds from people, and mostly is in materials, is in donations in terms of choppers, in terms of vehicles, in terms of fuel, in terms of personnel. And really, what you need in terms of cash is not much. This campaign of Kenya Kwanza is bottom-up driven. A lot of hustlers have taken time to give their all in terms of time, in terms of materials, in terms of support in kind. There isn't much about cash. So it's very difficult at this stage to quantify and say, this is the amount that we are going to use for this campaign. What I know is that in the next 1 week or so, we'll now be talking about real figures, because we have to mobilize agents, we have to mobilize vehicles, we have to get people to protect the vote. Those people need to be given allowances. That is when now we will come to the cost of the real campaign.
All right, Martha Karua, the same question. How do you finance your campaign?
Through public donations in cash and kind. We had a fundraiser just the other Friday, but the donations are a continuous process. The Azimio campaign secretariat is keeping tab. My personal campaign organization, the New Dawn Trust, is also keeping tab of all donations coming to me. And it is the organization that had received the money you asked earlier for BAT. I do not mix campaign money with my own funds, because you have to maintain integrity even with donations. We have choppers donated. There is a chopper I personally use, which is a donation from a kind corporate friend. and we have many such donations. And I want to remind Kenyans, my captain, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, has had choppers in his campaign even when he was out of government. Like the 2007, I think they flashed more choppers than the PNU side I was in that could have. He is a man known for his capability to mobilize resources, both human and financial, for campaign. And I'm very lucky to be his running mate.
Talk to us, Honorable Gachagua, about corruption and election campaigns financing. A lot of opaqueness there, clearly, even from this engagement, and laws around politicians being accountable and there being an eye inside what's going on have not seen day of light. So what are your thoughts? Is there any nexus there?
Well, you know, campaigns, and you really cannot control the nations because people support a certain candidate for a certain reason. And it behoves upon the candidate to receive donations that are well-meaning and donations that are not tied to your win and what you need to do for people after. And that is the basis of our campaign. I personally have many friends who are supporting me. They have not demanded anything for me in return when we form government. They think we have got a good plan. They think that we need to be given an opportunity to run this country and turn it around. They think that the real thing is the economy. They think that they need to help us to move around the country. And they are well-meaning. I wouldn't say the same of my colleague here because their campaign is being run with the public resources. You are aware that the PS Interior has been meeting chiefs and assistant chiefs who are public servants and give them instructions to work for Azimio. You have seen their meetings being attended by chiefs in uniform. That is the misuse of public resources. We have seen funds from Harambee House, from the confidential expenditure, being put into this campaign. Many of the town hall meetings they are holding in the Mount Kenya region, all the delegates are given 1,000 shillings to go home. And that is money from public coffers.
Do you have evidence of this?
Oh yes, we have photographs, we have recordings, we have audios, they are there. We are always well appraised because many of those people who go to receive that money are actually our supporters. And they say they don't want to allow the elephant to die with the tusks. They need to remove the tusks before it is dead. That is what is happening. And public servants, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior is on record campaigning for Azimio. The Cabinet Secretary for ICT is on record campaigning for Azimio. These are public officials. They are public, they are paid with public money, but they are campaigning. That is misuse of public resources. And my colleague here, who says he's a stickler of the rule of law, has not condemned that because I would want her to condemn that because she says she's a stickler of the rule of law. And if she finds public resources are being used to prepare her to office, she should be bold enough to say that is wrong. She should speak out against the misuse of chiefs and assistant chiefs by the PS Interior to campaign for her and her boss.
Okay, Honorable Karua, just to build on that, all corruption scandals, Eurobond, Kimarer, Afia House, Kemsa, do find a dotted line into politics. As you respond to this question, how does Azimio and yourself going to deal with these questions that we have to deal with now?
May I begin there by saying that Azimio government is very clear on what it will do. Both my captain and I have repeatedly said there will be no sacred cows. Anybody involved in corruption will face the law, irrespective of who they are. As for campaigning with public resources, that's a fabrication. What I know is that every presidential candidate is entitled to security. So there will be security apparatus, whether it is the Deputy President's campaign or the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We mobilize our own meetings, using our candidates, using everybody. Anybody who attends, they attend on their own volition. Yes, there are some cabinet secretaries who have attended our meetings, but they have sometimes attended as a by the way. When they attend deliberately, it's of their own volition and it's not because we need them to mobilize. Let nobody forget that there is no political operator who can mobilize more than the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. I also personally do not need help to mobilize. I've been in this game for 30 years. When Mr. Gachagua was still a DO, I was in politics.
All right. You have a response to that? 1 minute rebuttal?
Well, I have no rejoinder for that. My request is that it was about time we move to the real issues that the people of this country need to know. What is our plan? We have talked many issues, and that is a good thing. But the people of Kenya need to know, what does Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto have for them? I'm hoping that debate will come around tonight, because it's important. Because many Kenyans are glued to the screens. They are waiting to hear. They want to know about health. They want to know about education. The public service wants to know about their issues. The police service wants to know about their issues. There are many people waiting. And I think, I am guessing, they must be getting information.
Yeah.
Honorable Gachagua, we are getting to that. And corruption is a big issue in this country, where public resources...
Corruption must be fought. And the real corruption is state capture and conflict of interest.
What is state capture?
State capture is where the people in power compete with citizens for scarce resources, where the people in power use their position to advantage themselves to get business unfairly, where people in power allocate resources to projects where they have an interest. I have an example. In the year 20, I want to tell you what is state capture and conflict of interest. This is Gazette Notice Legal number 1112, dated 26th June 2019. In the exercise of powers conferred by Section 106 of the Stamp Duty Act, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Planning, on the recommendation of the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning, directs that the instruments executed in respect of the transactions relating to the merger of NIC, PLC, and Commercial Bank of Africa shall be exempt from the provisions of the Act. By a single signature, these two companies owned by the first family were exempted from paying 350 million. These are rich banks who have made money from domestic borrowing. They have lent money to government. They are in Fuliza. The owners are the richest people in Kenya. They were exempted from paying 350 million, money that can put up 35 level 3 hospitals in Kenya. That is conflict of interest and state capture. That is chronic corruption. It's worse than the corruption associated with public procurement. And that is what we must deal with. We must deal with state capture. We must deal with conflict of interest. There is a railway line between Nairobi and Nyanyuki that was put up at a cost of 3.8 billion. That railway line serves one company that supplies fuel to Nyanyuki.
All right, Honorable Gachagua, thank you very much for this. Unfortunately, I cannot authenticate this document.
You asked me what is state capture.
I'm giving you time, but I cannot authenticate the document that you just read right now. So I've seen in your manifesto that you would put a commission to investigate these crimes. Would you go after the first family?
We will not go after anybody. We'll go after all those who are in state capture and conflict of interest.
Who are they?
But what are you saying?
That will come out in the commission. I'm saying there will be a commission, because the real corruption that we need to deal with, not what Honorable Mother is talking about, is state capture and conflict of interest, where the people in power have used their offices to usurp public resources to their advantage and to the disadvantage of the rest of Kenyans. You are aware that the milk industry has been monopolized by state capture and conflict of interest, where the owners of that monopoly decide how much to buy from the farmers and how much to sell to the consumers.
So, Honorable,
and extort the people of Kenya.
Clarity for the Kenyans who are watching. At the center of government is President Uhuru Kenyatta. Are you going to go after President Uhuru Kenyatta finishes his term?
I have said we are not talking about individuals. We'll deal with state capture and conflict of interest. Anybody who is involved in state capture and conflict of interest will be held to account.
The first family, sir. So grab the bull by its horns. Don't perhaps cut around the issue. You are talking about the first family. So in essence, you are saying you will go after them. Isn't that?
I am saying this is state capture I've given you an example. You will feel for yourself what needs to happen.
All right.
And I am saying that is what we need to deal with. You know, state capture. And that is why the president will say he is lenient. He cannot deal with state capture. He cannot deal with conflicts of interest.
Okay.
He can't.
Thank you very much. Karua, you have 2 minutes.
I want to help Mr. Gachagua. State capture is the repurposing of the state to serve individuals rather than public good. And corruption cartels in this country, whoever they are, have strangled the country. I opened by saying Kenya can't breathe. Our health services, their money is taken, the money for agriculture, for fertilizer subsidies, money for building dams such as Kimwerel, Arol, Galana Kularu, which was supposed to help Kenya feed itself. That is what state capture is about, that every penny intended for the public, a majority of it is ending up in people's pockets. This is not about families or individuals. It's cartels, and cartels are organized people, gangs of criminals, because what they are doing is committing crime. And you don't need a commission to punish crime. You just need serious law enforcement. And if you find roadblocks, that cases are taking too long, then Parliament can be used to do its work, to consider proposals from the government, to pass laws that fast-track such cases. We all know that election petition cases take 6 months. Why can't corruption cases similarly take such a period? That is the debate that must go to the National Assembly. Mr. Gachagua serves in the National Assembly. I have not heard him talk about corruption except when defending his own position in the case he's involved in. In contrast, I'm out of Parliament. I've been vocal, whether it's KEMSA, whether it's any other corruption. And I've also been vocal in upholding the rule of law and reminded my brother, President Kenyatta, that he cannot serve beyond his term, a position he holds at this moment, that he is going home.
So, Honorable Karua, do you agree then that there's state capture in Kenya? And secondly, what do you make of their proposal to form a commission of inquiry into the same in Kenya if elected?
That just expresses their reluctance to fight corruption. In fact, Mr. Gachagua's principle is captured on tape in an interview in this country, saying that corruption, he doesn't think corruption can stop a nation from developing. With what money will a nation develop, invest, or even provide services if the corruption cartels are taking 2 billion shillings a day, which translates to stealing 40 shillings from every person? In an average household of 6 people, that's 240 shillings, 2 packets of unga at the discounted price of 100. Kenyans need to understand. They're hungry, they're without medical service, without fees for their children, and without free education, because corruption cartels are strangling the nation. That's why we can't breathe. Once we understand that, then we will vote for people with a track record, like Azimio, people with the will to fight corruption, people who are prepared to confront the monster and to apply the law evenly, irrespective of who is mentioned.
So do you believe we have state capture in Kenya?
There is state capture, yes, by corruption cartels, organized criminal gangs who plunder our resources daily. 2 billion shillings a day, which is authenticated by the Auditor General, translates to 765 billion shillings. The amount of money we need for the social support is just 144 billion. The rest can be used to pay debt, to do other things. We intend to seal all those loopholes so that Kenyans can have advantage of their resources.
Honorable Karua, the names of every corruption scandal, Kimwerer, KAMSA, Eurobond, they're all government officials.
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
That is where the state capture is coming. If you look at them, it's not about families, it's about individuals who choose. Because I keep saying, no mother has baptized their children the name corruption. It's a behavior an individual deliberately chooses. And state capture can even become a tool during elections, where empty promises are given to entice Kenyans to further surrender their sovereignty to corruption cartels. I'm urging Kenyans to look at the track record of each of the formations that are seeking the presidency of this country. I am confident that a reasonable look at the candidates present, as Kenyans will commend themselves to vote for Azimio. And Azimio will do the jobs, not because we are perfect, but because we have the best track record, and we do try and have tried before and done good work for Kenyans.
All right, we have 2 minutes.
I don't know. I don't know whether the Honorable Mother has taken time in their meetings with the chairman of Azimio to ask him. He said he is in charge of this country. He knows everything that goes on. Then he went ahead to say that 2 billion shillings is stolen daily. I don't know whether in her meetings with the chairman of Azimio, she has tried to find out from him who steals this 2 billion and why he has done nothing about it. In terms of fighting corruption, our manifesto is very clear. Our plan is sound and is in accordance with the Constitution. Our plan is to allow independent institutions that fight corruption to be really and truly independent by giving them that freedom and giving them resources and financial autonomy so that they receive instructions from nobody. On assuming government, we shall appoint the Inspector General of Police as the accounting officer of the National Police Service, so that himself and the DCI have independence to do what they need to do on fighting crime and corruption without having to take instructions from anybody. Because you know, this, it is said, he who pays a piper calls the tune. Why the Inspector General of Police and the DCI cannot fight corruption and crime, why they cannot operate the way the Constitution spells out, is because they are controlled from Harambee House, because that is where their money is. We shall give them financial autonomy. We shall operationalize the judiciary fund to allow our judges and magistrates to operate with financial autonomy so that they are free to do what they want to do, so that they can fast-track cases without having to look back. And of course, you know, President William Ruto, the new president of Kenya, God willing, we appoint the judges that were nominated by the Judicial Service Commission so that they can serve the people of Kenya.
All right, Honorable Karua, do you agree that lack of independence in these institutions is the problem Kenyans are facing in the criminal justice system?
The Constitution gives all these institutions independence, and independence and autonomy should not be confused with accountability. Parliament, which is independent, has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. The executive has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. The judiciary has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. Institutions have decisional independence, that a judge will be independent in making that decision of guilty or not guilty, that the director of public prosecutions will be independent in deciding to charge, to prosecute or not to prosecute. It doesn't mean that they fail to account to the people of Kenya. And that is most of our leaders are failing to do. Be accountable to the people of Kenya. You go to office to do your own business, where you will find that quite a number of people who are parliamentarians are trading with the counties, are trading with the government. So who is the watchdog of the people? The law forbids it. Conflict of interest. Going to get county work from a county government when you are a member of parliament. Who is going to be the watchdog?
A quick follow-up on that.
Yeah.
Because the proposal on the table in Azimio is that if you are elected into office, then you'd also double up as Minister for Justice. Yeah. Wouldn't that go then to entrench that kind of feeling of interference from the executive? Because these are independent institutions, yes, but even if it's facilitating and good workflow, there's the NCAJ that handles all of the issues around that chain of criminal justice. So wouldn't that role, in essence, be seen as interference as well?
Not at all. The Minister of Justice doesn't prosecute. This is a coordinating ministry, coordinating the entire justice sector. And we had such a program even during the Kibaki time known as Justice, Law and Order sector, to give policy direction. Then each institution goes and works on its own. It's not about how that institution will do its work. It's to understand together the difficulties, the roadblocks along the justice sector, so as to make proposals for legislation and for policy to Parliament. Remember that policy and legislation are passed by Parliament. Government institutions are independent, but they cannot act alone. There must be some synergy, and that synergy is in policy. Then they can have decisional independence. I've been a Minister of Justice before. I didn't investigate or prosecute.
All right, I want to move to the next topic, and let's go to the cost of living. One of the charges against politicians in this country is that they're simply out of touch and you're unable to solve the problems that we face. I'll give you an opportunity tonight, Honorable Gachagua, to start to make your presentation on cost of living by first telling us what is the cost of milk today?
The cost of milk, retail. The farmer sells at 42. At the supermarket, some places 120 per litre, others is 130, depending on where the supermarket is.
Kerosene?
I don't go to the supermarkets.
Okay. What is your presentation tonight on dealing with the cost of living, knowing very well that...
I want to say, I'm happy now we are where we need to be.
Audience, please maintain silence. And for the record, issues with what we've been talking about throughout, these issues impact on how we fund the projects and all of these other subsidies we'll be talking about. So there's no non-issue tonight.
What I'm saying is that I'm happy that we are discussing the high cost of living, the inability of Kenyans to buy food, because a mistake was made maliciously to deny farmers fertilizer subsidy, and as a result, there was low production, and because of the law of demand and supply, you cannot afford a packet of unga. A packet of unga is 250 shillings. Government is running around because of this election now, trying to subsidize for 4 weeks, just after the elections. But they are not telling the people of Kenya how they'll buy food after the elections. This is being done to entice them to vote for Azimio. If government had done the right thing and supplemented farmers with inputs and fertilizer, they would have increased their production. You know, we consume 46 million bags of maize, and we produce about 40 million every year. We normally have a deficit of about 6, which we import. But because of this decision, we are short of almost 15 million bags, and that is what has caused the current crisis. And we have a plan. On our first month in office, we intend to bring down the cost of fertilizer from 6,700 to 2,500. That is DAP. That is the main fertilizer for planting.
Okay.
And that will enhance our farmers to produce more so that we have food security, and probably we even have some surplus for export.
Thank you. Honorable Martha, same question. What is the price of bread today, and what is Azimio plan to reduce the cost of living?
The price of bread, the bread I buy, is 80 shillings. But there are various type of loaves, so I will not pretend to know what each loaf is costing. But I know that the price of foodstuffs, of essential commodities, has gone up, and the fuel prices are generally the trigger that gets them high, coupled with corruption. My friend, Mr. Gachagua, is talking of giving, their government giving fertilizer subsidies. He is in Jubilee, and therefore part of Jubilee government. He is in Parliament courtesy of Jubilee, but he doesn't know that currently the Jubilee government has a fertilizer subsidy, and a bag is retailing at 2,900. The only problem is with the distribution, because the cartels are making sure that they buy most of it. Only a paltry gets to the farmers. It's again sold at the higher price. For us, the first, second, and third agenda is to fight corruption. Governments have subsidies to cushion farmers and to cushion the people because of a series of things. We have war in Ukraine, which has seen foodstuffs rise for countries that are not self-sufficient and buy outside, Kenya being one of them, fertilizer and other things. But the money for subsidy, for helping our people with the cost of living, majority of it is going to the cartels. That is where the problem is. The money meant for Galana Kulalu irrigation scheme, which could have helped with our food reserves, was stolen. Kenyans knew, even the fertilizer, there was a scandal. Maize, there was a scandal. Kenyans knew who are responsible for those scandals. And Mr. Gachagua is also aware. And together with his captain, they may know more.
All right,
since mother, who is actually my mother, my late mother is Mother Karigo. Since she joined government, she has been consumed by the lies of the same government. If the honorable mother moved around the country, the lies she's giving here, the fertilizer is 2,500, she will feel very sorry. If she went round to Kemunye, her hometown in Gishogo, the cost of DAP is 6,700. The cost of CAN is 5,900. The cost of 17 is 5,800. The cost of 20 is 5,900. And the cost of urea is 7,200. That was just a lie by the Minister for Agriculture. There is no fertilizer that is available for 2,500. You can walk around to any shopping center, including our hometown. These are the costs of fertilizer. And I want to say, let us stop deceit and lying to the people of Kenya on national television. When my sister here, mother, tells the people, farmers, that fertilizer is 2,500, they start having very serious doubts about her credibility as a future deputy president. Because if she can come here on national television and give prices that are not true, when people are suffering, when people cannot buy fertilizer, her credibility is put into question.
A quick I've indicated that the subsidized fertilizer, he's correct, is not available at every retail shop, but it's available at the stores of the at the depots of National Cereals and Produce Board. It is a project of the Ministry of Agriculture. I've heard the minister talking about it, and I know of farmers who have accessed it, but I know, and I have stated, it's riddled with corruption, and it's not getting to the people. The honorable thing Mr. Gachagua could do, when you are not aware, you just say you are not aware. You just don't dismiss things as lies when they are happening. The problem with Kenya, money meant to cushion farmers, to cushion consumers, is going to corruption cartels. That is a big problem, and which, as the Azimio government, will rescue Kenyans from.
All right, I'm going to give you all 1 minute each to talk to first-handed days on how you'll deal with the cost of living.
I'm aware 100% there's no fertilizer anywhere for 2,500. I'm a bottom-up man. I move around this country. It's simply not available. In the first 100 days, we want to do several things. One, bring the cost of food down, bring down the cost of living, bring fertilizer subsidies from 6,700 to 2,500.
How will you do that, sir?
We'll provide funds for that. These funds that are being proposed now for bringing the packet of unga down for 2 kg is what is supposed to go to fertilizer so that we have a long-term solution. The other one is not sustainable. It's a short-term thing for the elections. We have a plan to focus on primary health care, where community health volunteers are given an allowance to boost their morale and increase their efficiency to deal with preventive medicine as opposed to curative medicine. We have a plan to employ 116,000 teachers within the first 2 years so that we can deal with the shortage of teachers. For that? I will explain to you. I've explained to you that we are stopping wastage in public spending. We have had a lot of projects that are not planned.
Okay.
We have legacy projects that are of sentimental values to leaders, but have no meaning to the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Gachagua. Yeah. So, your minute.
I want to first say that we in Kenya do not have a revenue problem. This year alone, we collected over 2 trillion shillings, the taxman that is. We have a problem of expenditure, non-priority expenditure. That is what we are going to curb. In relation to fertilizer, the subsidies are already in place. It's a question of ensuring they work for the people. It's ensuring that the subsidy for unga continues to the time there will be harvest. The expenditure for operation and maintenance, O&M, is over 600 billion, while salaries are at about 550. You can see operation and maintenance overshooting salaries. We will prioritize what needs to be prioritized to help Kenyans move forward. And for all the things we have said we'll do in 100 days, I have acquainted myself with the budget. The budget lines are sufficient with optimal use. Mr. Gachagua serves in the parliament that passed the budget. He doesn't seem aware that the money is in the budget, including for Baba Care.
All right, as we bring this to a close, fuel, the subsidy there expires next month, the same as the one we've seen on unga. We'll give you a minute each because Kenya Kwanza, you are proposing to set up a legal framework to ring-fence the fuel stabilization fund. IMF, World Bank says stabilization funds are inefficient and regressive. Azimio, on the other hand, you're talking about reviewing the taxes and levies on petroleum products. So different positions here. So 100 days you come into office and there's all of this mess going on and the cost of living continues to be up. In 1 minute, what is unique about this legal framework that you will do with the stabilization fund that hasn't happened so far?
We have money available in the budget. We have money that has been put for projects that are not a priority, and that is the money that you need to inject quickly before you can even look at the legal frameworks on assuming government. And that is possible because you look at the Ministry of Agriculture, we have some 50 billion there. That 50 billion will be available to deal with the issues of fertilizer. It will be available to deal with the issue of animal feeds that are beyond the reach of many farmers, so that we can have a quick win.
Fuel Stabilization Fund, in your manifesto, how will you fund it? The kitty is currently depleted, so you're not coming to find money. How will you fund it?
We have said that we are going to expand our tax base. Once we put the Hustlers Fund of 50 billion and we give to the people down there at the down of the pyramid, we enlarge the people who are paying tax and will have more revenue. And this is the money that will be available to the people of Kenya. Number two, we are talking about the issue of domestic borrowing. We are paying 600 million every year as interest from domestic borrowing. Once we stop that domestic borrowing, this money that is going for interest every month will be available for this one.
I'm glad he adopts my position that there is money in the budget, but that's as far as we go together. We part on how to do it. We will ensure that there is fiscal discipline so that non-priority spending is dropped and we go to priority spending. And I've given example of operation and maintenance, which is at 600 billion, while salaries are less than that. That is totally unacceptable. We will also fight corruption because money for fuel subsidies, there are a lot of cartels in the energy sector. We understand this. We will target those places and press the areas we need to press to immediately stop the leakage. Within 100 days, we will be able to do this and much more. We have actually been looking on what we need to do on day one, because Kenyans are not going to be patient. They are already suffering. They cannot wait for commissions to be formed. They need actions.
Right.
Azimio is ready to go.
Ladies, gentlemen, our 90 minutes debate is up. It's time for our closing statements. And we begin with you, Honorable Rigathi. You have your 2 minutes starting now.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the people of Kenya to give us a chance to sort them out and put money in their pocket. We want to ask the people of Kenya to give us a chance to empower the small business people by giving them affordable credit to be able to expand their businesses. I want to ask all those people with pending bills to know that in the first 90 days, we shall float a bond for 500 billion to pay all the pending bills so that their homes are not auctioned. And by action, that 500 billion, by injecting into the economy, it will spice up the economy. I want to tell the people of Kenya, by giving us a chance, we shall look at the terms of service for the public service and the police who are suffering and who need to work when they are comfortable. I want to tell the people of Kenya to give us a chance to bring reforms to the NHIF program so that every Kenyan has an NHIF card so that when you go to hospital, you are able to be treated and go home free. I want to ask the people to know, the people of Kenya, that William Ruto and I have a plan for them. I want them to give us an opportunity to work around this economy, to spearhead the third liberation, that is to bring economic changes so that we can create wealth. We can make the people of Kenya wealthy. We can give every Kenyan an opportunity to make a living. We can give every Kenyan an opportunity to make and live a good life. We want to ask them that on the 9th of August to come and vote for change. A change to bring about economic development, a change to restore their dignity and to improve their quality of life. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Honorable Karua, your 2 minutes start now.
I want to remind Kenyans, this election is about trust. It's about looking to see which of the teams you can trust. We offer our track record because even when you employ a driver, you ask them for the driving license and you want to know about their record in driving. We are asking you to critically examine the teams, and if you do so dispassionately, you will come to a conclusion. I know that Azimio is the team. We will not form commissions to fight corruption. We'll go directly for the jugular of corruption cartels, apply the law across the board, and while we agree that there is need to review salaries in view of the cost of living, it's very easy to promise heaven. Without fighting corruption, without physical discipline, non-priority spending being cut out, that is not possible. But inawezekana. With an Azimio government, we are going to do this, and together with Kenyans participating and helping us to fight corruption, we will be able to deliver our agenda to you, the 100 days agenda, and each item to reboot the economy so that Kenyans can have a decent life. While we wait to reboot the economy, for you who is unable to put food on the table, rescue is on the way. Within 3 weeks, you put an Azimio government in place, we are going to be able to send to the 2 million families that do not have any means of survival a 6,000 shilling package, which also will act as a stimulus to the economy because it gives purchasing power to 2 million families, which is like 8 million people within the country. Rescue is on the way.
All right.
We shall finally have our country back. Vote Azimio.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Martha Karua, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. We've come to the end of our Deputy Presidential Debate 2022. I invite you to shake hands. Thank you very much. Well done very well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and our viewers following this at home, we have come to the end of our debate this evening, and our appreciation to Honorable Martha Karua of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party Coalition, as well as Rigathi Gachagua of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, for honoring voters with the duty of agreeing to attend this public televised debate. We thank you.
And we thank you for watching. The final of our joint national debates will come to you on Tuesday next week, when Wahiga Maure, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, and George Wajackoyah take this very stage in the presidential candidates debate. My name is James Maro of NTV.
And I'm Sophia Wanuna of KTN News. Good night.